Chapter 1082. The Scorpion Men warriors finally realized something. Ling Xiao was right. It was impossible for Timur Mewtwo to not be injured after killing the Scorpion King. Even if their king died, it would leave an indelible wound on his opponent's body. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Even though I'm heavily injured, I'm still a Yin-Yang realm warrior. A small fry like you can't understand the difference between the Yin-Yang realm and the Heaven realm. Timur Mewtwo had lost face. He couldn't convince Ling Xiao, so he could only attack. In fact, he was very unwilling to attack. What he needed the most now was to heal. The more serious his injuries were, the more dangerous and weak he would be. However, he couldn't back down now. He had no choice but to attack. Timur Mewtwo raised his hand and a powerful storm filled the entire hall. The storm turned into a sharp blade and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This was a genuine attack, not a battle intent, nor something flashy and impractical. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about Yin-Yang realm warriors. He had only heard the Moon Maiden say that warriors of this realm could reverse yin and yang and turn a deer into a horse. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists all controlled Heaven Essence energy. However, Yin-Yang realm warriors controlled a higher level of energy called Yin-Yang Yuan Qi. Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was, but he knew that Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was definitely stronger than heavenly origin energy. Are you afraid? The Yin-Yang Yuan Qi of the Yin-Yang realm is close to the embryonic form of immortal Qi. In comparison, the heavenly origin energy you possess is just a crude and lowly energy. It's like a candle flame that can never compete with the sun. Old dog, when did you become so talkative? Since you want to attack, hurry up. Could it be that I'm right? You're actually afraid of me, a mere Heaven Realm warrior? Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, but his mind sank into the mountain river martial soul and released the power of a human king. Although the power of a human king was limited, only 9 cauldrons. However, this kind of thing couldn't be stingy when it was time to use it. Otherwise, it would be too late to think of using it after death. Moreover, this time, he didn't use his monarch power on himself, but on the butterfly lady. When the power of the human monarch fused with the butterfly lady, when Ling Xiao completely entered the state of being able to control the world, something strange happened. How can I use the butterfly lady's power? Ling Xiao was a little shocked. Although he had used the Book of Seals in the past to fuse the demon fox's power with himself, it was still not enough. However, it was completely different this time. The butterfly lady wasn't his martial soul, nor was it a monster from the Book of Seals. Instead, he was a living being that existed freely. He could actually use the butterfly lady's power. More importantly, his consciousness was very clear. It was obvious that he wasn't being controlled. Was this what the realm of consciousness that controlled heaven and earth could do? It was too miraculous. In fact, Ling Xiao's thinking was a little too simple. The most important reason was, of course, the most important reason. However, if there weren't other factors, this kind of special situation wouldn't have happened. For example, the power of the human monarch, the close relationship between him and the butterfly lady, and the fact that the butterfly lady was currently in his mountain river martial soul. The special situation this time was the result of a combination of various coincidental factors. He might not be able to use it again in the future. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. As his cultivation continued to increase, he would have less and less time to rely on others. Anyway, he had obtained this power today, so he could have a good fight with Timur Mewtwo. It just so happened that he wanted to test how powerful the light and shadow profound meaning would be when he was infinitely close to the Yin-Yang realm. He smiled and suddenly looked at Timur Mewtwo. I have to say, you're really unlucky to have met me and obtained new power. You can be a qualified sparring partner. Everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Even if he was the demon monarch among the monsters, he actually dared to ask Timur Mewtwo to be his sparring partner. It would be depressing if he didn't succeed in anything and got himself killed. Mewtwo seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. He swept over with a strong chi blade. Just a gentle wave of his hand was several times more powerful than Feng Zhon's move. The entire hall began to shake, as if it was about to disintegrate. Everyone could feel how powerful this attack was. Xie Li looked at this scene nervously, but she was powerless. Although she was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, she was still no match for Mu Tu. Even so, she still couldn't watch Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao appeared here to save the Scorpion Men tribe. No matter what other motives Ling Xiao had, objectively speaking, he was here for the Scorpion Men. She couldn't watch Ling Xiao bleed alone. Stand there and don't move. However, just as she took a step forward, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. It was resolute and irrefutable. Xie Li really stopped. In this moment of hesitation, Ling Xiao had already performed his move. It wasn't a new move. It didn't even work on the other light and shadow divine alls. Ling Xiao only used a crimson sun all and a dark shadow all. The red sun all was surrounded by the golden crow fire, while the shadow all was flickering with purple lightning. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to launch a sneak attack. He just wanted to break Timur Mewtwo's attack face to face. The young man standing there was still so valiant and extraordinary, so arrogant and unruly, so carefree and unrestrained. It seemed that nothing could make him retreat, and nothing could make him afraid. Both intelligent and brave, a monstrous genius. You live up to these words. To be honest, this old man really doesn't want to kill you, but you don't know how to cherish the chance to live, so I can only take action. Timur Mewtwo was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a person who cherished talents, but even such a person was still amazed after seeing Ling Xiao. If he could use such a monstrous genius, then not to mention the insignificant divine Phoenix continent, even the Five Immortals Island, or even more powerful forces on the mainland, wouldn't be able to compete with the Black Crow Empire. He believed in his own vision. The current Ling Xiao could become an invincible general on the battlefield. And if Ling Xiao was given a few more years, he would probably become a yin-yang realm expert in the mystic world. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao's voice sounded indifferently. You can't restrain me. Although a yin-yang realm martial artist is powerful, you're only a hero on the first 3 continents. If I go deeper, you're nothing at all. After saying that, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The 2 alls collided with the huge air blade. An ear-piercing roar sounded in the palace. Chapter 1083. After a moment of rumbling, the power of the explosion finally destroyed the palace that had been ravaged by the destruction. The warriors dodged in panic. Looking at the ruined palace, although their hearts ached, they didn't have the mood to care. Because something even more shocking had happened. Ling Xiao actually blocked Timur Mewtwo's attack. This couldn't be described as a miracle. It was simply indescribable. It was too shocking. It was as if they saw an ant tripping an elephant with its tiny legs. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The most shocked person was Timur Mewtwo. He actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one move. This was even more shocking and humiliating to him than his defeat in Northern Desert City. He wasn't as smart as Ling Xiao. He couldn't kill him in terms of strength. How was this possible? Old dog, your end is here. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. He put away the purple flash sword. Behind him, the shadow of Dao Tai had already appeared. Taotia's doomsday, one sword shocking the heavens. Darkness descended, and all the light disappeared. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. This sword was powerful, violent, and crazy. This was Taotia's doomsday, the doomsday sword, Ling Xiao's most powerful move at the moment. Boom, boom. The entire space exploded with piercing sounds. In the darkness, it was revealed. It was killing. It was death. It was destruction. It was cutting everything and swallowing everything. This sword was earth-shattering and unparalleled. What's going on? Timur Mewtwo was even more surprised. If his previous attack had been a casual one, he could still accept it. But this time, he actually felt fear. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? Although his opponent obviously didn't have the strength of the yin-yang realm, this kind of lethality wasn't something he could withstand. Retreat. Facing Ling Xiao, Timur Mewtwo chose to dodge. Because he didn't have the confidence to withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. Light shadow escape, kill. Although Doomsday of Dao Tai was powerful, Ling Xiao didn't think that it could cause much damage to Timur Mewtwo. Just as the other party had said, even though he was severely injured, he was still able to bring out the strength of a primary yin-yang realm cultivator. His true killer move was not as powerful as the Daotai Apocalypse, but its destructive power was not any weaker than the light shadow evasion. It was more secretive, more terrifying, and more impossible to guard against. The moment he used the sword move, Ling Xiao's entire person suddenly disappeared. The sword disappeared. He also disappeared at the same time. Nothing could be seen in the darkness. In the realm of heaven and earth control, with the help of the half-step yin-yang realm, and with the power of the human king, Yi Qingyu was able to control the heaven and earth. His light shadow evasion had also been greatly improved. In the entire world, there was only that single ray of light. He couldn't dodge it, nor could he block it. In that instant, Ling Xiao seemed to have reached the true speed of light. Timur Mewtwo's expression turned ugly. He couldn't locate Ling Xiao. He couldn't sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing he could see was a ray of light. A ray of light that was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. He knew that this might be Ling Xiao's attack, but as a yin-yang realm expert, he couldn't dodge it. At the critical moment, he desperately activated his Black Crow bloodline. His body turned into a huge black crow. His feathers were as tough as meteorites from outer space, completely wrapping his body. At the same time, the yin-yang energy on the surface of his body condensed into a layer of protection, hoping to use it to weaken the power of the attack. Kaila. The damage caused by Doomsday of Daotai finally arrived. Although Timur Mewtwo's energy protection was strong, it was still completely devoured by the huge Daotai sword energy. Then, the ray of light also arrived. It pierced through the sharp feathers and pierced Timur Mewtwo's body. Timur Mewtwo actually soared into the sky, flapping his black wings to weaken the power of the attack. A pair of black and white wings appeared on Ling Xiao's back as he soared into the sky and chased after Timur Mewtwo. His expression was cold, without any fear. In his eyes, the only target was the old dog, Timur Mewtwo. Could he kill him? He wouldn't ask himself such a question. Because a swordsman didn't need to doubt himself. Especially in a situation where he already had the upper hand, doubting himself was akin to committing suicide. This was the best time for Ling Xiao to kill Timur Mewtwo. He didn't know if he could obtain this kind of power in the future, so he had to kill this old dog here. At the same time, he could also gain valuable experience in dealing with yin-yang realm experts. Ling Xiao's speed was even faster than Timur Mewtwo's. Although Mewtwo could display the strength of an early yin-yang realm expert, he was still heavily injured. Every time he used his yin-yang energy, his injuries would become more serious. In order to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, he didn't hesitate to transform. This made his injuries worsen faster. But he had no choice. Facing the current Ling Xiao, Timur Mewtwo didn't know what to do. He could only risk his life. Standing on the ground, Feng Zhon's expression was uncertain. He knew that once Ling Xiao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Although Ling Xiao was very scary now, Feng Zhon knew that he had to take action. When Ling Xiao attacked Timur Mewtwo with all his strength, he had to take action and kill Ling Xiao. Only then could he relieve his worries. Yellow sand filled the sky. A figure flew in the sky like a fairy. Her figure was beautiful, and her eyes were beautiful. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Behind her was a group of soldiers in special uniforms. They were riding demon wolves trained by Northern Desert City. The color of their uniforms was very similar to the color of the desert. When they were still, it was almost impossible to tell the difference. At the front of the group were two women. One of them was as cold as ice. Even in the hot desert, she was as cold as ice. She was Cold Plum. The other person exuded a sense of nobility and arrogance. Her innate aristocratic temperament made her stand out from the rest of the women. She was Haim Myung-K. Cold Plum, why did the Moon Lady suddenly appear in the Divine Phoenix continent? Haim Myung-K looked at the woman in the sky and asked nervously. I don't know. Cold Plum shook her head. She really didn't know. Of course she knew who the Moon Lady was. She was the only woman Ling Xiao had expressed his love for. And she was very powerful and terrifying. Why did the Moon Lady come to the divine Phoenix continent? In fact, it was not for anything else. Because when she sent Ling Xiao away, she left a trace of her vitality in Ling Xiao's body. As long as Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would be able to sense it. Many times before, although Ling Xiao had encountered a lot of trouble, he had been able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. But this time, the Moon Lady felt that the yin-yang vitality she had left in Ling Xiao's body was about to disappear. So she ignored everyone's objections and went to the divine Phoenix continent alone, following Ling Xiao's aura all the way. Chapter 1084. In the desert, the Moon Lady encountered the Dark Assassin team that was rushing over to find Ling Xiao. That was how it was. She had traveled day and night without resting for a moment. She had traveled from Heaven's Choice Academy to here. She could only relax when she saw Ling Xiao. Although the disappearance of the yin-yang yuan qi might not mean that Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she wasn't willing to take the risk even if there was a slight possibility. She had lived for more than 100,000 years, and Ling Xiao was the only one who dared to say that he liked her and wanted to protect her. She also felt this kid's true intentions. She didn't seem to care, but she was very happy in her heart. She didn't want her man to die like this. She had to save him. What is that place? The Moon Lady suddenly looked in the direction of the poisonous desert and asked. Your Highness, that is the poisonous desert. The Scorpion Men tribe and Lizard Men tribe live there. It is very dangerous. A member of the Dark Assassin team answered. Let's go there. The Moon Lady didn't explain anything. She didn't need to. Her powerful strength had convinced these members of the Dark Assassin team. At the same time, Ling Xiao was still chasing after Timur Mewtwo on top of the collapsed palace in the Scorpion Men tribe. This scene was very strange. If Timur Mewtwo was chasing after Ling Xiao, it would be understandable. But now, it was the other way around. What angered Timur Mewtwo the most was that his speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao. He wanted to use this opportunity to change the situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword attack gave him no time to do so. He could only keep running. He kept dodging. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He looked a little miserable. Damn it! Timur Mewtwo roared in his heart. He was one of the Grand Tutors of the Black Crow Empire and a top yin-yang realm expert. But now, he was being bullied by a dog. He was actually being chased around by a brat like Ling Xiao. If this spread out, he would lose all face. Suddenly, he saw Feng Zhon move on the ground. Feng Zhon was also very depressed. He was a general of the Black Crow Empire. He was insufferably arrogant on the battlefield. He was also famous in the Black Crow Empire. However, he was fooled by a stinky brat. If he didn't take advantage of the battle between Ling Xiao and Timur Mewtwo to kill Ling Xiao, when would he be able to do so? Suddenly, he transformed into a black crow as well. A black light soared into the sky. His sharp claws contained powerful, heavenly elemental energy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He had to kill Ling Xiao. Shameless. Xie Li became anxious and soared into the sky at the same time. Unfortunately, she was a scorpion woman, not a black crow. She could not fly. Even though he could temporarily soar into the air, his speed was still much slower. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Zhon attacked Ling Xiao from behind, but there was nothing he could do. Shadow body. Ling Xiao was still there, but he had turned into a shadow. He had no face, no expression, no shadow that a human body should have. The fifth step of the profound meaning of light was light body. He could transform into light to dodge attacks and attack enemies. The fifth step of the profound meaning of shadow was shadow body. He could not dodge any attacks but could devour everything, including energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a human-shaped black hole. The moment Feng Zhon saw the shadow, he felt a strong sense of danger. He wanted to dodge, but his body was out of his control. A powerful suction force pulled him into the black shadow. Disappeared. The powerful Feng Zhon, the half-step yin-yang realm Feng Zhon, he actually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. What the hell? People didn't know what happened, but they knew Feng Zhon's aura had disappeared. What did it mean? It meant death. Ling Xiao actually used such a strange method to kill Feng Zhon. For a moment, they found it hard to accept. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. Sneak attack from behind. Extremely shameless. Death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao's cold voice echoed in the air. Then, he looked at Timur Mewtwo. Old dog, you must feel bad seeing your capable subordinate killed by me, right? But who asked you to be so useless? You can't even protect your own subordinate. Do you deserve to be called the Grand Tutor? Hateful. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Timur Mewtwo had never suffered such humiliation since he started practicing martial arts. A mere human martial artist had actually killed his most capable assistant right in front of him. What a great humiliation! How could he tolerate this? Hehe, you want to tear me into pieces? I really don't know which old dog was the one who was chased around by me. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He was actually quite helpless. Originally, he had saved the real big move for Timur Mewtwo to enjoy. Unfortunately, Feng Zhon had blocked it. This had given Timur Mewtwo a chance to regroup. As the saying goes, the first drum will be strong, the second will be weak, and the third will be exhausted. It was probably impossible for him to kill Mewtwo now. But even so, he still wanted to leave a deep impression on Timur Mewtwo. If he didn't scare this old dog away, everything he had done today would be in vain. You have a sharp tongue. It's a pity that you've already used up your trump card, but I haven't really made my move yet. Timur Mewtwo swallowed a pill. In an instant, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding and he became spirited. The most terrifying thing was that his aura had returned to its original state. Yin-yang reversal pill. You actually have such a thing. Ling Xiao had seen this type of pill in the primordial divine pills scripture. After consuming it, it could completely heal one's injuries. Furthermore, one's physical strength and inner strength would also be completely restored. However, after 2 hours, one would return to their original state and their injuries would worsen. It seems that Timur Mewtwo was really forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this kind of thing. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, boy, you're indeed very powerful. You've given me too many surprises today. But since you've killed Feng Zhon, you must be buried with him. Mewtwo didn't want to waste time because the yin-yang reversal pill only had an effect of 2 hours. He suddenly approached Ling Xiao in the air. A powerful aura assaulted Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao was forced back dozens of meters. He didn't even have the ability to stay in the air. Was this Timur Mewtwo's full strength? It was simply incomparable. Too terrifying. Almost everyone thought so. But Ling Xiao's face still had a smile on it. Buried with him? You should go. I don't even know him. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to bravely move forward. If he ran away, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, when Timur Mewtwo's strength had completely recovered, he wouldn't be able to escape because his speed was no longer comparable to Timur Mewtwo's. He could only fight with his back to the river. Chapter 1085. What was a swordsman? What was a warrior? Only by being fearless and cutting off all obstacles in front of him could he be considered strong. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he could still remain calm. He would never retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. This was a warrior, this was a swordsman, and Ling Xiao was such a person. Even though he knew that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. What? You still want to fight with me? Timur Mewtwo's voice became bone-chilling, with some disdain and pity. You are a smart person. You should know that with your current strength, you can't even touch a hair of mine. You can't even touch one of mine. You are always so arrogant, but don't forget that you have already lost twice in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and his aura gathered again. He could feel that the human king's power that he had just extracted was about to be exhausted. This attack might decide whether he could drive away Timur Mewtwo today. Therefore, he did not hold back. He did not intend to hold back either. Behind him, the eye of the world in the sky changed. It was no longer changing inscriptions, but a world. Night and day alternated, and a power emerged that made Timur Mewtwo very uncomfortable. Pretending to be mysterious, Timur Mewtwo clasped his palms together, and a terrifying power condensed in his palms. Then it slowly separated, forming a black rhombus-shaped object. Everyone could feel that this black rhombus-shaped object contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was a power that Ling Xiao could not block at all. However, Ling Xiao seemed to not see anything. He just condensed his sword move as if there was no one around. Light and shadow escape. Kill. It was the same move, but its power could not be mentioned in the same breath. A dazzling golden light collided with the black rhombus-shaped object. Clang. A crisp sound of collision rang out, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The tip of his sword only left a small scratch on the rhombus-shaped object. This old man has already said that your next attack will be useless. Timur Mewtwo sneered, and then the rhombus-shaped object suddenly began to spin. The golden crow sword trembled continuously, showing signs of breaking. Crack. Strange cracks appeared on the golden crow sword. Ha ha ha, this is your best weapon, right? What will you do if it breaks? Timur Mewtwo was very happy. After being suppressed by Ling Xiao for such a long time, he felt as if he was suffering from internal injuries. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Are you that happy? Your opponent is just an 8 desolate heaven cultivator. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. And don't you know that I'm very cunning? Tai Chi sword body. It was still the 5th step of the light and shadow profound meaning, but it was a fusion of the body of shadow and body of light. At this moment, Ling Xiao had actually transformed into a sharp sword. On this sword, there was a clear distinction between black and white. It actually evolved into a huge Taiji diagram. Light and shadow intertwined. The fusion of black and white. This sword was not only incomparably sharp and capable of destroying everything, it was also extremely flexible and unfathomable. The seemingly slow sword was actually astonishingly fast. Everyone had a very contradictory illusion. That sword clearly looked so slow that it seemed as if everyone could dodge or dodge it. But in fact, he was so fast. So close yet worlds apart might be describing this sword move. With a slight movement, he could cross a long distance. Danger. Timur Mewtwo felt extreme danger. He tried to use his fastest speed to dodge the attack. But in the end, it was still too late. This sword pierced through his body, leaving a huge Taiji diagram on his chest. The strange diagram was like a demon's curse. One black and one white. The white half was completely empty. The internal organs and flesh in his body were nowhere to be found. The black half was the body that had been completely charred. It had been completely turned into charcoal. This wound was circular and more than a foot in diameter. Everyone saw it clearly, and it was a ghastly sight. Time seemed to stop. Timur Mewtwo looked at his wound. He couldn't believe this result at all. He couldn't accept it. What kind of move was this? That brat had never used it before. He had been plotted against again. He had to escape. Timur Mewtwo felt his life force rapidly depleting. He had to find a place to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he might really die. Ling Xiao, just you wait. This old man will definitely not let you off. Timur Mewtwo ran away. Because he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't lost any energy at all. This made him really afraid. Facing such a cunning and terrifying young man, he felt that he had to think carefully about his battle plan. Right. He still had hundreds of thousands of troops that had retreated to the vicinity of the Scorpion Men tribe. Previously, he had planned to use them as a precaution. Now, he could use them. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could survive the attack of hundreds of thousands of troops. Seeing Timur Mewtwo run away, the Lizard Men, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners also tried to escape. Sister Xie Li, don't let them escape. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. He had used more energy than his body could handle. During the battle, he didn't feel anything wrong, but now he felt uncomfortable. His body felt like it was going to fall apart at any time. But he could only pretend, because he was afraid that Timur Mewtwo would find out. Once that old man found out, he really wouldn't have any power to resist. Xie Li made her move. With her strength at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, Killing those Heaven Realm martial practitioners was just like playing around. In addition, many of the Scorpion Men tribe's martial practitioners had also recovered their battle strength thanks to Ling Xiao's pills, so they all joined in the battle. Ling Xiao had chased away the most terrifying enemy for them. What happened next? They had to rely on themselves. Thousands of Lizard Men and hundreds of Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners were all killed on the ruins. There was no sympathy on the battlefield. There was no need for sympathy. Moreover, the Scorpion Men tribe had lost more than 20,000 people this time. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge in anger. The battle ended. All the Scorpion Men surrounded Ling Xiao and knelt down. They worshipped this young man. It was this 16-year-old boy who had broken the norm and created a miracle. Not only did he kill Feng Zhon and Li Bi, but he also defeated Timur Mewtwo. Bang! Ling Xiao fell heavily to the ground. Xie Li immediately rushed over to help him up. I'm afraid I can't do it. I used the forbidden power this time. My body will be completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so weak that he almost couldn't speak. No, you can't die. You can't die. I'll take you to the blood mirror pool. Xie Li stood up with Ling Xiao in her arms. Her eyes were filled with determination. Xie Li, the blood mirror pool is the forbidden area of our Scorpion Men tribe. Only the king is qualified to enter. A Scorpion man reminded. Chapter 1086. Someone reminded Xie Li that the blood mirror pool was a forbidden place for Scorpion Men and the cultivation place of the Scorpion King. So what? I only know that in this situation, only the water of the blood mirror pool can save Ling Xiao. Do you want to watch him die? Is this how we Scorpion Men treat our benefactor? Xie Li said furiously. I'm just saying. Don't be angry. What I mean is, can he withstand the water of the blood mirror pool? What if he dies because of it? The Scorpion man smiled bitterly. Xie Li looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Young master, do you want to go or not? I'll go. Ling Xiao had no choice. He was not afraid of death. But he did not want to die. Since the blood mirror pool gave him a chance to survive, he had to try. He was not afraid of Timur and Mewtwo. How could he be afraid of cultivating in a forbidden place like the blood mirror pool? The blood mirror pool was not a small pool. After being taken in by Xie Li, Ling Xiao found that the winding paths led to a secluded place. The space was very large and the structure was extremely complicated. If someone who was not familiar with the place entered, he would definitely be trapped inside. At the entrance, Xie Li was so nervous that she did not know how to proceed. Because she had never been in this place before, she did not know which path to choose. The third path from the right. Ling Xiao said. Xie Li was stunned for a moment, but she still walked over as he said. Although his body was extremely weak, Ling Xiao's soul was still very normal. Relying on his powerful soul force, it was not difficult for him to determine the correct path. There was a strange atmosphere in the deep path, which made people feel very depressed. Xie Li hugged Ling Xiao tighter. On the one hand, she did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she was afraid. At the front of the road, there were faint flashes of light. Xie Li heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had never been here before, she had heard the Scorpion King mention the general scene of entering the blood mirror pool. Since there was light in front, it was basically right. As they got closer, the light became even brighter. After passing through the dark path, Ling Xiao and Xie Li were surprised to find that there was a huge space inside. The space inside was no smaller than the Scorpion King's palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a blazing ball of fire. The strange thing was that the fireball was actually in the shape of a three-dimensional Taiji diagram. In other words, it was the Tai Chi ball. Half of it was white and the other half was black. You have me in you, and I have you in me, exuding a gentle glow. There was a small room near the Tai Chi ball. It should be the place where the Scorpion King usually cultivated. The room was not big, but it was made of special materials that could absorb both black and white energy at the same time. Sister Xie Li, is this the blood mirror pool? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little confused. Wasn't the blood mirror pool supposed to be a pool of water? I don't know either. This is different from what the Scorpion King described. According to the Scorpion King scroll, there should be a small blood pool at the end of the tunnel. Inside it is the most precious treasure of our tribe, the blood mirror. Xie Li forced a smile. Is there a mistake? Ling Xiao was stunned. When he checked the tunnel with his soul power, he found that 2 of the tunnels had the effect of assisting in healing and cultivation. However, this one was obviously stronger. Could it be that this was a place that even the Scorpion King had never been to? What was going on with that room? Ling Xiao's mind was a little confused. Forget it, he just needed to trust his intuition. Sister Xie Li, take me there. Ling Xiao made up his mind. This was the choice that his soul told him to make. He believed that it could not be wrong. Xie Li nodded and walked toward the Tai Chi ball with Ling Xiao in her arms. Just as they approached the Tai Chi ball, the huge ball actually spun faster. Then, the black side produced a terrifying suction force, sucking the 2 of them in. Sister Xie Li, hold on to me. Ling Xiao's voice was heard in the darkness. Xie Li thought that Ling Xiao was afraid. However, she did not know that the moment Ling Xiao was sucked in by the Tai Chi ball, he felt the terrifying power of the Tai Chi ball. Without hesitation, he released his Mountain River martial soul. Only the Mountain River martial soul could resist this terrifying power. If Xie Li was too far away, she would definitely die. The sun and the moon alternated, and day and night rotated. Ling Xiao could feel that the Mountain River martial soul started to spin faster. The Mountain River martial soul devoured, absorbed, and transformed the 2 terrifying energies released by the Tai Chi ball. Xie Li held Ling Xiao tightly as the energy from the Mountain River martial soul seeped into her body. Sister Xie Li, don't let your imagination run wild. Start cultivating. I don't know what the Tai Chi ball is, but for now, it's very beneficial to both of us. It will definitely help you improve your cultivation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xie Li nodded and closed her eyes. She let the energy flow into her body instead of resisting it. Ling Xiao did not resist either. The energy of the Tai Chi ball, which had been transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, seeped into every part of his body and began to repair his almost shattered internal organs and heaven veins. His flesh and blood became pure energy. Ling Xiao's body started a new evolution. After this evolution, his understanding of the light and shadow ultimacy would most likely be greatly improved. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's speculation. Based on the current situation, his judgment should be correct. Because everything was progressing in a good direction. The Tai Chi ball became smaller and smaller, while the red sun in the Mountain River martial soul became bigger and bigger. The eye of the world also began to undergo some special changes. It became smaller and smaller until it finally merged into Ling Xiao's left eye. It was no longer a separate ability from Ling Xiao's body. Instead, it became the ability of Ling Xiao himself. The color of the left eye also started to change. The eyeball turned into a Tai Chi ball. It started to rotate and release terrifying energy. It was completely connected with the spirit ocean. The left eye could not only see through all the flaws of martial arts, but also the scene hundreds of miles away. It could also release terrifying soul power to control the souls of the enemies. What was even more frightening was that several of the original abilities of soul judgment had been integrated into his left eye. The predecessor of the soul judgment was the soul dice. It was a secret skill of the soul. However, whether it was a secret skill or not, it was still an external thing. However, it was different now. It was no longer a secret skill. It had become the ability of Ling Xiao himself. There was no need to cultivate it. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, it would continue to strengthen. Tai Chi Eye. That's right. I'll call you Tai Chi Eye. Tai Chi Eye was a special ability. It could be concealed. If one wanted to use it, he could activate it with his soul power. In this way, he could hide this terrifying ability. It would become more terrifying in future battles. Chapter 1087. Soon after, the Tai Chi ball disappeared completely. It was forcibly divided and devoured by the mountain and river martial spirit and finally transformed into light and shadow energy. Most of it was absorbed by Ling Xiao's body, while a small part was integrated into Xie Li's body. What a terrifying mountain and river martial spirit. It could really contain and control everything. Ling Xiao was very clear about how terrifying the Tai Chi ball was. That kind of terrifying power could actually be absorbed and transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit. How terrifying was the mountain and river martial spirit? The birth of the Tai Chi Eye made Ling Xiao realize something else. His light and shadow ultimacy also entered the sixth step. This time, the light and shadow ultimacy was related to the eyes. Although he was a swordsman, it did not affect his ability to use other attacks. Ling Xiao was good at freely controlling energy. Although his power was more systematic and he only focused on the use and improvement of the mountain and river martial spirit, he did not need to be restricted to the sword. The mountain and river martial spirit seems to have advanced. It has now reached the early stage of the wandering soul stage. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what would happen if he released the mountain and river martial spirit to attack the enemy. However, he still held back. This thing was his trump card. It was his secret weapon. Basically, he would not use it until the last moment. He could feel that in addition to the strengthening of his martial spirit and the advancement of the light and shadow ultimacy, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the eight desolate heaven. His cultivation breakthrough was not fast, mainly because most of the energy was used to transform his body. Now, if he used his body to display the body of light and body of shadow, it would be easier for him to do so. Previously, he was affected by his body size. Whether it was light or shadow, they could only reach the same size as his body. But now, there was no such restriction. This kind of progress was very terrifying. If it had been like this before, his last move, the Tai Chi sword body, could have killed Timur Mewtwo directly. He looked back at Xie Li. This enchanting sister was still cultivating and had not woken up. It seemed that Xie Li's body was not nourished by the Tai Chi ball, but her cultivation breakthrough should be much better than Ling Xiao's. Without disturbing Xie Li, Ling Xiao jumped into the room. As expected, the room was not big. There was a mirror inside. This huge mirror had already rotted when he touched it. While Ling Xiao sighed, he also looked at the words beside the mirror. These words were very ancient, but they were not a problem when the Tai Chi Eye was opened. The human king came to save the scorpion tribe. He gave us the mirror Tai Chi, which could suppress the fire of yin and yang. Over time, it formed the Tai Chi ball, which was the last weapon of the scorpion tribe, the human king. Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. He Xue Li's king. He had heard from Xie Li that the human king had once saved the scorpion men from the tyrannical rule of the lizard men. Xie Li did not know there was a treasure mirror yang mirror. The Tai Chi mirror's energy source was the Tai Chi ball. At the same time, it was also the magic treasure that suppressed the Tai Chi ball. Li was mirror was the Li she was she spirit Chi, mirror was Li. Even the human king did not expect that the ultimate weapon he left for the scorpion tribe would be eaten by Ling Xiao. Of course, there was no point in not eating it. There seemed to be some problems in the process, so the scorpion tribe did not know about this ultimate weapon. Otherwise, if this thing was used to deal with Timur Mewtwo, the scorpion tribe would not be as unlucky as they were now. This was probably what the ancients often said: do not force what you don't have in your life. Sometimes, you have to have it. An hour had passed. Outside the blood mirror pool, the scorpion men were checking everywhere in the tribe, hoping to find those who were still alive. At this moment, rosy clouds flew in the sky. A ray of moonlight descended in the daytime. The scorpion men warriors knelt down to pray. They thought it was a fairy descending to the mortal world. When they saw it clearly, they realized it was a peerless beauty. However, this beauty did not look good. She was anxious and angry. Rumble. Moments after this peerless beauty appeared, a group of dozens of cavalrymen also appeared. These people were all riding demon wolves that had been carefully selected and raised. They were huge and were good at running in the wild. Where is Ling Xiao? The fairy spoke while the scorpion men warriors were shocked. Her voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Haha, may I ask where fairy is from? We have never heard of such a person as Ling Xiao, much less seen him. One of the scorpion warriors stepped forward and said respectfully, "This queen does not want to waste words with you. Ling Xiao's aura is on this mountain. Will you obediently tell me his whereabouts, or will this queen destroy this mountain and kill all of you? I don't care who you are, where you come from, or how powerful you are. Hero Ling is the benefactor of our scorpion tribe. We will not hand him over to you no matter what. Stop dreaming. A child who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old among the scorpion men roared. Oh! The Moon Maiden's lips curled into a smile. Then she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, the little guy was already in her hand. If you are not willing to tell me where Ling Xiao is, I will kill this little guy. The Moon Maiden said coldly. You look as beautiful as a fairy, but how can you be so vicious? He is just a child. Come at us. The strongest scorpion warriors stepped forward and glared at the Moon Maiden as they roared. Let's go. You! The Moon Maiden sneered disdainfully. With a wave of her hand, those warriors who were at the Grotto Heaven realm and were only weaker than Xie Li were easily sent flying. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where Ling Xiao is and you will not die. The Moon Maiden's voice became even colder. Although we scorpion men are not good people, we will never betray our benefactor. You can kill us or torture us as you wish. The scorpion men warriors might not be as noble as these people said, but those who would betray had already done so. Those who stayed were all loyal warriors who valued friendship and loyalty. These scorpion men did not surrender to Feng Zhon, so they would not surrender to the Moon Maiden. Haha, not bad. The Moon Maiden gently put down the scorpion man-child. She did this to prevent anyone from lying to her. If these people were not willing to betray Ling Xiao even in the face of death, then they could be trusted. The scorpion men warriors were stunned. They did not know what the Moon Maiden was up to. Just as Haim Myung-K stepped forward to explain the situation, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark yellow sand swept over like ants all over the desert. Chapter 1088. Oh no, that Timur Mewtwo is back. There are hundreds of thousands of Black Crow soldiers. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's just fight. Our benefactor has already done everything he could for us. This time, let's protect ourselves. The scorpion warriors quickly gathered together. They no longer looked at the Moon Lady and the others. Instead, they looked at the group of people in the sky. The Moon Lady retracted her aura and waited quietly. She relaxed because she felt that Ling Xiao's aura did not continue to weaken. Instead, it seemed to have broken out of its cocoon and become stronger. That kid must have gotten lucky again. Since that's the case, I'll help you clean up your enemies. The Moon Lady smiled and looked at the group of invaders. Where's Ling Xiao? Timur Mewtwo roared. Old dog Mewtwo, stop dreaming. Even if you kill all of us scorpion men, we won't betray our benefactor. Good, very good. Then I'll kill all of you today. Mewtwo's injuries had not healed, but they were temporarily under control. He rushed back because he wanted to take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. He did not want Ling Xiao to escape. If Ling Xiao escaped back to the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would not be so easy for him to kill him. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady asked calmly. Hey, when did such a beautiful girl come? Who is Ling Xiao to you? Timur Mewtwo was stunned for a moment before asking. He's my man. The Moon Lady replied. Man? Ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. You came at the right time. I really want to see what kind of expression that brat Ling Xiao will have when he sees you being sullied by me. Listen to my orders. Leave those 3 girls behind. Kill the rest. Timur Mewtwo gave the order. The crowd began to surround and attack. The Black Stone Mountain was almost packed with people, and there was almost no space for them to stand. Don't attack. The Moon Lady said softly when she saw that Haim Myung-K and the others were about to attack. Hearing this, everyone from Dark Thorn couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Although they didn't know how terrifying the Moon Lady was, they could sense her terrifying aura. Coupled with Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum, they were deeply afraid of this fairy-like woman. To provoke this person, one's life would not be long. The Moon Maiden smiled brightly. For so many years, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Not only do you want to kill my man, you also want to defile me. I find it very interesting. Her voice rang out. A bright moon suddenly rose in the sky. This light had already covered up the blazing sunlight. Accept the baptism of the bright moon. As her voice fell, the bright moon suddenly shone brightly, and the moonlight illuminated the entire Blackstone ruins. Screams rang out one after another. In front of her, it was as if those soldiers were no longer humans, but straws that were being harvested. This was the role of the strong. If there was no Ji Ning in the northern desert city, if the Black Crow army did not have Timur Mewtwo, it would have been useless no matter how many people they brought. Although the combined power of an army was very terrifying, it was meaningless if the difference in power was too great. Just like today, the remaining few 100,000 soldiers of the Black Crow army were almost all killed by the Moon Maiden in one move. Only a few Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were still alive. And these people were all seriously injured. Kill. The Moon Maiden would not attack the survivors a second time, so Cold Plum raised the sharp blade in her hand. Kill. Dozens of people from the Dark Thorn roared in unison, their murderous aura filling the sky. What a terrifying woman, what a terrifying team. In this team, the weakest one should be at least at the Avalon of 5 elements. The warriors from the Scorpion tribe were all frightened. The Moon Maiden's power was beyond their imagination. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of people were turned into ashes. Was this something that a human could do? It was too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. The Dark Thorn cleaned up the battlefield, and the only one alive was Timur Mewtwo. At this moment, Timur Mewtwo was completely scared out of his wits. Even when he was at his peak, he could kill tens of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers with one move. But this woman could easily destroy hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers. How terrifying was her power! She was Ling Xiao's woman? No wonder that brat was so arrogant. Wasn't he too lucky? Timur Mewtwo did not think too much about it. He turned and fled. Even when he was at his peak, he did not dare to fight with such a woman. Moreover, he did not even have 10% of his power now. If he did not run, would he stay and die? Moon has tears. A heavenly voice sounded from the Moon Maiden's mouth, and a tear-like radiance caught up with Timur Mewtwo. Timur Mewtwo's body shook violently, and then he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. It's over. It's completely over. He was extremely regretful now. He regretted provoking Ling Xiao. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, he could not have predicted the future. How could he have known that there was such a terrifying woman behind Ling Xiao? When the warriors from the Scorpion tribe saw this, they were completely dumbfounded. Who was Timur Mewtwo? He had actually been defeated so easily by this fairy-like woman. Was she still human? She was simply a fairy who had descended from the 9th heaven. They knelt down again. It seemed that their previous prayers were not wrong. This fairy was not here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. She was Ling Xiao's woman. Then wouldn't Ling Xiao also be an immortal? A relatively backward tribe like this believed in gods. Although they believed in the Scorpion god, it did not prevent them from worshipping other gods. The Scorpion god did not save their tribe, but Ling Xiao and this fairy did. They could still tell the difference between good and bad. Cold Plum, I'll leave him to you. I'll go find Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden did not even look at Timur Mewtwo. Her attack had completely destroyed Timur Mewtwo's cultivation. Now, even an ordinary person could kill the seriously injured Timur Mewtwo on the spot, let alone Cold Plum. Yes, Your Highness. He was called the Moon Maiden. Timur Mewtwo finally knew who he had fallen into. He had indeed heard of the Moon Maiden. She was the strongest person on the Heavenly Dragon continent, a fairy who had lived for more than 100,000 years. He actually wanted to defile such a woman. He was really blind. He deserved it. But he was not willing to die like this. Your Highness Moon Maiden, may I say something? Timur Mewtwo said loudly. Speak. Your Highness, you are a hero of the Sacred Dynasty. You must want to rebuild the Sacred Dynasty. If you are willing to let me live, then our Black Crow Empire can send troops to help you attack the true demonic empire. This way, the Sacred Dynasty can be rebuilt. Timur Mewtwo said. I'm not interested in that. I only care about him. The Moon Maiden said faintly. Chapter 1089. It had been more than 100,000 years. The Moon Lady was used to the chaos of the dynasty. So what if the sacred dynasty existed? It had nothing to do with her. She only had Ling Xiao in her heart. Your Highness, why don't we imprison him first and make a decision after we find Ling Xiao? Perhaps Ling Xiao can use him. Haim Myung-K suggested. Okay, we'll do as you say. The Moon Lady nodded in agreement. She really didn't care if she killed Timur Mewtwo or not. After all, she would have a chance to kill him in the future. She turned to look at the Scorpion warriors and said, "Where's Ling Xiao?" "Fairy, Ling Xiao was severely injured by this old man. His body is about to shatter. Our commander Scorpion Li brought him into the forbidden area." At this moment, the Scorpion man naturally had nothing to hide. Hearing this, the Moon Lady suddenly slapped out without any warning. The moonlight palm wind blasted onto Timur Mewtwo's body. Timur Mewtwo, who still had a little hope of survival, died with his eyes wide open. "You shouldn't have injured him, and you shouldn't have almost killed him," the Moon Lady muttered to herself. Then, she looked at the Scorpion man and said, "Lead the way. I want to go to the forbidden area." Yes. The Scorpion warriors weren't idiots. The Moon Lady could easily kill a Yin-Yang realm warrior, the Grand Tutor of the Black Crow Empire, and the God of War who had been famous in the Black Crow Empire for decades. If he wanted to destroy their tribe, it would only take a flick of his finger. They weren't that stupid. Furthermore, they knew that the Moon Lady wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Why couldn't she go to the forbidden area? The door to the Blood Mirror Pool was tightly shut. The Moon Lady coldly slapped out with her palm. The entire mountain shook, and huge rocks collapsed. However, the door didn't move at all. "It seems that there's a formation on the door. Unfortunately, I don't understand it." The Moon Lady sighed and said, "Cold Plum, Haim Myung-K, go back. Go back and tell your great General Ji Ning that Ling Xiao is fine. I'll wait here alone." She knew that Ling Xiao was fine, so she didn't worry anymore. However, she didn't want to leave just like that. From today onward, unless Ling Xiao asked her to leave, she wouldn't leave Ling Xiao no matter what. This man was the driving force for her to continue living. Without him, she was bored. "We're not leaving. Just leave the matter of delivering the letter to the albatross. We're going to wait here." Although Lung Mai was afraid of the Moon Lady, there was nothing to discuss on this matter. The Moon Lady didn't say anything. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to wait. "Fairy, why don't you find a place to stay first? To be honest, the Blood Mirror Pool is where the king of our Scorpion Men tribe cultivates. Every time he goes in, it'll take at least a month. Sometimes, it'll take a few years before he comes out. It's not a good idea to wait here forever." The Scorpion Men were all very emotional. As expected of their savior, Ling Xiao had so many people willing to protect and wait for him here. Even their only surviving commander, Xie Li, didn't hesitate to break the tribe's rules and bring Ling Xiao into the forbidden area to heal. This was probably what they meant by a just cause enjoys abundant support. "Dark Thorn, come with me to hunt nearby. Be prepared for a long wait." Haim Myung-K stood up. Since they had to wait for a long time, they had to prepare food and drink. "There's no need to trouble you. Our tribe has been saved by our savior, so there's nothing we can do. Just leave the food to us. After all, we're more familiar with this place." A deputy commander of the Scorpion Men tribe said. "Then we'll have to trouble you. Everyone, take a rest here." Haim Myung-K nodded and didn't say anything else. Waiting was nothing. Haim Myung-K's life was saved by Ling Xiao. As for the other members of the Dark Thorn, it was needless to say. Ling Xiao had almost single-handedly changed the situation in Northern Desert City. Although the people and civilians of Northern Desert City had to stay in Northern Desert Pass temporarily, they had been betrayed by their own people. However, that was because he was betrayed by his own people, not because Ling Xiao was useless. Ever since that battle, they had both admired and trusted Ling Xiao. They no longer had the unconvinced attitude they had when they first started following Ling Xiao. Let alone a few years, even if they had to wait here for decades, they could just stay. It was better than going back and being destroyed by those dirty political schemes. Xie Li was still cultivating in the blood mirror pool. Ling Xiao continued to observe the situation in the room. Although the Tai Chi mirror was destroyed, there was still a stone coffin in the room. It seemed that the stone coffin hadn't been opened for a long time. It was tightly sealed. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see some secret inscriptions flashing constantly. It should be a magic array. As a magic array master, Ling Xiao didn't know what the magic array was, but the analytical ability of the Tai Chi eye was too strong. In just a moment, the functions, flaws, and components of the magic array appeared in his mind one by one. Although it's powerful, it's a pity that it hasn't been maintained for a long time. It can't stop me at all. Looking at the stone coffin, Ling Xiao smiled and then pointed at several places on the stone coffin. After a while, with a click, the lid of the stone coffin was obviously loosened. What on earth was in it? He took a deep breath and prepared himself. Then he slowly opened the stone coffin. The moment the stone coffin was opened, Ling Xiao was stunned. There was nothing in the stone coffin. It was empty. But that's not right. Why would an empty stone coffin be so tightly protected by a magic array? There must be a problem. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a black shadow suddenly sat up from the stone coffin. To be honest, without the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao couldn't see this black shadow at all. Because this black shadow wasn't a physical body, but a soul in the truest sense. This was something that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only soul force could sense it. Of course, the Tai Chi eye had its special features. Naturally, it could see it. Eye of light. The moment he saw the black shadow, Ling Xiao felt danger. At that moment, he used the sixth step of the profound meaning of light that he had just comprehended, eye of light. Although the power of eye of light relied on the power of light and the profound meaning of light, it required the Tai Chi eye to release. At that moment, all the darkness was about to be dispelled. Light descended upon the world. The living could be healed, while the dead would be dispelled. The black shadow howled and flew back into the stone coffin. It curled up in a dark corner and couldn't move. Ling Xiao sneered, and the Tai Chi eye moved again. Eye of the immortal pot. The immortal pot was a soul secret technique, and now it had Ling Xiao's eye technique. The black shadow was illuminated by the light until it was extremely weak. Then, it was absorbed into the eye of the immortal pot and entered an isolated space. This space was connected to the mountain river world. It was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Chapter 1090. Tell me, what are you doing? Why did you sneak attack me? Ling Xiao's soul entered the mountain river world and asked the black figure coldly. Damn it, I was sealed by the human king for so many years. I wanted to occupy your body, but who knew that you had the same ability as the human king? I hate it. As it spoke, the black figure finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a huge black lizard. Its size was a little similar to a black dragon. You're the lizard ancestor? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, the lizard race's strength started with me, the black figure said. Liar, the lizard ancestor has been sealed for almost 100,000 years. You don't have a body, how can you still be alive? Ling Xiao said coldly. Kid, how can you talk to the ancestor like that? Ancestor? Yes, you're the lizard ancestor, but here, you can only listen to me. Ling Xiao waved his hand gently, and the dazzling sunlight was aimed at the huge lizard shadow. Stop, stop. I'll tell you everything. Please don't torture me. The lizard ancestor only had his soul left. To be exact, it was just a soul, so it was naturally afraid of the sunlight's torture. It was just like how it was afraid of the eye of light. The reason I'm still alive is because I once cultivated a soul martial art from outer space, the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Primordial spirit? What's that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know, but there are martial artists in outer space who can cultivate their soul into a primordial spirit. Even if they don't have a body, they can still live forever. It's said that when they're strong enough, their primordial spirit can even leave their body. It's very terrifying. The lizard ancestor explained. Interesting, so you're not a soul now, but a so-called primordial spirit? Ling Xiao asked. How is that possible? If I really cultivated a primordial spirit, then the human king wouldn't be able to kill me. Unfortunately, I've only condensed a primordial spirit, so I'm still far from a primordial spirit. Source spirit. The cultivation levels in the primordial spirit remnant scroll are primordial spirit, shell emergence, night roaming, day roaming, object manipulation, manifestation, possession, lightning tribulation, and primordial spirit. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. Although his soul power was very strong, it originated from the natural increase of the mountain river martial spirit. He didn't know how to cultivate his soul. The lizard ancestor's primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely useful to Ling Xiao. Although it was only a remnant scroll and should not be complete, it was undoubtedly an excellent item for Ling Xiao, who lacked a soul cultivation method. However, judging from the lizard patriarch's situation, it was clear that the primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, why would this fella only cultivate to the first stage, the essence soul stage? This was too strange. Since the primordial spirit remnant scroll is so good, why did you only cultivate to the essence soul stage? Ling Xiao asked with a cold snort. It's all because of that human king guy. I was sealed not long after I obtained this thing. How could I have the chance to cultivate it? The lizard ancestor said with righteous indignation. I see. Ling Xiao felt that the lizard ancestor didn't seem to be lying. Kid, you were able to open the stone coffin today and save me. We can be considered to be fated. How about this? I'll pass the primordial spirit remnant scroll to you and you let me go? This is definitely a good deal for you. The lizard ancestor suddenly said with a smile, I see that your soul power is so strong, but it's a pity that you can't make better use of it. If you have the primordial spirit remnant scroll, everything will be different. Even if you don't cultivate martial arts, you can still roam the mystic world with your soul power alone. You're so kind. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm not being kind. I'm not a good person, but I just want to live. This is a deal. The lizard ancestor seemed to be sincere. Well, I have to think about this. Ling Xiao pondered. What are you thinking about? I can feel that you have a very strong martial soul, but you can't control it. Do you know why? The lizard ancestor said. Why? The lizard ancestor was right. Ling Xiao had always been curious. Logically speaking, his mountain river martial soul had merged with his soul and he should be able to control it easily. But in reality, the situation was not so. Obviously, there was a problem. It's simple. The martial soul was brought from the outer world by the human king. So the real cultivation and control of the martial soul also came from the outer world. Let me put it this way. The connection between the soul and the martial soul is much closer than the connection between the body and the martial soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the martial soul, and the easier it is to control it. The lizard ancestor seemed to be determined to make this deal with Ling Xiao, so he had to tell him all the benefits of cultivating the soul. I still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. You are obviously a genius. How can you be so stupid? To put it simply, the martial soul is actually the external form of the soul. But the current warriors don't understand it at all. They think that the martial soul will never change and will always have the same form. It's a big mistake. The lizard ancestor shook his head and said, the form and power of the martial soul are completely changed by the warrior's soul and cultivation. Do you know why some people awaken the sword martial soul and others awaken the saber martial soul or other martial souls? I don't know. It's good that you don't know. When you were born, was there a lot drawing activity? The elders put a pile of things in front of the children and then let them choose. Yes, I seem to understand something. In other words, the awakening of the martial soul is actually affected by the warrior's soul. Just like the lot drawing, if you get a sword, you will get a sword martial soul. If you get something else, you will get another martial soul. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. That's right. Basically, it's like that. But some warriors will be affected by external things during the awakening of the martial soul, such as bloodlines, martial arts manuals, weapons, inheritance, and so on. Ling Xiao completely understood the lizard ancestor's words. The reason why he was able to awaken the mountain river martial soul was because of the book he got from Hong Chi. He didn't understand it before, but now it was all clear. Most martial artists were passively adapting to their martial souls, and not actively transforming their martial souls. Although once the martial soul was formed, it was difficult to change its form. But in terms of power, combat methods, and so on, it could be upgraded and transformed. For example, if a person had a sword martial soul, at the beginning, it might only be the external form of a sword. It could enhance the warrior's attack. But if one deliberately transformed the sword martial soul to have more characteristics, it could continue to improve while maintaining the appearance of a sword. Just like a magic weapon, it could be continuously tempered. Chapter 1091. I understand now, I completely understand now. In the past, he was completely confused about martial spirits, but at this moment, it was completely clear. All right, I'll make the deal. He would not lose anything by letting the lizard ancestor leave after obtaining the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He had the Eye of Light, and the lizard ancestor could not hurt him in his current state. You're indeed a smart person. The lizard ancestor chuckled, and a memory was instantly transmitted to Ling Xiao's mind. Is this the primordial spirit remnant scroll? Ling Xiao carefully identified every word and sentence. He had never seen the real primordial spirit remnant scroll, but his mountain river martial soul could analyze if the words were reasonable and harmful. If the lizard patriarch tried to play tricks on him, he would not show any mercy. The lizard ancestor laughed in his heart. Kid, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to recognize if I slightly change some of the important words. Moreover, the words are from another world, so you won't know if there's a problem. He had a good plan. If Ling Xiao dared to cultivate the problematic primordial spirit remnant scroll, his soul would definitely be injured. When that happened, he would take the opportunity to seize Ling Xiao's body. In fact, there was one thing that he had not told the truth. His primordial spirit remnant scroll had not only reached the essence soul realm, but also the possession realm. In other words, as long as Ling Xiao's soul was injured, he could possess the body and suppress Ling Xiao's soul to gain control of the body. There was a difference between that and possession. After possession, the other party's soul would also be destroyed. However, possession could not do that, and the other party's soul would have to be suppressed at all times. However, the lizard ancestor was not afraid. In his opinion, his soul was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. As long as he had this opportunity, he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. Are you happy? Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. Of course, I'm happy. I'm about to regain my freedom. The lizard ancestor said with a smile. Still pretending? Although most of your primordial spirit remnant volume is real, there are a few key points that are obviously problematic. Do you really think I'm stupid? I was originally sincere in making a deal with you. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with this old bastard. If he refined this old bastard's soul, he could also obtain the primordial spirit remnant scroll and even this old bastard's martial arts. However, doing so would waste too much time and would be difficult in a short period of time. That was why he wanted to make this deal. But who would have thought that this old thing would be so crafty and actually want to harm him? How could he tolerate this? In the mountain river realm, the scorching sunlight completely enveloped the lizard patriarch. Here, the lizard patriarch could not move freely at all. He could only let the scorching sunlight slowly strip away his soul. I'll give you the real one. I'll give you the real primordial spirit remnant scroll. The lizard patriarch was truly afraid now. Do you regret it now? Too late. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words and his soul left the mountain river realm. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll could not be completed overnight. The lizard patriarch's soul could not be refined overnight either. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he should hurry back to the northern desert city. He did not forget that there were tens of thousands of brothers and more than 100,000 people waiting for him there. The imperial family of the divine Phoenix Empire had plotted against him and the Righteous Alliance had schemed against him, but those people and the Northern Desert Army had fought side by side with him to the end. He could still clearly distinguish between good and bad. At this moment, Xie Li had woken up from his cultivation. He looked excitedly at his own body, somewhat in disbelief. You broke through? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the yin-yang realm. Xie Li nodded. This was like a dream. She had directly advanced from the 10th grotto heaven to the first tier of the yin-yang realm, skipping the half-step yin-yang realm that most martial artists had to go through. This meant that she must have obtained an extremely strong power, so much so that she didn't need to accumulate at all and directly broke through to a higher realm. Congratulations, big sister Xie Li. Although the Scorpion Men tribe lost a Scorpion King in battle, another yin-yang realm expert has been born. At the very least, there shouldn't be any danger for now. Ling Xiao smiled. Young master, you must be joking. We Scorpion Men can't go against our blood oath. Since I said that I would become your slave, I can't go against it. Xie Li said very seriously. She was saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, she would have been humiliated by Blind Scorpion. The Scorpion Men tribe was also saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, the Scorpion Men tribe would have been completely destroyed by Timur and Mewtwo. Her breakthrough in cultivation was also because of Ling Xiao. She, Xie Li, was not a good person, but she was definitely someone who valued blood oaths very much. She would never go against her oath. All right, as you wish. We'll talk about this after we get out. Let's go. I believe your tribesmen are waiting anxiously. Ling Xiao did not insist. What was there to be dissatisfied with having a yin-yang realm slave? Yes, young master. Xie Li nodded and followed Ling Xiao out of the forbidden area. Outside the blood mirror pool, the members of the Dark Thorn were eating. These delicious barbecued meat and vegetables were all found and prepared by the warriors of the Scorpion Men tribe. The Moon Maiden did not eat. She stood there quietly. Her body was always enveloped by a strange moonlight, making her look like a moonlight fairy. However, no one knew what kind of pain the Moon Maiden was going through. A long time ago, she had taken in a female disciple named Yi Hua. This disciple was very talented. She was originally groomed to be the successor of the Yi Hua school's sect master. However, when Yi Hua was 16 years old, she fell in love with a man. This man's origin was very mysterious, but he was very powerful. Within a few days, Yi Hua was completely infatuated with him. For this man, Yi Hua even used the Moon Maiden's trust and took away the Moon Maiden's most precious Moonlight Heart. The Moonlight Heart was the Moon Maiden's heart. It was a heart that looked like beautiful jade. This heart was condensed by the Moon Maiden after countless years. It was the key to helping her transform into a human form. Once she lost it, not only would her cultivation be greatly reduced, but her body would also be extremely weak. The most terrifying thing was that once she could not see the moon, her body would have to endure extreme pain. She had never told anyone about this kind of pain. Only she knew that it was more terrifying than having tens of thousands of steel needles pierced into her heart. Later, she found a way to suppress this pain. That was to stay in her palace because it could release light that was very similar to the moonlight to reduce her pain. Ever since this palace was built, she rarely left the Yi Hua school. The first time she left the Yi Hua school was to deal with the Demon King. That was to fulfill her promise to the Moonlight Immortal nearly 100,000 years ago. The second time was to protect Ling Xiao at the martial arts festival in the Holy City. This time, it was also for Ling Xiao. Chapter 1092. The Moon Maiden's body was trembling slightly. The pain had already swept through her entire body. She was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness. But she still stood there, enduring the pain. She had to wait for Ling Xiao to come out. She had once been betrayed by her most trusted disciple. She had suffered even greater pain than losing the Moonlight Heart. The fact that she could muster up the courage to trust Ling Xiao once again was an extremely rare thing. Ling Xiao had given her hope. She didn't want to give up. In the forbidden area, Ling Xiao felt his heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out. Something seemed to have happened. And he was very concerned about this kind of thing. He felt heartache, but he didn't know what the reason was. So he quickened his pace. With the help of Xie Li, the door of the blood mirror pool slowly opened. Perhaps he was worried that Timur Mewtwo would return, so Xie Li walked in front. Ling Xiao didn't object. After all, in terms of current strength, Xie Li was much stronger than him. Even in the face of the seriously injured Timur Mewtwo, Xie Li could definitely fight him. However, when the door opened, Ling Xiao didn't see Timur Mewtwo. Instead, he saw a beautiful figure. This figure had haunted his dreams countless times since he came to the divine Phoenix continent. He had heard this figure countless times in his sleep. Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao rushed out from behind Xie Li and hugged the Moon Maiden in his arms. It was as if they were separated from a long-lost relative. Surprise. Peace of mind. In front of the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao felt that he could be a normal person again. He no longer felt any pressure. He didn't need to think about anything. He could just be a 16-year-old boy. This child is not afraid of being laughed at. The Moon Lady smiled and gently patted Ling Xiao's back. Her gentleness was tinged with trembling. No, Sister Moon Maiden, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao's senses were so sensitive. The moment he touched the Moon Maiden, he felt that something was wrong with her. I'm fine. What about you? The Moon Maiden forced a smile, but it was really forced. Nonsense. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. How could he not tell that the Moon Lady was enduring the pain? He looked back at Xie Li and said, "These are my friends. Arrange for them to rest first. I'm going to the Blood Mirror Pool again." After saying that, Ling Xiao dragged the Moon Maiden into the Blood Mirror Pool. He had absorbed the Tai Chi ball in the Blood Mirror Pool, but there was still a passage with pool water that could heal all kinds of injuries. This time, it was naturally to find that thing. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, all extremely shocked. Who was the Moon Lady? That was an existence that could destroy hundreds of thousands of lives with a flick of a finger. Why did she feel like an obedient little wife in front of Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao held her hand, she didn't resist at all. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Ling Xiao, where are you taking me? The Moon Maiden asked with a bitter smile. Go to a good place. Ling Xiao said as he walked, but his tone was a little cold. Are you angry? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Although it wasn't easy to smile. Yes, I'm angry. This problem of yours definitely didn't form in a day or two. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me before? Ling Xiao's cold voice showed that he was really angry. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I did, it would be useless. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry. She didn't know why, but she didn't even blink when facing a powerhouse like Timur Mewtwo. Facing hundreds of thousands of troops, she could coldly and mercilessly kill them with a wave of her hand. But facing Ling Xiao, she was really a little cautious. Perhaps it was because she felt that this was a man worth protecting from the bottom of her heart. How do you know it's useless if you don't tell me? Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sister Moon Maiden, when I said that I wanted to marry you and become your man, did you think I was joking? That's right, I haven't met the conditions you gave me yet, but I'm working hard, very hard. I like you, and I won't allow you to be hurt in any way. The Moon Maiden smiled, feeling very sweet in her heart. Smile. You still have the cheek to smile? Why did you come here from the Heavenly Dragon continent? Just like how the Moon Maiden couldn't be angry with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really couldn't be angry with the Moon Maiden. His anger just now was just an act. He liked this woman so much, so how could he bear to be angry with her? Of course it's because I'm worried about you, you little lunatic. The Moon Maiden said with a smile, Oh don't you know how to feel sorry for yourself? You're always going against those enemies who are stronger than you. I'm really worried about you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Sister Moon Maiden, this is indeed dangerous, but if I don't resist, I'll die in a daze like those beggars on the streets. I've seen too many of such things. Why wasn't he willing to suffer? Why wasn't he willing to compromise? Why wasn't he willing to endure? This had something to do with what happened when he was young. Back then, there were two beggars in the beggar sect in Tianfeng City who were bullied by a noble young master. A chose to compromise, chose to endure and cower. In the end, he was tortured to death by the noble young master. B chose to resist, and he killed the noble young master. In the end, he was beaten to death by the noble young master's family. Although both of them died, Ling Xiao still felt that BS death was more valuable. Even before he died, he dragged someone down with him and killed his enemy. But A was too cowardly. Because of this, Ling Xiao had always lived according to BS method. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he had to become stronger than B. He had to become able to protect himself. Sister Moon Maiden, this should be the blood mirror pool that the Scorpion Man King uses to heal and cultivate. Let's see if it can relieve your pain. Soon, Ling Xiao brought the Moon Maiden to the blood mirror pool. There was indeed a pool of blood-red water in the blood mirror pool. There was also a mirror, which was the blood mirror. The Moon Maiden took off her outer clothes and stepped into the blood mirror pool with only her undergarments in an attempt to relieve the pain. It's really effective. The Moon Maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't bear to watch the woman he loved suffer in front of him. But as Ling Xiao sat there, he was thinking further ahead. The water in the blood mirror pool was limited. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Then, how would the Moon Maiden avoid the pain and torture in the future? Would she have to go back and stay in the palace of the Yuhua school? Of course, it was also possible to find the Moonlight Heart, but that was too far away. He didn't know when it would happen. For the Moon Maiden, he had to create a moon. Ling Xiao's thoughts became clear. In the mountain river world, day and night alternated. However, there was sun during the day, but it was pitch black at night. There was nothing. Since that was the case, he might as well create a bright moon in the middle of the night. Chapter 1093. Creating the moon. This wasn't impossible. After all, Dai had been born. Moreover, Ling Xiao now understood that a martial soul could be upgraded through his own efforts. Sister Moon Maiden, do you mind if I absorb some of your yin-yang origin energy? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Do as you wish. The Moon Maiden believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm her. If Ling Xiao also wanted to harm her, then so be it. In this life, there were 3 people she trusted the most. One was the Yuhua Immortal, the other was her disciple Yihua, and the last one was Ling Xiao. The Moonlight Immortal was nowhere to be found. Her disciple, Yihua, had betrayed her. If she was betrayed by Ling Xiao again, she felt that her life was meaningless. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He didn't need to know. What he did was for the good of the Moon Maiden. That was enough. His goal was to use the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy to condense the embryonic form of the moon. Once the embryonic form was formed, the rest would be easy. As the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy continued to enter his mountain river martial soul, a glimmer of light appeared in the dark night sky. Although it didn't look like a moon yet, the embryonic form had already appeared. I'm sorry, senior brother Wu Xiong. For the sake of Sister Moon Maiden, I can only use the Moonlight Treasure Ship that you gave me. The Moonlight Treasure Ship was the Yuhua School's most precious treasure. Although it wasn't good at attacking, it was very useful for traveling. Of course, the most important thing was that it was made of moon wood that had condensed the essence of the moon. It was very effective in condensing the moon in the mountain river world. Just as Ling Xiao expected, as the Moonlight Treasure Ship shrank and disappeared, the glimmer of light finally formed the shape of a crescent moon. The Moon Maiden soaked in the blood pool while Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, constantly extracting water from the blood pool to strengthen the crescent moon. Time continued to pass. Outside the forbidden area, Xie Li had been elected as the new Scorpion King by the Scorpion people and buried the one who had died in the battle. It took a full day and night. When the sun rose from the east, the door of the blood mirror pool finally opened. The Moon Maiden held onto Ling Xiao's arm and walked out. The 16-year-old youth was much taller than the average youth because he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. He was already about 1.8 meters tall. She was holy and noble. The man was an extraordinary hero. They're simply a match made in heaven. People couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Although many people still didn't know what the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady was, even a fool would be able to guess what was going on from the fact that the Moon Lady had killed Timur Mewtwo out of anger to how close the two of them were now. Of course, the full moon in Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul had already formed, so there was a strange connection between it and the Moon Lady's body. This made everyone even more certain of their relationship. Looking at this scene, Xie Li could not help but feel a little jealous and helpless. She had once thought that once her cultivation reached the yin-yang realm, she might be worthy of this heroic young man. As long as she was willing, Ling Xiao would definitely fall in love with her. But now, it seemed that she had been overthinking things. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to the Moon Maiden. In terms of strength, she was also inferior to the Moon Maiden. How could she compare with the Moon Maiden? Master. Cold Plum stepped forward and greeted him. Perhaps only Cold Plum had never thought of such a thing. She only wanted to be by Ling Xiao's side forever and protect Ling Xiao. That was enough. Haim Myung-K could not help but sigh. In the past, she was the Holy Sun, but Ling Xiao had never thought highly of her. She did not understand why at that time. But now, she suddenly understood. His woman was so much better than hers. Her thoughts were nothing but improper thoughts. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Xie Li recovered from her disappointment. After all, she was now the queen of the Scorpion Men tribe. She could not always immerse herself in love. Return to the northern desert city, Ling Xiao said. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at the devastated Scorpion Men tribe and said, "Why don't you come with me? Ji Ning in the northern desert city is my good friend. The living conditions there are much better than here. Moreover, you Scorpion Men have offended the Black Crow Empire this time. If they are determined to destroy you, it will be safer to go to the northern desert city." "Is it really okay?" Xie Li said worriedly. "The people of the Divine Phoenix Empire are not so friendly to us Scorpion Men. You can rest assured. I can't guarantee the safety of the people in other places, but the northern desert city is fine." Ling Xiao explained. "That's fine. It just so happens that I also wish to escort young master. If we can really settle down there, we'll stay. If not, we'll just leave." Xie Li nodded and said, "Let's go. Our destination is the northern desert city." Looking at Timur Mewtwo's head, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Not only did he capture Kumo Jian alive, but he also killed Timur Mewtwo. This time, he would like to see what General Jiao, who occupied the northern desert city, had to say. "Sister Moon Maiden, hold my waist tightly. We should go now." Ling Xiao stepped on the back of a demon wolf and patted the Moon Maiden's hand gently. The Moon Maiden felt the most comfortable staying by his side now because she could feel the power of the moon at all times. Not only did her cultivation recover faster, but she also did not have to suffer anymore. Of course, the Moon Maiden did not have to stay by Ling Xiao's side all the time. The pain would only begin after she left the moonlight. Therefore, it was not a problem to stay with Ling Xiao for a period of time. It was just that it was obviously more comfortable now. The Moon Maiden no longer looked like an expert who had killed hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army with a snap of her fingers. She had completely become Ling Xiao's little wife. Although she had not recognized Ling Xiao's strength, she had already recognized Ling Xiao as a person. Perhaps this time, he wasn't mistaken. Yellow sand, old trees, and dusk crows. Ancient west wind warhorses. The sun was setting. A group of thousands of warriors galloped toward the northern desert city in an orderly manner. On the demon wolf in the lead, there was a young man with a cold and determined face. Behind him, a fairy-like woman gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Her face was filled with happiness and peace. The wind blew, and her long hair danced. It was like an ink painting in the hands of a master. Solemn, tense, high fighting spirit. This painting had the tenderness of the human world and the passion of the battlefield. Everyone had their own stories, and they would write even more beautiful stories in the days to come. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. The young man stretched out his right hand and signaled everyone to stop. "Boss, there's a situation." One of them said. "Speak." The Northern Desert Pass and Northern Desert City seem to have been occupied by the Imperial Army. "There's danger everywhere along the way," the other person replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy. Chapter 1094. I wonder how Ji Ning, Qin Hua, and the others are doing. Everyone, listen up. Speed up. If you encounter an attack, don't ask me. Attack immediately. Kill without mercy. Ling Xiao felt the seriousness of the situation. It was very likely that Ji Ning, Qin Hue, and the others had been captured. The team continued to move forward at an even faster speed. Moreover, they displayed the banner of the Northern Desert City's Dark Thorn Special Forces. Ling Xiao did not want to give the other party any excuse to blame him. 2 hours later, they could already see the outline of the Northern Desert City and the Northern Desert Pass. Ling Xiao's taiji eye could see everything around him. There was indeed an ambush, and there were quite a few of them. Listen up, I am Ling Xiao, the military governor appointed by the emperor, the captain of the Northern Desert Army's Dark Thorn Special Forces. Ling Xiao sped up as he flashed his waist token and shouted loudly. However, there was no response. Ling Xiao even saw mocking smiles in the taiji eye. Although he had guessed this before, he still could not help but feel heartache when he saw it. The way the Divine Phoenix Empire treated a meritorious subject was really chilling. He did not say anything else but sped up. Since there was an ambush here, then Ji Ning, Qin Hue, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, Zhu Geming, and the others were most likely trapped in a cage. As for Feng Qingyang, he had a special identity. Unless the emperor wanted to completely fall out with the fiery phoenix tribe, he should not be in any danger. You must catch up. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. The moment thousands of martial artists entered the ambush, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Thousands of arrows pierced through the air. Ling Xiao did not do anything. He continued to speed up on his demon wolf. Xie Li had already soared into the sky and pressed down with his palms. The arrows flying in the air actually flew back. Then, there were continuous screams. Ling Xiao did not need to do anything. Xie Li alone was enough to deal with those trash. What they needed to do now was to hurry. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for those who had been killed. He had already revealed his identity, but the other party did not come out to verify his identity. Instead, they directly fired arrows. He wasn't that pedantic. Since you've shot arrows, that means you want to be my enemy. There's nothing wrong with me killing you. Leave one alive. Haim Myung-K suddenly said. Xie Li threw a man into Haim Myung-K's hand. This person was wearing Divine Phoenix Empire's armor, and from the looks of it, his position wasn't low, he was at least a centurion. Who told you to set up an ambush here? Haim Myung-K asked coldly. I don't know. That person was stubborn. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Haim Myung-K laughed coldly and stabbed the man in the throat. In that instant, the centurion's eyes were filled with regret. He thought that the other party would interrogate him and give him some benefits, but he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. However, Haim Myung-K did not care, because there were ambushes along the way. Even if 1 or 2 people did not say anything, she did not believe that everyone would not say anything. Xie Li continued to kill. Haim Myung-K kept interrogating. Those who did not answer were killed without the slightest mercy. This was a battlefield, not a game. Mercy and sympathy for the enemy might be exchanged for the death of oneself or one's friends. When they were close to Northern Desert City, Ling Xiao ordered Xie Li to wait outside the city for the time being, while he led the Moon Lady and the Dark Assassins to the city. Ling Xiao was very clear that there were absolutely no survivors along the way, so the garrison in Northern Desert City certainly did not know the actual situation. Leaving Xie Li and nearly 1,000 Scorpion men outside to provide support was the best choice. Once there was an unforeseen event, they would be able to seize the initiative. Open the city. Standing outside the city, Ling Xiao roared at the soldiers on the city wall. At this time, General Jiao and Jiao Yun were nowhere to be seen. Only some unfamiliar faces were left. Who are you? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao introduced himself. Oh, it's General Ling. We have been waiting for a long time. Open the door. The general on top of the city gate curled his lips into a cold smile and then opened the city gate. Ling Xiao and the others walked into the city gate, and the gate was closed again. As soon as Ling Xiao entered Northern Desert City, he found that they were surrounded. At this time, there were about 10,000 garrison troops in Northern Desert City, and all of them were present. The archers were on the city wall. The cavalry and infantry surrounded them. "What do you want?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Under General Zhou's order, we are here to wait for the traitor Ling Xiao." On the city wall, a general walked down slowly. He was at the early stage of 10 Directions Heaven. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat him. However, today, Ling Xiao did not take the 10 Directions Heaven martial artists seriously at all. "Traitor!" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I chased after Tomohiko Kumar and Timur Mewtwo for thousands of miles. Now that I am back with Timur Mewtwo's head, you are saying that I am a traitor?" When the general saw this, he was surprised and happy. He was surprised that Ling Xiao was able to take back Timur Mewtwo's head. This was simply a miracle. They did not even think about it. He was happy that he could now make a great contribution. "Ling Xiao, hand over the head. I can give you a quick death on account of your surrender. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." The general sneered. "Impossible." Ling Xiao shook his head. "He, you will die whether you hand it over or not. Do it. Pay attention to protect Timur Mewtwo's head. As for the rest, kill without mercy." The general gave the order, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He started to imagine that if he brought back Ling Xiao and Timur Mewtwo's heads and asked for a reward, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. With a high position and a generous salary, he could get whatever he wanted. At the command, the sound of arrows could be heard from the city walls. Like a swarm of locusts, they pounced toward Ling Xiao and the dozens of dark assassins. This was only the first wave of attack. Their most powerful attack was naturally the cavalry and infantrymen that followed. "You are courting death." Ling Xiao snorted and leaped up. The golden crow sword in his hand emitted a golden light. A giant golden crow that was dozens of times bigger than before landed in the northern desert city. Golden crow rising sun, raging fire burning the city, golden crow massacre. With just one move, the arrows were burned to ashes. Countless archers were pierced by the scorching sword aura. Their bodies were burning as they fell from the city walls. This scene made all the divine Phoenix soldiers in the city tremble with fear. The information was not right. How could Ling Xiao be so terrifying? How could an ancient martial art practitioner of the 6 heavenly arts release this kind of power? Miserable screams rose and fell continuously. Expressions of fear and despair appeared on the faces that were illuminated by the raging fire. In an instant, more than 200 to 300 archers died. And more than 1,000 were burned to death by the fire or fell to their deaths. The fire continued to spread. It was winter. The north wind whistled, and the fire could not be extinguished at all. But the strange thing was that the dark assassins, with Ling Xiao as the center, became a forbidden zone for the fire. Chapter 1095. Quickly extinguish the fire. Quickly. This was no longer a battle between two groups of people, it had become a battle between the northern desert city's guards and the flames. If the fire could not be extinguished, more people would die, and it was even possible for the entire army to be wiped out. Looking at the godlike Ling Xiao, the dark thorn soldiers were filled with admiration. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not on the same level as their great general, or even many commanders. But Ling Xiao's improvement was simply too fast. Just one battle had made him so terrifying. No wonder even great General Ji Ning said that he had to protect Ling Xiao no matter what. This person's potential was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue developing, he would definitely be stronger than those commanders, or even great General Ji Ning. "Ling Xiao, why aren't you stopping? Are you still going to persist in going about things the wrong way? Do you really want to become enemies with the entire Divine Phoenix Empire?" That general was anxious. Seeing Ling Xiao display such terrifying strength, he simply did not have any thoughts of fighting. His position as a general was obtained through flattery. How could he have experienced any slaughter on the battlefield? Compared to people like Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhu Geming, there was simply no comparison. Facing Ling Xiao, he was naturally terrified. If Divine Phoenix Empire wants me dead, then so what if I destroy them? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. After he was born, he had never felt the love of his parents, nor had he been pitied or sympathized with by any country. So he had no sense of belonging to any country in this world. Including the Sacred Dynasty and Divine Phoenix Empire, they were all the same. He only knew that whoever was good to him, he would be good to them. Furthermore, Divine Phoenix Empire was not his country, so what if it was destroyed? He would not hesitate at all. Crazy. Really crazy. That general looked at Ling Xiao, only then did he realize that he did not receive a fat job, this was simply a job that would take his life. Block him. You guys escort this general to the Imperial City to report. The general was scared. He did not choose to fight with the rest of the soldiers, but to escape. Another shameless person. Ling Xiao sneered. A red sun all quickly condensed on the tip of his sword, and pierced through the air. Bang! There was a loud bang. The general exploded on the warhorse, his body turning into a rain of blood. Death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, then looked at the thousands of soldiers who were still alive and asked, "Where is General Ji Ning? What about the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and soldiers? Ling Xiao, do you think we're afraid of you? You'll definitely die if you make Divine Phoenix Empire your enemy. We won't say a word. Kill this traitor." Amidst the raging flames, there were still people shouting that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. You have guts. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. Assassins, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy. At this time, Scorpion Lee was also let in by the members of Dark Thorn. He cooperated with the Dark Thorn to start a massacre. This battle was a must. Because only by going through this battle would these people truly belong to Ling Xiao, and not the Scorpion Men tribe or the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thousands of people died in an instant due to the massacre and the burning of the fire. In the end, only one person survived because he finally said what Ling Xiao wanted to know out of fear. Just a day ago, General Ji Ning and the others were escorted to the Imperial City to be sentenced. Of course, their captivity was exchanged for hundreds of thousands of soldiers who fled to the depths of the desert. Currently, General Jiao is leading his troops to search for them. Very good. Give him a quick death. Ling Xiao glanced at that person indifferently, then said to Scorpion Lee, listen to my orders. You guys will be stationed in Northern Desert City temporarily and search for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. 2 of the Dark Thorn's men will stay behind to assist. The rest will follow me to the Imperial City to rescue them. Young master, what should we do after we find them? Settle down first. This place is not far from the Imperial City. If we need anything, we'll send someone to contact them. Ling Xiao did not intend to attack the Imperial City now because there were too few people. Among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, there were only slightly more than 30,000 who could fight. The rest were ordinary people who could do logistics. If they really fought, they would be courting death. Moreover, he now had the Moon Lady, a killer weapon, who was comparable to hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It would be fine even if he did not bring the army to the Imperial City. Moreover, the situation might not have reached the point where they had to fight. Even if they were the Dark Thorn, he planned to let them disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the city, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Naturally, he only needed the Moon Lady, Cold Plum, and Haim Myung-K. Scorpion Lee had to stay. After all, General Jiao was not weak. Although he was not a yin-yang realm expert, only Scorpion Lee could suppress him. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to bring Scorpion Lee with him. Naturally, he would be more confident in rescuing them. This trip to the Imperial City is very dangerous. If anyone is unwilling to go, I, Ling Xiao, will not force you. You can leave the team now and stay in Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao looked back at the soldiers of the Dark Thorn and said loudly. No one spoke. Everyone in the Dark Thorn had a determined expression on their faces. They were angry. They were sad. They were unwilling. Tens of thousands of soldiers shed their blood on the battlefield, defeated the army of the Black Crow Empire, and defended Northern Desert City. In the end, they even captured the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kumar, alive and killed the Grand Preceptor of the Black Crow Empire, Timur Mewtwo. The war was won. It was a complete victory. But what was the result? Ji Ning, Zhuge Ming, Zhong Yufei, Li Ruguang, and LV Chenglong were captured. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ling Xiao chased the enemy for thousands of miles, but he was convicted of treason. This was humiliation, more resentment. If they could not clear their names, how could they be at ease? Good. We are all good men. Since this is the case, let's split up. You will disguise yourselves as civilians and sneak into the imperial city and wait for my orders. We are loyal to this country, but if this country betrays us, then we will destroy it. We will listen to boss's orders. Uniform voices sounded. From this moment onwards, the soldiers of the Dark Thorn had changed from being loyal to the imperial city to being loyal to themselves and to justice. If it was in the past, they might not be willing to betray the country and the imperial city even if they were to die. But it was different now. If the emperor wanted his subjects to die, would the subjects really have to die? If the emperor broke the law, he would be punished the same as the civilians. They could not risk their lives for an emperor who betrayed them. That was not loyalty, that was stupidity. In the prison, Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhuge Ming were being interrogated. The specially processed torture instruments were tested on their bodies one after another. Ji Ning was covered in blood. LV Chenglong was blind in one eye. Li Ruguang's leg bones were shattered. Zhong Yufei's arm was missing. Zhuge Ming's ears were also chopped off. The cruel torturers' only goal was to make them admit their guilt. They were not willing, even if they had to die. They would not let the enemy have their way. Qin Hua, Meng Tong, and Xin had not been in the Northern Desert Army for long, so they were lucky not to be punished. Ji Ning handed the Northern Desert Army over to them. Of course, there were also the hundreds of thousands of civilians. Chapter 1096. Within the imperial city, notices were posted everywhere. On them were the portraits of Ji Ning and the others, including Ling Xiao, Haim Myung-Ke, and Cold Plum. Below the portraits of Ji Ning and the other generals were the crimes and the time of their execution. Treason, improper command, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers, attempting to ambush the great General Sikongzun, and so on. In short, any of these crimes were punishable by death. Below the portraits of Ling Xiao, Haim Myung-Ke, and Cold Plum were bounties. The crimes stated that they were spies of the Black Crow Empire and that the defeat this time was their fault. Due to the stagnation of the news and the lockdown by the imperial family, the news of the Northern Desert City successfully defeating the Black Crow Empire's army did not spread. Therefore, the news that the people here knew was a completely different version. The Northern Desert Army was almost completely annihilated and the Black Crow Empire was blocked by General Jia. Only then did they solve the big problem and protect the peace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. In front of every notice, there was a boiling cauldron of voices and discussions. I didn't expect Ji Ning to be this kind of person. He colluded with the Black Crow Empire and caused the deaths of so many of our soldiers. He deserves to die. Yes, he should be executed by 1,000 cuts. And that Ling Xiao, he fled from the Sky Dragon continent to our Divine Phoenix Empire. We gave him so many benefits, but he actually ran away with the Black Crow Empire. He's simply a shameless bastard. Impossible. How could the great general betray the empire? There must be a misunderstanding here. Beat him up, and he actually dares to speak up for that traitor. He caused the deaths of so many people and he still supports him. The entire imperial city was filled with this kind of atmosphere. You must insult Ji Ning, you must insult Ling Xiao, you must criticize them. Otherwise, you would be in cahoots with them. You would be a bastard who colluded with the enemy and betrayed the empire. Any slightly rational voice would be suppressed very quickly. Those who spoke rationally would even be beaten up until they were half dead. The atmosphere in the imperial city was the same. Ji Ning and Ling Xiao were the sinners of the empire, while General Jia and Sikongzun were the heroes of the empire. In the prison, Sikongzun suddenly appeared and looked at Ji Ning, who had been tortured beyond recognition. He sneered and said, "Ji Ning, why do you have to do this? Look at the scene outside. No one believes that you are innocent, and no one believes that Ling Xiao went to kill Tomohiko Kumar. You're all traitors. You're all rebels. As for me, I'm the hero of this country. I fought my way out of the encirclement alone. Ha 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 ha. Bah, shameless." Li Ruguang cursed loudly. Commander Li, don't be angry at this kind of person. He won't be proud for long. Ling Xiao won't die. He will definitely come back to avenge us. Xikong Zun, are you scared? Zhuge Ming sneered. Scared? Xikong Zun said disdainfully, from the northern desert to the imperial city, our people have been investigating. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he won't be able to return to the imperial city alive. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, he is a person with a bounty of more than 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Do you think he can still survive after coming to the imperial city? Ji Ning took a deep breath. His voice was weak, but his eyes were still determined. Xikong Zun, before I die, I just want to ask you one thing. Was this your idea or the emperor's? Xikong Zun smiled and said, Ji Ning, oh Ji Ning, you have lived for so long. How can you still be so naive? Do you really think that I can distort the truth and turn a deer into a horse? I understand. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Ji Ning's face. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, to think that I, Ji Ning, was so loyal to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Righteous Alliance. In the end, I actually ended up like this. If I don't die, I will definitely make the people who plotted against me pay the price. Definitely. All right, stop shouting. You don't have that chance anymore. Whether you admit to your crimes or not, the people have already determined that you are guilty. Do you know how the emperor plans to punish you? Xikong Zun suddenly asked with a smile. Without waiting for Ji Ning to say anything, Xikong Zun continued, the emperor has given the people of the imperial city the right to take a piece of your flesh. Haha, not bad, right? This kind of death by 1,000 cuts suits your life. Bastard. Li Ruguang roared. Are you still human? How dare you torture a general who has contributed greatly to the empire? Go ahead and curse. You won't have the energy to curse later. There's no need to interrogate them. Take them to the execution ground now. The emperor has said that these people have many henchmen. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the execution should be brought forward. Xikong Zun sneered and walked out of the prison. He was in an extremely good mood. 3 people stood on the city wall. One of them was the Phoenix Army commander of the 9 gates of the imperial city. The other 2 were Jiao Yun and the city lord of Border City, Jiao Lin. Jiao Lin was Jiao Yun's father. He was also the one who led the troops to block the Northern Desert Army's escape route and captured Ji Ning and the others to the imperial city. Father, I don't understand. Didn't the emperor send you to capture Ji Ning's defeated soldiers? Why are you here? At this time, Jiao Yun was wearing a suit of armor. He also had a bit of heroic spirit. Xiao Yun, you're still too inexperienced. It's difficult to find them in the vast desert when I led the troops to capture them. Besides, even if I did find them, what good would it do to kill them? Jiao Lin sneered. But it's different if you stay here. Your father is now the commander of the Imperial City Barracks appointed by the Emperor himself. I'll deal with any rebels who attack the Imperial City. Father, do you mean those guys will come to save Ji Ning? Jiao Yun frowned. That's impossible, father. They can't wait to escape. You don't understand those people. Although the civilians won't come, the remaining 30,000 Northern Desert Army will definitely come. They're too close to Ji Ning. As long as they can confirm the safety of the civilians, they'll immediately come to the Imperial City. Jiao Lin said confidently. When they arrive, we'll kill them all. In this way, not only will we be above board, but we'll also have a great merit. Don't you think we're just waiting for the enemy to come to us? A cold smile appeared on Jiao Lin's face. He might not be as good as Ji Ning in battle, but when it came to scheming, Ji Ning was definitely not his match. Brilliant. As expected of father, this is a brilliant move. I really hope that Ling Xiao can also appear. If he can kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone, that would be great. Jiao Yun said excitedly. Him? Haha, he won't be able to survive. Facing Tomohiko Kumar, Timur Mewtwo, Feng Zhon, and the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men, he won't be able to survive. Jiao Lin said disdainfully. Even if he does survive, I and General Xikong Zun have set up many ambushes along the way. He won't be able to make it to the Imperial City alive. Chapter 1097. Ha, what a pity. Your son wanted to personally end that scoundrel. Jiao Yun really felt a little regretful. Now, because he had helped to capture Ji Ning and the other guilty officials, he had been conferred the title of Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards by the Emperor. Although this was only an empty post, he could still mobilize many Imperial Guards. On top of that, he had already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer. Ling Xiao was nothing in his eyes. If Ling Xiao were to appear in front of him right now, he was certain that he could easily take Ling Xiao's dog life. Commander, we've discovered traces of the Northern Desert Army 10 li from the Imperial City. Their leader is Qin Hua. A messenger suddenly came to report. Good, just in time. Jiao Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Lord Commander really has godlike foresight. This one admires you. A Phoenix Cry soldier hastily said. Although he was the commander of the 9 gates, a rather high status, his cultivation was far inferior to Jiao Lin's. Moreover, Jiao Lin currently had a very high status in the Righteous Alliance. After Ji Ning was captured, Jiao Lin's Jiao clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand. For him to be subservient to Jiao Lin was extremely normal. Haha, Lord Commander, there's no need to be polite. The merit belongs to all of us, so how could I dare to covet it? Jiao Lin chuckled. Unlike Ji Ning, he knew how to conduct himself. It was precisely because he had the support of the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial household that his Jiao clan could cover the sky with one hand in the Righteous Alliance. He was keenly aware of this point. Yellow sand filled the air. The army was advancing toward the imperial city. The faces of all the officers and soldiers were filled with indignation and determination. They would rather die than do nothing. Since there was no justice to speak of in this world, they would fight for it with their own hands. If no one dared to spill their blood, no one would resist. Justice and justice were not something that could be achieved by words alone. It was something that required blood and sacrifice. All of them, including Qin Hua, were keenly aware that there was no chance of survival, but if they did not go, they would not be able to forgive themselves. They would also be letting down their own conscience. When Ji Ning and the others were taken away, they had asked Jiao Lin if there was any justice in this world. Was there still any law? At that time, Jiao Lin only looked at them with a cold smile and said something that they would never forget. Justice. Justice. There was only strength in this world. Power. There's no such thing as justice, a bunch of idiots. That's right, they were idiots. Only at that moment did they realize that the thing they had been searching for was actually so elusive. However, it wasn't that there was no justice in this world. It was just that there were people who were rotten from the roots. The entire Divine Phoenix Imperial Court was rotten and depraved. 9 li away from the Imperial City, on top of the city wall, Jiao Lin looked coldly into the distance. The black mass of the Northern Desert Army was marching towards them. There were less than 30,000 people, so there should still be some left to protect the civilians. It was a bit of a pity, but it was enough. After killing these rebels, they would have a reason to kill the rest of the soldiers and civilians. Archers, prepare. Jiao Lin waved his hand lightly. As he watched the other party gradually enter their shooting range, he realized that his heart was trembling uncontrollably. After so many years, he could finally trample Ji Ning beneath his feet. Rumble. The rumbling sounds from the army were getting closer and closer. 5 li. General, they have stopped. They are just outside the shooting range of the archers and the array. 1 li away, the army suddenly stopped. Jiao Lin was stunned for a moment. Jiao Yun frowned as well. What was going on? Jiao Lin wanted to see the situation in the distance clearly, but the army was too big. More than 20,000 people was not a small number. He couldn't see what was happening in the army. Don't panic. Since they are here, they will definitely take action. Let's wait here. Although Jiao Lin was confused, he believed in his judgment. The other party couldn't have come to the Imperial City to watch the show. They must be here to save people. Since that was the case, they just had to wait. In the Northern Desert Army. Young master, you are still alive. That's great. Qin Hua, Meng Tong, and Xin all knelt on the ground. They were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Don't be too excited. The three of you can get up. How is the general? Ling Xiao asked. According to Vice Principal Feng Qingyang, there is a lot of resentment in the city. They think the general is a traitor who colluded with the enemy. He will probably be executed today, Qin Hua said excitedly. We didn't want to attack so rashly, but if the general dies so carelessly, we will feel uneasy. I know. If it was me, I would do the same. Ling Xiao nodded and said, death by dismemberment. Sikong Zun, that old dog, is really ruthless. Young master, since you are here, the army will still be under your command. When the general was taken away, he said that as long as you come back, you will be the second city lord of the northern desert city. Qin Hua said. Let's not talk about this first. Let everyone set up camp. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. Now that I am back, there is enough evidence to prove that General Ji Ning is innocent. So, it is not the time to use force. Ling Xiao was not interested in the position of city lord. He rushed back to the imperial city in such a hurry to save Ji Ning and the others. Fortunately, he was not too late. He was very glad. As long as Ji Ning and the others were not dead, he would definitely find a way to save them. Young master, what else is there to say? Let's just kill our way in. Meng Tong said loudly. Kill our way in? Do you know how many guards there are in the imperial city? Do you know how many powerful defensive formations there are? Do you want to kill more than 20,000 people? Ling Xiao said snappily, not only do you have to be brave, you also have to use your brain. You should learn from Qin Hua. Young master, tell us what to do. We will listen to you. Qin Hua said. Tell everyone to rest here and make a fire to cook. We have traveled a long way. Even if we want to attack, we have to preserve our strength. We are at a disadvantage now. Ling Xiao waved his hand and gave the last batch of rejuvenation pills and spirit reversal pills to Qin Hua and the others. He said, distribute them. We have to prepare for the worst. He knew very well that reason might not work. Even if he took Timur Mewtwo's head and captured Tomohiko Kumar alive, he might not be able to see the enemy or the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. If he could not see them, everything would be meaningless. Jiolin and the others on the city gate tower would not let them enter the city alive. He had to be prepared for a tough battle. In addition, he had to wait for the arrival of Xie Li and the Scorpion men. Since Jiolin did not pursue the 100,000 people, Xie Li would definitely come here. With Xie Li, there would be one more Yin-Yang realm expert. If they really fought head-on, they might not lose. The Northern Desert Army admired Ling Xiao as much as Ji Ning. They would carry out Ling Xiao's orders without question, regardless of whether they understood it or not. After all, this young man led more than 30,000 people and successfully drove away more than 1 million soldiers from the Black Crow Empire. Even General Ji Ning did not have such a glorious record. He was too strong. Chapter 1098. It's him. He's actually still alive. On the city wall, Jiao Yun finally saw the domineering and arrogant figure clearly. Ling Xiao. Jiao Yun's expression became very interesting. Anger, viciousness, rage. All kinds of emotions seemed to have gathered on his face. Ling Xiao ignored Jiao Yun. He rode his demonic wolf and arrived at the city gates. He looked at Jiolin, who was on the city gate tower, and said, General Jiao, I have chased the enemy for thousands of miles. Now that I have returned victorious, I hope you can open the city gates quickly. His voice was very loud. He wanted all the onlookers in the city to hear and see. He wanted the soldiers to understand. He, Ling Xiao, was not a traitor. He was a hero. As he spoke, he raised Timur Mewtwo's head. The head of the Black Crow Empire's Grand Tutor Timur Mewtwo is here. General Jiao should recognize this person, right? Hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall were shocked. They had naturally heard of Timur Mewtwo's name and recognized his face. After all, he was a person whose fame spread far and wide. The soldiers probably didn't know anything at all. They were just following orders. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have much hatred for them. The situation was a little strange. The soldiers heard from their superiors that Ling Xiao was a traitor and deserved to die. However, now that Ling Xiao had returned with Timur Mewtwo's head, what should they say? Could it be that their superiors had made a mistake? For a moment, they were all confused. Jiolin sneered and said loudly, "Listen up. The evidence of Ling Xiao's treason is very conclusive. Now that he has suddenly returned, it is clear that he is opening a path for the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps the Black Crow Empire's army is nearby. As for that head, he could easily hire a powerful disguise master to create it. Everyone, don't be fooled by this scoundrel. Archers, formation soldiers, and puppet soldiers, get ready. This Ling Xiao is unforgivable. We must not let him go." The soldiers did not know anything, but they were more willing to believe Jiolin's words. After all, Jiolin was their commander and a general appointed by the emperor himself. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's ability, how could he kill Timur Mewtwo? They didn't believe it at all. How shameless. Ling Xiao looked at Jiolin coldly and said, "Jiolin, by doing this, aren't you afraid that the emperor will blame you when he proves that I'm not a traitor and that I did kill Timur Mewtwo? Rest assured. If I find out in the future that I've made a mistake, this Jiao will definitely kowtow in front of Overseer Ling's grave and apologize. But today, you colluded with the rebels to attack the Imperial City. This general is responsible for the safety of the Imperial City, so how can I let you in?" Jiolin chuckled. "Of course, if you don't want to die, you can also surrender. Since you believe that you are innocent, you can come with us. That way, you can clear your name." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately scolded, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll be able to survive if I go with you? Great General Ji Ning trusted a shameless person like you too much. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he be captured by a shameless person like you? Since that's the case, don't blame this Jiao for being impolite. Phoenix Cry Army, listen to my orders. You are the commander of the 9 gates. Now that there are rebels who want to attack the city, you should know what to do, right?" This Jiolin was also cunning. He was the one who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but instead, he handed the responsibility to the Phoenix Cry Army. Even if something happened, he could easily escape. This subordinate understands. The Phoenix Cry Army's brains weren't as good as Jiolin's. In addition, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. In the past, he didn't have the chance to touch Ling Xiao, but today, he had such a good reason to kill Ling Xiao. How could he not be tempted? Moreover, he knew that Ling Xiao was one of Feng Yinshan's people, and Feng Yinshan was the person who was competing for the throne with the Ice Phoenix clan's crown prince, Feng Mingqishan. Killing Ling Xiao was equivalent to cutting off one of Feng Yinshan's arms. Since that was the case, why not do it? Attack. Thinking of this, the Phoenix Cry Army no longer hesitated. He raised the command flag and waved it down. Whoosh whoosh, boom boom. The arrows, arrays, and puppet mechas attacks began at almost the same time. Retreat first. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Moon Lady beside him and himself retreated out of the attack range. The arrays of the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City were extremely powerful, even more powerful than those of the Northern Desert City. Even an expert like the Moon Lady couldn't easily destroy it. It was just like how Timur and Mewtwo were powerless when they faced the array attack of the Northern Desert City. "Ling Xiao, give me 3 days and I will destroy this city," the Moon Lady said. "It's too late. Today might be the day of the great general's execution. We must enter the city as soon as possible." Ling Xiao looked at the majestic city and suddenly thought of the destruction of the sacred city. In the Heavenly Dragon continent, the true Demon's Empire didn't rely on brute force to capture the sacred city. Instead, they used spies to enter the city. Then, he could naturally use the same method. Although the arrays of the Imperial City were complex and powerful, such arrays were left behind from the Sacred Dynasty a long time ago. After experiencing many wars, although they could still be used, there were many flaws and cracks. This gave Ling Xiao enough opportunity to sneak in. Moreover, the people of the Dark Thorn had already sneaked into the city. If they cooperated to destroy those arrays, the chances of success would be very high. "Sister Moon Lady, I will give you a signal later. If Xieli also arrives at that time, You and Xie Li will attack the city together. The rest of the people don't move. The two of you are outsiders, so it's not considered a rebellion. You are just helping me. Remember. Be careful. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao and said, Don't worry. Now that my cultivation has improved and I have comprehended a lot of new things, this is nothing at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. The rest of the people pretended to surround him, blocking the line of sight of the people on the city tower. With the shadow step and the shadow armor, Ling Xiao approached the city like a ghost. Then, he broke the defensive arrays and slipped into the city. About 15 minutes later, Xie Li led thousands of scorpion men and arrived. At the same time, Ling Xiao also began to move. After entering the city, Ling Xiao contacted the Dark Thorn who had sneaked into the city in advance. Then, he taught them the method to temporarily close the arrays and gave them the key materials to close the arrays. Then, everyone split up. After all, there were too many arrays. Ling Xiao couldn't handle it alone in a short period of time. He ordered the Dark Thorn to immediately retreat after closing the arrays and head to the execution ground to rescue Ji Ning. Ling Xiao had thought it through very clearly. If the monarch was determined to kill him this time, then he would take this opportunity to destroy the imperial city and kill the monarch. Anyway, it was not difficult to do this with the Moon Lady. However, if the emperor chose to release Ji Ning and the others, he would have to make other plans. After all, it was too risky to destroy the imperial city and kill the emperor. Chapter 1099. Forcefully attacking was too risky, as Ling Xiao still did not know the true strength of the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, if he angered the 5 Immortals Island and sent experts, it would be even more troublesome. Thus, it was best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. This was also why he had used the excuse of punishing traitors, not saving Ji Ning and overthrowing the Divine Phoenix Empire. There was strength in numbers, and in just a few minutes, more than 100 formations had been completely destroyed. At this time, the assassins had retreated, and Ling Xiao had slipped onto the walls. As Ling Xiao kicked an attacking soldier off the walls, the Moon Lady, Scorpion Li, and Cold Plum began to move. Quick, activate the formation and attack. A phoenix cry soldier loudly roared. But the attackers were only the archers. All the formations had been rendered useless. But these arrows were simply incapable of stopping the Moon Lady, Scorpion Li, and Cold Plum. What's going on? Jiao Lin, Jiao Yun, and the Phoenix Cry soldiers were all dumbfounded. Let me tell you what's going on. Ling Xiao's figure appeared on top of the city gate tower. He calmly looked at Jiao Lin and said, General Jiao, since you've heard that my northern desert city's magic formation blocked the million-strong army of the Black Raven Empire, why don't you consider whether I'm proficient in magic formations and formations? Kill him. Jiao Lin did not listen to Ling Xiao's words, nor did he analyze Ling Xiao's words. Right now, he only wanted Ling Xiao dead. This fellow was far too frightening. How had he managed to sneak onto the walls without him noticing? The Phoenix Cry soldier was the first to charge out. But the moment he charged out, Ling Xiao's sword was pressed against his throat. Today, the Phoenix Cry soldier was no longer a match for Ling Xiao. This person was a martial artist of the 10 Directions Heaven level. In the past, he might have been able to crush Ling Xiao, but now, Ling Xiao simply did not care about 10 Directions Heaven martial artists. Was it you who gave the order to kill us? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The Phoenix Cry army froze. He thought that it was because he didn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao in the past, and that his strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, it was only now that he realized that the strength he was so proud of was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. He was afraid. Because he thought of his daughter. Back then, his daughter had humiliated Ling Xiao's people and even wanted to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, her cultivation was crippled. Could it be that he was also going to walk that old path? You cannot kill me. The heroic spirit of the Phoenix Cry army was completely gone. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terror. Jiao Lin also hurried forward and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He and Ling Xiao had only met twice. The first time was in Northern Desert City, where he had blocked the Northern Desert Army from entering the city. At that time, Ling Xiao had seemed naive and funny, saying that he wanted to take Tomohiko Kumar's head. This time, it was here that he suddenly felt that he might have underestimated this guy too much. This Ling Xiao might be much more terrifying and cunning than he had imagined. He suddenly smiled and said, "Military Governor Ling is indeed powerful, but the Phoenix Cry Army is the Nine Gates inspector appointed by the Emperor Lord. If you kill him, it will be the same as slapping the Emperor Lord. I think this might be a misunderstanding. Military Governor Ling has such ability, but he didn't let the people of the Black Crow Empire enter the Imperial City. He definitely isn't a traitor." This guy was really cunning, and because he was shameless, he could say things that others would not be able to say. In order to save the Phoenix Cry Army, he had used both kindness and power. Not only did he use the Emperor Lord to threaten Ling Xiao, but he also showed the intention of reconciling. Misunderstanding? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. "I don't think there is any misunderstanding here. I, Ling Xiao, am also a military governor appointed by the Emperor Lord, and I have outstanding military achievements. Today, when I returned to the Imperial City, I was attacked by a shameless person. I believe that even if I kill him, the Emperor Lord will forgive me." He was not afraid of angering the Emperor Lord at all. He wanted to establish his power. Anyway, the Emperor Lord already wanted him dead, so what was there to be afraid of? Only by showing enough strength would the other party be afraid of him, truly afraid of him. "Ling Xiao, you have to think clearly about the consequences once you make a move," Jiao Lin shouted angrily. Ling Xiao looked at him disdainfully and did not continue to talk nonsense with him. Instead, he looked at the Phoenix Cry Army and asked, "Who told you to attack me?" It was General Jiao Lin. With the sharp sword at his throat, the Phoenix Cry Army was scared out of their wits and dragged Jiao Lin into the water. "Is he telling the truth?" Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lin and asked. "That's right, Ling Xiao. You led the rebel army to besiege the Imperial City. Not to mention shooting arrows, even killing you would not be a problem." Jiao Lin saw that he could not convince Ling Xiao and did not intend to convince him. In any case, in his opinion, with his strength, killing Ling Xiao was as easy as flipping his hand. "It's good that you admit it." Ling Xiao smiled and sent out his sword, piercing the throat of the Phoenix Cry Army soldier on the spot. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao would not show mercy. So what if the Phoenix Cry Army's soldier was from the Ice Phoenix clan? He, Ling Xiao, was not afraid. Since he dared to return to the Imperial City today, he was naturally prepared to fight to the death. You're crazy. You really dare to kill him." Jiao Lin was stunned for a moment and shouted. "Doesn't he deserve to die for obstructing and killing a meritorious official? Not only is killing him not a crime, but it's also meritorious." Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lin disdainfully and said, "In addition, you allowed him to shoot arrows, so you also deserve to die. However, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. Open the city gates, and I can let bygones be bygones." Killing the Phoenix Cry Army's soldier was easy, but killing Jiao Lin was a little troublesome. At the very least, he was definitely not Jiao Lin's match and would have to trouble the Moon Maiden or Scorpion Li. Today, his purpose of returning to the Imperial City was not to seek revenge, but to save people. If he could save Ji Ning and the others, it was not a big deal for him to suffer some grievances. However, Jiao Lin was courting death. "Ha ha ha ha, let bygones be bygones? Who do you think you are?" Jiao Lin laughed out loud. "Son, haven't you always wanted to kill this kid? Today, I'll give you this opportunity. Kill him and bring his head to the Emperor to ask for a reward." "Thank you, father." Jiao Yun revealed a sinister smile. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao even in his dreams. In the Lingyu courtyard, in the Imperial City barracks, and even in the northern desert city, Ling Xiao had made a fool of him time and time again, causing him to be ridiculed time and time again. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Moreover, he knew in his heart that Ling Xiao was too aggressive, and the Emperor did not like him at all. If he killed Ling Xiao, the Emperor would only be happy and would not be harsh. "You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao was suddenly amused. It was as if he had heard a very funny joke. "Why, do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think those 3 women can charge up the city walls?" Jiao Yun looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, I don't have to do anything, and you will die without a burial ground. Men, capture this traitor. Chapter 1100. Yes. With Jiao Yun's order, a few martial artists immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. I'll only say it once. There are some things that you don't know, so I can let bygones be bygones. But if anyone dares to attack again, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely kill them. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and cruel. What an arrogant brat. Do you really think of yourself as a hero? Not to mention that it's impossible for you to kill Timur Mewtwo. Even if it's true, a lowly human like you doesn't have the qualifications to become the hero of Divine Phoenix Empire. Jiao Yun said disdainfully, all of you, attack. Yes sir. 4 people pounced towards Ling Xiao from 4 directions, trying to show their loyalty in front of Jiao Yun. I've said it before, whoever dares to attack again, kill without mercy. Ling Xiao waved his hand coldly, and 4 scarlet sun alls flew through the air. The 4 martial artists' bodies exploded in mid-air, and a rain of flesh and blood spilled all over the ground. How could this be? This brat is too overbearing, too arrogant. He actually dared to attack. The martial artists on the city wall were all shocked. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was just scaring them, but who knew that Ling Xiao's attack was really fatal? Moreover, it was extremely vicious and merciless. Jiao Yun, I've already given you many chances, but you refused to cherish them. Today, you must die, and no one can save you. Ling Xiao knew that he had to make a move. If he didn't show his might, no one would listen to him, and no one would be afraid of him. Stop him, quick, stop him. Jiao Yun was afraid. The 4 martial artists that Ling Xiao easily killed were all outstanding martial artists in the army, with the cultivation of 8 desolate heaven. That kind of thing, he simply couldn't do it. This is impossible. Why is the gap between him and me even greater when I've already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer? Jiao Yun retreated while shaking his head and muttering to himself. He didn't believe that this was true. He had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao after breaking through, but when he broke through, he discovered that someone else was actually stronger than him. This kind of result was simply unacceptable to him. Scram. Ling Xiao was like a tyrannical monster. Anyone who came within 2 to 3 meters of him would be burned by the blazing light. Then, their entire body would be set on fire, and they would scream endlessly. Someone was scared. Someone had retreated. This was because they felt that there was no need for them to clash head-on with Ling Xiao for Jiao Yun. There was no need for them to joke around with their lives. Get out of the way. This general will punish this traitor personally. Jiao Lin was furious. This Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. If he didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. General Jiao, please don't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. No idea when, Feng Qingyang actually appeared on the city wall. He was the witness of this trip to the northern desert. He knew everything. But when he was alone, there was nothing he could do. The Fiery Phoenix tribe couldn't provide any valid evidence. Unless they fought with the Ice Phoenix tribe, they wouldn't be able to save Ji Ning. However, the Fire Phoenix tribe would not do that for Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyang knew this, and he felt very guilty. But this didn't stop him from helping. After personally experiencing the tragic scene of tens of thousands of soldiers being killed by his own people, Feng Qingyang didn't mind even if he was chased out of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, he couldn't do anything by himself. So, he had been waiting. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. If Ling Xiao could turn the tide of a shocking battle with over 30,000 people, then he would definitely be able to solve the current problem. Although waiting was tiring, Ling Xiao finally returned to the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, many people immediately knew about Ling Xiao's return. However, some people didn't dare to interfere. Some people silently agreed to let Jiao Lin and the Phoenix tribe deal with Ling Xiao. However, Feng Qingyang didn't care. Feng Qingyang, what are you trying to do? Jiao Lin was stopped by Feng Qingyang and couldn't attack at all. After all, in terms of strength, he wasn't as strong as Feng Qingyang. General Jiao Lin, why do you ask when you already know the answer? I personally experienced that battle. Naturally, I know that Ji Ning and Ling Xiao aren't traitors. They are heroes. If you let them go now, it's not too late. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Rebellion. Everyone is rebelling. Jiolin was furious. Impossible. Ling Xiao must die today. He didn't know that his words had decided the tragic fate of his son, Jiuyun. If he had listened to Feng Qingyang and opened the city gates, Ling Xiao wouldn't have killed Jiuyun. However, he didn't do that. Without any obstruction, Ling Xiao had an easier time dealing with Jiuyun than dealing with the Phoenix tribe. The Righteous Alliance's young lord. The son of the imperial city's commander. But at this moment, Ling Xiao raised him above his head with one hand. Jiuyun resisted with all his might, but the heavenly origin energy in his body seemed to be restrained by something. He couldn't use it at all. No matter what he did, he couldn't move it at all. Save me, father. Jiuyun finally broke down. No more pride. No more arrogance. He no longer had the arrogance of someone high up in the air. At this moment, he was only filled with fear and terror. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my son, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Not only will you die, everyone around you will die too. In a moment of desperation, Jiolin made another mistake. He actually used a threatening tone to shout at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Jiolin mockingly. Then, he shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Jiuyun tried to murder a meritorious subject of the divine Phoenix Empire. Today, I, the military governor, will execute him here." His roar resounded through the clouds. He didn't believe that the people in the city couldn't hear him. He wanted to see if anyone would step forward and get involved in this mess under such circumstances. After saying that, he threw Ling Xiao down the city wall with all his might. If a normal martial artist fell down like this, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, although the city wall was high, a martial artist's body was stronger, especially when Jiuyun was already at the early stage of the ninth heaven. But at this moment, Jiuyun's heavenly origin energy was restrained by Ling Xiao. In other words, Jiuyun was no different from an ordinary person. Jiuyun's body collided with the ground. Then, as if a dye shop had opened, red, yellow, and green all came out. At this moment, silence. It was strangely quiet. Everyone could feel Ling Xiao's arrogance and domineering attitude. He dared to kill an imperial uncle in the imperial city, then kill Jiuyun in front of Jiolin, and kill the young lord of the Righteous Alliance. Only a madman would do such a thing. Even Feng Qingyang was surprised. Ling Xiao's actions were beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only stopped Jiolin and didn't attack because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Because the bigger the matter, the harder it would be to clean it up. If things went wrong, even a meritorious deed might turn into a crime. But Ling Xiao didn't seem to care at all. Below the city wall, there was only a pile of minced meat. And just a moment ago, this was still a living Jiuyun. This scene was simply a ghastly sight. The people on the city wall only needed to glance down to see the fate of that trash. He was smashed to pieces like a worm. Chapter 1101. Everyone should know how furious Ling Xiao was. Because Ling Xiao would not normally kill so viciously. Jiolin looked at the incomplete corpse and his entire body trembled. He even knelt on the ground and fell limply to the ground. Son. He only had this one son, and he had raised this son to inherit the position of patriarch of the Jiao clan. And the patriarch of the Jiao clan was very likely to be the future lord of the Righteous Alliance. Gone just like that. Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. No matter where you run to, I'll tear your body into 10,000 pieces. I'll do as I say. Crazy. Jiolin was truly on the verge of going crazy. He roared and bellowed like an injured tiger. Angry. When you surrounded and attacked those more than 100,000 soldiers, when you treated them like beasts and shot them down, did you ever think about what would happen to their families? When you ordered the Phoenix Cry army to fire arrows, did you ever think about what would happen to my family if I died? When you escorted Ji Ning back to the Imperial City for trial, did you ever think about how the soldiers of Northern Desert City would survive if they lost Ji Ning? You didn't. You never thought about it. Now that your son is dead, you can't restrain your anger. You should rejoice that you're still alive. How can your lowly lives compare to my son's? You bunch of lowly commoners. Jiolin roared with all his might. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble a noble like you to open the city gates for us lowly commoners. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste words with this idiot. This person's mind was filled with nobility while others were lowly. His own life was precious while others' lives were worthless. What was the point of wasting words with this sort of person? Open the gates. You still want to open the gates? Ha 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 ha, after killing my son, you still want me to open the gates for you? Jiolin couldn't help but reveal a savage expression. You killed the 9 Gates Inspector, the Phoenix Cry Army, and Deputy Inspector Jiao Yun, and you also killed several hundred city guards. Ling Xiao, do you know your crimes? Even now, you still want to fabricate a crime for me? Ling Xiao could not help but smile. Jiolin was indeed a sly old fox. Even in such a situation where he was about to go crazy, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity and did not completely lose his mind. This old fox probably knew that if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he needed a good reason to do so. In any case, if you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. As long as he was willing, he could find Ling Xiao's crime. This was not a difficult task at all. Am I wrong? Jiolin sneered. I didn't kill the 9 Gates Inspector or Deputy Inspector. I only killed the traitors who tried to stop me from meeting the Emperor and tried to kill me. I'm afraid General Jiao doesn't know that I have the authority to act as the overseer. In other words, I can act first and report later. Ling Xiao's voice remained indifferent. If General Jiao is unwilling to open the city gates, then I'll have no choice but to hand you over as well. It seems that there is nothing to talk about. Xie Li, kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was as if he was doing an extremely ordinary thing. He had already given Jiolin many chances. Unfortunately, this person did not cherish them. Yes, sir. Xie Li did not waste time talking nonsense. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, he immediately pounced on Jiolin. At first, Jiolin did not care about Xie Li. When Xie Li approached him, he felt the terrifying murderous intent that erupted from him. Thief, what are you trying to do? You even want to kill the commander of the Imperial City Barracks? Jiolin shouted loudly. Everyone has the right to kill rebels and traitors. I'll take it as cleaning up the traitors on behalf of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, Jiolin's body flew backward. It was not that he wanted to fly. Instead, he was sent flying by Xie Li's slap. Cold Plum, open the gate. Ling Xiao ignored Jiolin and ordered Cold Plum to open the city gates. I'll go and help too. Although Feng Qingyang was unwilling to deal with Jiolin, he was very willing to open the city gates. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Qingyang had already given him a lot of face by not stopping his actions. He was a person who knew how to act shamelessly. Jiolin's screams rang out one after another on the city gate tower. This scene left the soldiers guarding the city dumbfounded. None of them dared to go up and help. Jiolin was a top Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. If the other party could casually play with an expert of this level like a toy, they would not even be able to kill him with a single finger. Once the Imperial City's arrays were broken, it would completely become a showdown between experts. Whichever side was stronger would have the absolute advantage. Therefore, these people could only watch helplessly as Jiolin was tortured there. There was nothing they could do. You don't have to panic. This overseer already has evidence of Jiolin and Jiao Yun colluding with the Black Raven Empire. They stopped me this time because they don't want me to submit the evidence to the Empyrean Lord. You will be fine. The Phoenix Cry army actually colluded with these two rebels to try to kill me. Naturally, their crimes are not punishable. Now, the Phoenix Cry army has been executed. Jiao Yun has also received his retribution. Next, I will capture Jiolin alive and personally hand him over to the Emperor for punishment. Ling Xiao would not kill Jiolin. Jiolin knew many secrets. If he killed Jiolin so easily, the ones who would be happy would definitely be Sikong Zun, Phoenix Cry Chishan, and the Emperor. Young Master, Jiolin's cultivation has been crippled. A moment later, Xieli came to report. Take him and follow me into the city. Remember, this trash is still useful. Don't let anyone kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he killed the Phoenix Cry army and Jiao Yun. However, this did not seem to be all that Ling Xiao had. People were surprised to find that the woman who had easily crippled Jiao Lin actually called Ling Xiao young master. Moreover, her tone was filled with reverence. What was going on? What had Ling Xiao experienced during his training at the border? Many people were confused, but they were very clear about one thing. The current Ling Xiao was definitely not someone who could be provoked. They even had a feeling that Ji Ning might really have been wronged. Xikong Zun might also be unlucky this time. The city gate had been opened. The Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Men tribe marched straight in. No one dared to stop them. This was because almost everyone believed that Ling Xiao was no less terrifying than the emperor. This was not about strength. It was about power, but it was equally important. Was the Phoenix Cry army guilty? Was Jiao Yun guilty? Was Jiao Lin guilty? This was actually not important. Just like the emperor could casually convict Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, and the others, Ling Xiao could also convict them. Xikong Zun said that Ling Xiao was a traitor. Then Ling Xiao would enter the imperial city today and kill the traitor Xikong Zun. In the world of martial artists, strength was respected. However, this strength could be divided into 2 points. First, one's own strength. Second, the strength of the helpers. Chapter 1102. Perhaps Ling Xiao's own strength was not enough to turn the entire Divine Phoenix Empire upside down, but with the addition of Moon Maiden and Xieli, it was completely different. He would not feel embarrassed. Because his enemy was not one person, but a group of people. Could it be that when the other party found help, he could not find help? He was not stupid. The army entered the city and left the city gate. However, that ghastly and bloody scene was still deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Who would have thought that the youth with delicate features could actually turn the situation around with his own strength, defeating the Black Crow army of more than 100 people with more than 30,000 people? What's more, he even brought Timur Mewtwo's corpse. When they saw that the Phoenix Cry army was killed, Jiao Yun was killed. Even the moment Jiao Lin was killed, their original suspicions completely disappeared. If Ling Xiao said that he killed Timur Mewtwo, then it was definitely not wrong, there was no need to doubt this. If Ling Xiao was only a young genius at the level of the 10 great phoenixes, then perhaps many people would be apprehensive, but definitely not afraid. After all, there were too many monstrous geniuses in the mystic world, but those who could truly live to become a giant were few and far between. Especially the young geniuses who showed off their abilities, they died very quickly. So for Ling Xiao, people were apprehensive of his potential, but they would not necessarily treat him as a mortal danger. But the problem was the 3 women by Ling Xiao's side. Moon Maiden, Xieli, Cold Plum. They were really too powerful. The combination of these 3 women was already enough to contend against the true Demon's Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao. To be able to make these 3 women help him, this Ling Xiao was definitely more terrifying than any yin-yang realm expert. It was still that square. The place where Ling Xiao publicly killed the blood skeleton in the past. It was still a boiling cauldron of voices and people surging. However, today was not a martial arts competition, nor was it a battle arena. Instead, it was a grand execution ceremony. Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhuge Ming were locked in prison wagons with only their heads exposed. Traitor. Damn it. Shameless. Shameless. Die. All kinds of curses rose and fell. If it was just cursing, it would have been fine. On the way here, countless citizens of the imperial city greeted them with eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even stones. The 5 people who had their inner strength sealed were unable to resist at all. Everyone's face was very dirty, and the dirt was stained with blood. In order to protect the northern region, the 5 of them had been fighting on the battlefield for decades without complaining. But today, they suddenly began to doubt themselves. Why did they do that? Look at the people they were protecting. No one was willing to believe them. These people treated them as enemies, as the most despicable bastards. Treat them in the most vicious and shameless way. They were bitterly disappointed. He was thoroughly disappointed. Perhaps the only thing that comforted them was that the citizens of the northern desert city did not betray them. This made them feel a little better. The 5 of them were rudely dragged out of the cage and brought to the high platform. They refused to kneel, so their knees were broken. They could not stand. The 5 people were stripped of their clothes, but there was no executioner. Because this was not an ordinary execution. This was death by 1,000 cut. The so-called commoners standing in the square each held a shiny knife in their hands. They looked at the 5 people angrily, wishing that they could cut off their flesh piece by piece right now. Public executions in the imperial city were usually carried out here. However, death by 1,000 cuts had never been carried out since the founding of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the suggestion of Sikong-zun. He expressed that such a heinous person must be punished in such a cruel way. This way, no one would dare to betray the empire. Chimph, I knew it. The northern desert city is so small, how could it not be conquered after such a long time? So it was Ji Ning, this heinous criminal, who colluded with the Black Crow Empire. This kind of trash deserves to be tortured like this. That's right, I took the sharpest knife in the house today. I must cut off a piece of flesh from that Ji Ning's face. I want to ask him face to face, who gave him the guts to betray the interests of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't be angry. In the end, that Ji Ning is just a practitioner from the Sky Dragon continent. He's the same as that Ling Xiao. He's not someone from our Divine Phoenix Empire. No wonder he colluded with them. Most of the people in the crowd were criticizing Ji Ning. Even if some people felt that something was wrong, and some felt that there was a problem with this crime, they did not dare to make a sound. In the past few days, there were already a few people who were killed because they spoke up for Ji Ning and the others. Some of them were commoners, while others were officials of the imperial court. Now, at least in the imperial city, no one dared to stand out and say a word of justice. In the crowd, the soldiers of the Dark Thorn were all gnashing their teeth. They even bit their lips until they bled. When they heard such discussions, they really wanted to kill all these people. These people were even more hateful than the Sikong-zun. Ji Ning spent the past 10 years protecting them. If not for Ji Ning, the northern region would have been breached, and the imperial city would have been exposed to the iron hooves of the Black Crow Empire. Who knew how many of these people would have died? However, they believed the nonsense of those people without any evidence. They even deliberately fabricated some rumors, portraying Ji Ning as a heinous devil. Endure it, we'll wait for boss to come. Even if they could not endure it, they had to endure it. They were soldiers, they had to wait until the last moment. What if boss doesn't make it in time? Make your move if you can. Killing one is enough, killing 2 is a profit. As long as we can stall for time and don't let the great general be killed. Yes. On the other side, Feng Yinshan sat there with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that his opponent was not only Phoenix Cry Chishan, but also that unfathomable monarch. And this monarch, in order to stabilize his imperial power, even wanted to kill someone like Ji Ning. He admitted that he was not a good person, but as a crown prince, he knew how important Ji Ning was to the Divine Phoenix Empire. He really wanted to save Ji Ning. But in the Fire Phoenix clan, other than Feng Yangran and a few others who agreed, the rest were all against it. The reason was simple: there was no need to fight with the monarch for Ji Ning. It was not worth it. But he really wasn't happy at all. As a crown prince, he did not even have the ability to save a person. Sometimes, he felt that it was better for him to be a wanderer like Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was better and freer. Chapter 1103. Beside Feng Yinshan, Feng Yangran was crying her eyes out. But he didn't know how to comfort her. If only Ling Xiao hadn't died. Then, I would have been able to argue. Feng Yinshan wanted to fight back, but he needed some evidence and witnesses. If Ling Xiao came back, he would have a way. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao might not even be able to enter the imperial city. Sikong-zun looked at Ji Ning and the others kneeling there and was in a good mood. He actually hoped that Ling Xiao could enter the imperial city. That way, he would have an excuse to kill him. But some people didn't want to cause trouble, so Ling Xiao had to die outside and become a lonely ghost. Forget it, a small Ling Xiao was insignificant. As long as he could kill Ji Ning, his biggest problem would be solved. This way, the Divine Phoenix Empire would have no generals that could fight against the true Devil Empire. After destroying the remaining Northern Han, the Divine Phoenix Empire would be his next target. He was in a good mood. The stupid Divine Phoenix Emperor actually wanted to use him and the Yin-Yang Demon King to eliminate his enemies. On the surface, he was working for the Emperor, but in reality, he was working for the true Devil Empire. Looking at the gnashing teeth of the commoners, he smiled even more proudly. Suddenly, he stood up and walked in front of Ji Ning. He stepped on Ji Ning's head and sneered in a low voice, "How do you feel, great general? To be treated so mercilessly by the people you protect and even die in the hands of these commoners, do you feel especially angry and humiliated? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Pei, Sikong Zun, you will definitely die a horrible death." Although Ji Ning was disappointed, he didn't give up because his efforts weren't betrayed by everyone. At least in the northern desert, there were more than 100,000 commoners and soldiers who were willing to follow him. Even if it was for those people, he wouldn't cry. He wanted to die in a dignified manner. He definitely wouldn't let the Sikong Zun be happy. Die a horrible death. Sikong Zun smiled and said, "You're the one who's going to die a horrible death now, Ji Ning. Just wait for them to eat your flesh piece by piece. When that time comes, not only will you have to suffer great physical pain, but you'll also have to suffer great psychological pain." After he finished speaking, he stood up and fiercely stepped on Ji Ning's head a few times. Then, he loudly said, "Let's begin. Let the citizens come one by one. Ling Kai, this traitor who colluded with the enemy and caused the deaths of tens of thousands of Divine Phoenix soldiers. Sikong Zun, you lunatic. LV Chenglong cursed. LV Chenglong, you colluded with Ji Ning and tried to kill this general. Don't worry, after they kill Ji Ning, you will be next." Sikong Zun sneered at LV Chenglong. The few people present were all turtles in his jar. No one could escape from his hands. All he needed to do now was to sit there and enjoy the view happily. There was no need for him to be angry. "Ji Zhongran, is there a problem with you being the supervisor?" Sikong Zun suddenly looked at Ji Zhongran and asked. "No problem, I will do my best to ensure that Ji Ning will be killed by 1,000 cuts." Ji Zhongran loudly said. This was a person who was good at currying favor. Because the Holy Emperor did not give him the status of the Holy Son, he betrayed his own country and his family. He colluded with the true Demons Empire and caused the deaths of countless citizens and soldiers of the Holy Dynasty. And now, he colluded with Sikong Zun and became one of the witnesses to testify against Ji Ning and the others. There were also Wan Chofeng, Jiao Yun, and the others. They spouted nonsense in their testimonies and tried their best to smear Ji Ning and the others. Especially Ling Xiao, they described him as a heinous traitor. Whatever Sikong Zun told them to say, they would say. If they were not told to say, they would not say anything. Begin. Ji Zhongran excitedly waved the flag in his hand. To him, this was a supreme honor. He never thought that it might be a hot potato. No, it might even be something that could kill him. Rumble, rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently. The roar of the demon wolf came from not far away. The ground rose and fell rhythmically, which stunned everyone present. Ji Zhongran also forgot to wave the flag and looked at the smoke and dust on the road. Sikong Zun's mouth curved into a sneer. "He's here, that kid is here. That's great." He was worried that he could not find a suitable reason to kill this kid. Who would have thought that this kid would come knocking on his door? The Northern Desert Army. The Northern Desert Army is here. Isn't Zhao Lin guarding outside? How did they get in? Run for your lives. Chaos. The scene was completely chaotic. The common people were not as disciplined as the soldiers. Seeing the black mass of people rushing into the imperial city, they did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly scattered and ran for their lives. The square, which was originally packed with people, was suddenly left with a huge empty space. Boss is finally here. Hey, I told you that boss would not let us down. This time, The general is saved. The members of the Dark Thorn were also wild with joy. Cousin, look, Ling Xiao, it's Ling Xiao. He actually entered the city. Feng Yangran cried tears of joy. General Ji Ning is saved. He really is a guy who appears and disappears like a ghost. He's really too powerful. Feng Yangran, who was crying tears of joy, did not notice that Feng Yinshan's face showed a trace of displeasure. The dignified imperial city was actually so easily breached. If this was the army of the Black Crow Empire, what would they do? Although he was also happy about Ling Xiao's appearance, he did not like the 20,000 people behind Ling Xiao. Ji Ning, what are you standing there for? Since those common people are useless, it's your turn. In front of Ling Xiao, cut this Ji Ning alive. Xikong Zun calmly looked at Ji Zhongran and said. It was as if he was not surprised by this sudden situation at all, and was not nervous at all. This subordinate obeys. Ji Zhongran also recovered from his panic. So what if Ling Xiao came? Although he brought 20,000 people with him, these 20,000 people entering the imperial city were like sheep entering a tiger's den. One had to know that within the imperial city, just the number of garrison troops alone reached 100,000. Not to mention the Bright Mirror Bureau and the imperial city guards. These added up to 150 to 60,000. If the imperial city guards came to rescue the king, then the number of people would reach 400 to 500,000. Ling Xiao was simply sending himself to death. How was he here to save people? What was he afraid of? Sneering at Ling Xiao in the distance, Ji Zhongran simply put away the flag and called for the nearby soldiers to approach Ji Ning. I'll be the first, you guys follow behind. If anyone dares to retreat, I'll take his life. Although Ji Zhongran was a fox borrowing the tiger's might, in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than most of the ordinary soldiers. These people really did not dare to follow his orders. Moreover, they were originally the Ice Phoenix clan's lackeys, so they were not afraid of Ling Xiao. At this moment, not only was Feng Yinshan present, but Phoenix Cry Chishan was also present. They had the backing of Phoenix Cry Chishan, Phoenix Cry Wushan, and Xikong Zun. Wasn't it just killing Ji Ning? What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1104. Ji Zhongran waved the weapon in his hand with a ferocious expression on his face as he chopped down at Ji Ning's neck. Of course, he wasn't going to kill Ji Ning with this strike. Since it was a death by 1,000 cuts, this strike had to make Ji Ning feel incomparable pain without killing him. Ji Zhongran was a warrior, so of course he could do it. At this moment, LV Chenglong, who was kneeling beside Ji Ning, suddenly screamed and pounced on Ji Zhongran with all his strength. He actually bit Ji Zhongran's hand with his own mouth. Ji Zhongran's long sword fell to the ground. He screamed in pain. Kill him for me. Ji Zhongran screamed and kicked LV Chenglong in the stomach. Although LV Chenglong's cultivation was much higher than his, he couldn't use his heavenly core force at this moment. Ji Zhongran's kick made LV Chenglong spit out blood. However, what was surprising was that although LV Chenglong's mouth was full of blood, he still bit Ji Zhongran's wrist as if he wanted to bite it off. Crack! Ji Zhongran screamed in pain as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Hurry up and kill him. Don't worry about death by 1,000 cut. Just kill Ji Ning by 1,000 cut. At this moment, Ji Zhongran just wanted LV Chenglong to die. He screamed desperately, hating this lunatic. A group of soldiers rushed up and chopped at LV Chenglong's body. This strong man was bathed in blood, but his face still had a victorious smile. He saw that the Northern Desert Army was getting closer and closer. Ji Ning was definitely not going to die. Ji Ning struggled desperately and used his head to push the soldiers aside, but it was useless. His internal force had been sealed long ago, so he couldn't push the Xikong Zun's lackeys away. Brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you attend that banquet. I shouldn't have trusted the Xikong Zun so easily. LV Chenglong, who was on the verge of death, shouted with the last of his strength. Stop it. Even if I didn't go that night, the Xikong Zun would still have thousands of ways to frame me. Ji Ning had never blamed LV Chenglong. They used to be good brothers and would always be good brothers. Although they had been separated for a very long time, their brotherly affection had never been broken. "You bunch of animals. You will all die a horrible death." Ji Ning could no longer remain calm. How could he not be angry when he saw his brother die in front of him? "Howl my ass." Ji Zhongran kicked Ji Ning to the ground. "I thought you were some great general. You are now a piece of trash. Don't expect that Ling Xiao to save you. He can't even protect himself." As he spoke, he picked up the long saber with one hand and slashed down hard on LV Chenglong's body, who had already lost all signs of life. "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" As he slashed, he roared. He wanted to chop LV Chenglong into meat paste. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. F*CK your mother. In mid-air, an angry roar sounded. A figure like a ray of light crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and arrived beside Ji Zhongran. Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun was a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become so fast? He was several times more terrifying than before. He couldn't even react in time. "Traitor, I will kill you right now." Sikong Zun was only stunned for a moment. Then, he pounced on Ling Xiao in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, the moment he activated his internal energy, he felt an unprecedented chill all over his body. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His original attack turned into an escape. He ran hundreds of meters away. He saw a woman as beautiful and otherworldly as a fairy. That woman just looked at him quietly. He felt a chill all over his body and didn't dare to move at all. Moon Maiden. Sikong Zun naturally recognized the Moon Maiden. How could he not know the top expert of the Sky Dragon continent? However, the Moon Maiden today seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Her aura was even above that of the Yin-Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao didn't care about what he was thinking. The golden crow sword in his hand shook and several soldiers who attacked LV Chenglong were cut into pieces on the spot. As for Ji Zhongran, he didn't kill him. If he let Ji Zhongran die so easily, how could he vent his grief and anger? LV Chenglong was also his comrade. He was the comrade who drove away the Black Crow Empire's army on the battlefield with him. Now, he was tortured to death by a despicable and shameless person like Ji Zhongran. He swore that he would let Ji Zhongran taste the same pain. He would make everyone involved in LV Chenglong's death pay the price. Xie Li, use the most painful poison in the world on him. Make him suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he went to check on LV Chenglong's condition. Unfortunately, LV Chenglong's injuries were too severe. Even if he used the best elixirs on him to treat him, it only gave LV Chenglong a moment of life. Ling Xiao, good job. LV Chenglong glanced at Ling Xiao, then looked at Ji Ning and said, "Big brother, don't be sad. Everyone will die one day. Today, I saved your life. Even if I die, it's worth it. I only have one request now. Big brother, you must live well. Because you're not only living for yourself, but also for me." Ji Ning hugged LV Chenglong's blood-soaked body tightly and kept crying like a child. Men don't cry easily. It's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. A tough guy like Ji Ning couldn't control his emotions at this moment. More than 10 years ago, when he didn't know Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhuge Ming, LV Chenglong had followed him. The two of them went through fire and water and formed a deep friendship on the battlefield. What was the most important thing in the world? It was nothing more than the friendship between comrades. Chapter 1105. Ah! Ji Ning screamed at the sky. His angry voice pierced through the haze in the sky. Ling Xiao clenched his fists so hard that blood flowed from his hands. The rumbling of the war wolves finally stopped. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Northern Desert Army arrived at the square. Everyone's face was full of grief and indignation. Their clothes were ragged. Their armor was full of the enemy's blood. But their good general, LV Chenglong, was cruelly killed. It was in the imperial city of this country. It was in the residence of the emperor. Soon, the garrison of the imperial city began to move. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrounded the 20,000 soldiers of the Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Men tribe. The city gate was closed. The people hid in their homes and peeped in fear. Was there going to be a fierce battle in the imperial city? They were scared. They were really scared. Many of them had humiliated Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, and the others. They were afraid that the Northern Desert Army would take revenge on them. Although the Northern Desert Army was full of grief and indignation, they couldn't wait to kill the Sikongzun. However, they were a team with iron-like discipline. They wouldn't act without orders. Everyone held their weapons and suppressed the pain in their hearts, waiting for Ji Ning or Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao was also very sad. He felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore. He really wanted to slaughter the city. This imperial city was too dirty. 90% of the people deserved to die. LV Chenglong was dead. Ji Ning, Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhuge Ming were all disabled. Not only were their legs broken, but they were either blinded or had their ears cut off. In short, none of them were intact. A wicked fire burned in Ling Xiao's body, almost burning his mind. The Moon Maiden stood there. Even she couldn't help but feel sad at this time. She had lived for too long and had seen too many similar things. But every time she encountered it, she still found it hard to accept. Dai Yuling, Dai Yaroling, Lan Yu'er, take the generals and commanders to heal. Blood flowed from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth with every word he said. It was too painful for him to endure. Faced with such a miserable situation, he really wanted to transform into a demon and go crazy for once. Stop! Sikongzun suddenly roared, Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? You led the rebels of the Northern Desert Army into the imperial city and tried to let Ji Ning and the others go. Do you know that this is a capital offense? He roared, but he still stood far away. Because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Death penalty? I'm just a hero who saved this country from the hands of the real rebels. What crime am I guilty of? Ling Xiao stared coldly at Sikongzun. He wished he could slice off the man's flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Who are you calling a traitor? Sikongzun asked coldly. Of course it's you. Sikongzun. Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at Sikongzun and shouted harshly. What was going on? Many people were confused. Most of the guards of the imperial city didn't know the truth, including the civilians. They were just following the crowd. They would believe whatever Sikongzun said. In any case, no one dared to stand out and say that Sikongzun's words were false. Feng Qingyang and Feng Yangran were forbidden to talk about this matter by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The survivors were basically the henchmen of the Ice Phoenix tribe, so they wouldn't say anything. Therefore, Sikongzun's words became the truth. Ling Xiao, do you think that people will believe you if you frame General Sikong like this? You've broken the law today. No one can save you. Wn Qiufeng, who had lost an arm, looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, Don't worry. After you die, I'll take good care of all your women. Kill him. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one knew who he was talking to. But in the next moment, Wn Qiufeng's head was separated from his body. The person standing next to Wn Qiufeng was one of the members of the Dark Thorn. After killing Wn Qiufeng, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. This was the characteristic of the Dark Thorn. It was fine if they didn't attack, but once they did, they would definitely kill. Too domineering. Too powerful. He actually dared to kill a meritorious person in front of the two princes and the great general. Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Ling Xiao just glanced at the corpse and didn't care about it anymore. That kind of dirty thing was like a smelly rat after it died. There was no need to pay attention to it. Sikongzun, you probably didn't expect that I chased after it for thousands of miles and brought back Timur Mewtwo's head. Ling Xiao sneered and raised the head. What? How could it be? Shocking. Unbelievable. The whole square was in an uproar again. Someone, check the head. Feng Yinshan gave the order at the right time. Someone had already gone to check the head in front of everyone. 15 minutes later. Reporting to the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, this is indeed Timur Mewtwo's head. In the past, Timur Mewtwo fought with the Emperor and was injured. We collected some of his body fibers and compared them. It's completely the same. The person in charge of checking the head wasn't from the Ice Phoenix tribe or the Fire Phoenix tribe, but from the Bright Mirror Department. The Bright Mirror Department was directly responsible to the Emperor. Naturally, there was no problem with the results of their inspection. It really is Timur Mewtwo's head. Ling Xiao, how did you do it? Even though the truth was right in front of him, Feng Yinshan still found it hard to believe. It wasn't just him. The others also found it hard to believe. Reporting to the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, this subordinate captured Tomohiko Kumar alive and lured Timur Mewtwo to attack the Scorpion Men tribe. He tried to seize the blood mirror of the Scorpion Men tribe to find Tomohiko Kumar's whereabouts. In the end, Timur Mewtwo fought with the Scorpion King and was seriously injured. This subordinate captured him. Most of what Ling Xiao said was true, but he didn't involve the Moon Maiden. In any case, other than the warriors of the Scorpion Men tribe, there were only people from the Dark Thorn, so no one would betray him. Whatever he said was true. No wonder. I've long heard that the Scorpion King is a Yin-Yang realm expert and is on par with Timur Mewtwo. This is understandable. Feng Yinshan nodded. When the others heard this, they also nodded. They finally understood that Ling Xiao was a scammer. However, even if it was a scammer, being able to kill Timur Mewtwo and obtain his head was definitely a great merit. How could he be a traitor? Since Timur Mewtwo died in battle, there's no proof. Who knows if the Black Crow Empire is using a corpse to help you become their spy to gain sympathy and trust? Seekong Zun snorted coldly. Old dog Seekong, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, Ling Xiao sneered. He gently stroked the beast ring and released Tomohiko Kumar. Tomohiko Kumar. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingchishan stood up almost at the same time and shouted in surprise. They were all too familiar with Tomohiko Kumar. Chapter 1106. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingchishan both recognized Tomohiko Kumar. This person was too familiar to them. They had fought several times before, and when the Black Crow Empire was still a vassal state of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Tomohiko Kumar had stayed here as a hostage for a long time. It was impossible for them not to know each other. Isn't that the little Duke of the Black Crow Empire? I heard that he's the Black Crow Queen's most beloved son, and also Timur Mewtwo's disciple. It can't be fake, right? Fake my ass. The two princes have recognized him, and you even suspect them? Oh my god, this Ling Xiao is too awesome. Not only did he take Timur Mewtwo's head, he even captured Tomohiko Kumar alive. Hero. What a great hero. The people were even more shaken. They began to doubt Seekong Zun's words. On the other hand, Seekong Zun's expression was somewhat ugly. He really didn't expect that Timur Mewtwo would actually fall into the hands of Ling Xiao. He also didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually capture Tomohiko Kumar alive. This time, the situation wasn't good. Seekong Zun, didn't you say that Ling Xiao betrayed the country and joined the Black Crow Empire? Don't tell me that the Black Crow Empire actually used the lives of Grand Preceptor Timur Mewtwo and Little Duke Tomohiko Kumar in exchange for Ling Xiao's life? Since Feng Yinshan had found an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. He began to question Seekong Zun. Of all the people present, only Feng Mingchishan and him had the qualifications. The moment Feng Mingchishan saw Tomohiko Kumar appear, he turned around and left. Seekong Zun wasn't one of his people, so he didn't need to get involved in this mess for Seekong Zun. It seemed that this rumored tyrannical Ice Phoenix Crown Prince wasn't an impulsive person, nor was he an idiot. He wanted to watch Feng Yinshan fight with the monarch. That way, he could sit back and reap the benefits. These people were all shrewd people. They knew very well when to do something and when not to do something. Feng Mingchishan wouldn't be a shield for the monarch. Seekong Zun's expression froze when he saw Feng Mingchishan leave. He kept saying that Ling Xiao had betrayed the country, but Ling Xiao came back with Timur Mewtwo's head. He said that the dead didn't speak. However, Ling Xiao had captured Jian alive. For a moment, he was Zun. However, he was still an old fox. He smiled and said, Crown Prince Yinshan, I didn't know that Ling Xiao was pursuing the Black Crow army alone. I thought that he had betrayed the country like Ji Ning. I was wrong about that. However, Ling Xiao led the Northern Desert Army into the Imperial City today, which is treason. He deserves the death penalty. Old dog Sikong, you're really shameless to a certain level. You actually still want me to die at this time? Ling Xiao said coldly. Sikong Zun said loudly, Military Governor Ling, you're wrong. I'm just stating facts. I'm not exaggerating. Do you dare say that you didn't kill Jiao Lin, the Phoenix Cry Army, and Jiao Yun and then barge into the Imperial City? Ha ha ha, you're stating facts. I said you're shameless. You're really shameless. However, old dog Sikong, it's useless to be shameless in front of ironclad evidence. No one can help you. I believe that the Emperor will give justice to those tens of thousands of dead souls. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. His voice was full of hatred. However, his words were smart. It was tantamount to roasting the Emperor. If the Emperor couldn't do things impartially this time, no one would obey him in the future. After all, similar things had happened in the history of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Back then, the Dark Phoenix clan leader, who was sitting on the Emperor's throne, attempted to wallow in the mire with traitors and harm the pillars of the Empire. In the end, the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan joined forces to oust him from the throne. From then on, the Dark Phoenix clan lost the right to participate in the election. At that time, the current Emperor also participated in the battle. He was very clear about the danger of being enemies with the army and people of the world. The Emperor has arrived. A voice suddenly sounded in the square. The army surrounding the square naturally opened up a path for them. 2 palanquins, one in front and one behind, appeared in front of everyone under the protection of the Imperial Guards and the Mirror Department. A person came down from the first palanquin. It was the current Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Fengming Wu Liang. Guarding beside Fengming Wu Liang was the commander of the Mirror Department, Fengming Dahai. Many people knew that these two were blood brothers. Moreover, they were twins. If not for Fengming Dahai's official robe and Fengming Wu Liang's dragon robe, many people would have mistaken them. Ling Xiao originally thought that the one who came out of the second palanquin would be the current imperial advisor. However, he was wrong. The one who came out of the second palanquin was a woman. She had a dignified appearance, graceful and luxurious, as if she was a flower queen who ruled over a group of flowers. Jiao Lin and Jiao Yun were killed by you? The woman directly passed by the Emperor, Fengming Wu Liang, and came to a place more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. She asked with a cold and cruel voice. Although Ling Xiao didn't recognize this woman, he felt that she should be related to Jiao Lin and Jiao Yun, and the relationship wasn't shallow. Because he actually felt that Jiao Yun was 70% similar to this woman. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You actually didn't know? Wasn't this a trap deliberately designed by Great General Sikong? Ling Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? What trap? Sikong Zun suddenly became anxious. I'm spouting nonsense. Then how did you know that I killed Jiao Lin, Jiao Yun, and the Phoenix Cry Army? Could it be that you can predict? Ling Xiao asked with a cold smile. Sikong Zun was speechless. Just now, because he wanted to punish Ling Xiao, he accidentally let it slip. He originally thought that Ling Xiao didn't notice, but who knew that this brat Ling Xiao was actually waiting for him here? He was really cunning to the extreme. That woman coldly glanced at Sikong Zun, seemingly with a murderous aura. But soon, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't care whose trap it is. You killed my husband and son, so you have to die. Fengming Wu Liang, this person not only led troops into the Imperial City, but also killed the Nine Gates commander, the commander of the Imperial City Barracks, and the Nine Gates deputy commander. I don't need to say how he should be punished, right? This woman actually called the Emperor by his name, as if she didn't care about the Emperor at all. Fengming Wu Liang's expression was a little ugly, but this expression only appeared on his face for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Ling Xiao, you killed those 3 people, which is indeed a capital offense, but I can give you a chance to explain yourself on account of your meritorious service. Your Majesty, this person is a dog, biting whoever he catches. Your Majesty, You can't give him the chance to frame a loyal subject. You must kill him, only then can you convince the public. Otherwise, anyone can lead troops into the imperial city, and the world will be in chaos. Sikong Zun hurriedly said loudly. Chapter 1107. Old Dog Sikong, are you scared? Ling Xiao suddenly asked loudly. I'm scared. That's funny. What am I scared of? Sikong Zun shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. Aren't you scared? You colluded with Tomohiko Kumar and Timur Mewtwo to set a trap and let Tomohiko Kumar's subordinate Feng Zhon to injure General Ji Ning with a poisonous arrow. Then, you purposely instigated an internal conflict between the Northern Desert Army and the Expedition Army. After the Black Crow Army invaded, you ignored the safety of tens of thousands of soldiers and insisted on killing the Northern Desert Army on the battlefield. In the end, more than half of the Expedition Army was killed. After that, when the Black Crow Army attacked the Northern Desert Army, you shamelessly abandoned the army and escaped with a few of your lackeys. In the end, you caused Feng Qingyang and LV Chenglong to be arrested. The rest of the Expedition Army soldiers were also arrested. Could it be that what I said was not the truth? You want me to die because you're afraid that I'll show you the evidence. So, you're scared. You're scared that the Emperor will let you be buried with the dead. These words were like a clap of thunder from the ninth heaven. Many people who had been kept in the dark were shocked to the extreme. This was completely different from what Sikong Zun said. According to Sikong Zun, it was Ji Ning who colluded with the Black Crow Army to injure him and instigate an internal conflict that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers. Who was telling the truth here? What a load of nonsense. Your Majesty, are you going to listen to this traitor's nonsense? He just wants to frame me and create an opportunity for the Black Crow Empire to attack us. Sikong Zun roared. Although these were all true, Sikong Zun would never admit it. Once he admitted it, there would be no way for him to turn the situation around. I'm spouting nonsense. Haha, old dog Sikong, you must have proof since you said so, right? Then please produce evidence to prove that General Ji Ning and I colluded with the Black Crow Empire to start the internal strife. If you can't produce any evidence, you can't escape the death penalty for harming the general based on your one-sided statement. Ling Xiao had evidence, so he wasn't afraid of Sikong Zun. Evidence? Of course I have evidence. Everyone present has seen it. You attacked the imperial city and killed several soldiers who were supervising the execution. You even colluded with the martial artists of the Scorpion tribe and poisoned Ji Changran. Isn't this the truth? Sikong Zun sneered. Bullshit. Before Sikong Zun could finish speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him with a roar. He was truly furious. He was so angry that he couldn't be any angrier. Sikong Zun, you still have the nerve to bite people. Please tell me, when the soldiers of the Northern Desert Army shed their blood on the battlefield and defeated 1.2 million soldiers of the Black Crow Empire with their loyalty, when we finally won, where were you? You old dog, you escaped from the battlefield and returned to the imperial city, biting people like a mad dog. You accused Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhong Yufei, and Zhuge Ming of being traitors. I'd like to ask, who gave you such power? Who do you represent? What right do you have to convict them? Do you have evidence? Do you have an imperial edict? Ling Xiao was certain that Sikong Zun couldn't produce any evidence or an imperial edict. Perhaps the emperor had tacitly approved of the capture of Ji Ning and the others, but the emperor would never be so stupid as to issue such an imperial edict. He would only hint to Sikong Zun and the others to do so. Therefore, the current Sikong Zun could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. No matter what you say, it's useless. Today, we attacked the imperial city and killed the commanders of the imperial city barracks. This is an ironclad fact. You can't deny it no matter what. Sikong Zun knew that some things couldn't be explained clearly, so he didn't bother explaining. Instead, he seized on the fact that Ling Xiao had led an army to attack the imperial city. An ironclad fact. Ha ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed, and it was a very cold laugh. I chased after the enemy, took Timur Mewtwo's head, and captured Zhou Jian alive. But along the way, I encountered countless people who wanted to kill me, and what they were wearing, was precisely the armor of Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't tell me that you were the one who sent these people over. Was your goal to save Tomohiko Kumar? Or did you want to kill me and take the credit? Nonsense. Even if those people were wearing the armor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they could be people from the Black Crow Empire in disguise. You can't even recognize this point. To think that you're the military governor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Sikong Zun said coldly. Haha, since that's the case, in order to successfully escort Tomohiko Kumar back to the Imperial City, I asked the warriors of the Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Tribe to help. What's wrong with that? May I ask Great General Sikong, since entering the Imperial City, has the Northern Desert Army hurt a single person? Have they destroyed a single brick of the city? They were only entrusted by me to help me escort the prisoner. Not only are they innocent, they're even meritorious. You keep saying that they're rebels, that they want to rebel. Could it be that a great general is such a person who speaks without thinking? What's your goal? Could it be that you want to destroy the northern defenses of our Divine Phoenix Empire before you're willing to give up? Ling Xiao's words were not only meticulous, they were also reasonable and had substance. Even if it was sophistry, Sikong Zun could not find any reason to refute it. With this, he had instead become a scoundrel who was framing a loyal person. He already knew that this guy's mouth was incomparably powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. Chimph, they didn't make a move. Then who killed Commander Jiao Lin and the others? Sikong Zun asked with a cold snort. He would not let go of the opportunity to slander Ling Xiao. The ones who killed them were me and my friends. In order to prevent the Emperor from misunderstanding, I did not ask the Northern Desert Army to make a move. Ling Xiao said indifferently, actually, even if they made a move, there was nothing wrong with it. I already explained the reason for entering the city and even showed the token that the Emperor and the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince bestowed upon me. However, the Phoenix Cry army ordered to shoot arrows in an attempt to kill me. Let me ask, could I have resisted? Should this kind of person not be killed? Even so, we can still sit down and discuss this properly. Making a move should not be done. Sikong Zun said. Don't forget that I am still the military governor and have the authority to act according to the circumstances. I can act first and report later. I suspect that the Phoenix Cry army is a spy from the Black Crow army who is trying to save Tomohiko Kumar and steal Timur Mewtwo's head. Otherwise, why would he insist on killing me? If he wants to kill me, I will naturally kill him. Could it be that you also think that the authority given by the Emperor and the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince is wrong? Even if the Phoenix Cry army deserves to die, what about Jiao Yun and Jiao Lin? Sikong Zun asked again. After I killed the Phoenix Cry army, explained the situation and revealed my identity, Jiao Lin and Jiao Yun actually still wanted to kill me. Then may I ask, can I retaliate? Ling Xiao asked in return. Even if you retaliate, they do not deserve to die. Sikong Zun said coldly. Do not deserve to die. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed and said, do you know that the two of them have already become accomplices of the Black Crow Empire? Chapter 1108. That's impossible. Sikong Zun roared. Nothing is impossible. That day when we defeated the Black Crow army and returned to the northern desert city, it was Jiao Lin and Jiao Yun who led the army to block our retreat and put us in danger. You said they didn't betray us, so why did they do that? Was it you who gave the order? Ling Xiao asked loudly. How could it be me who gave the order? I didn't know about this at all. Sikong Zun hurriedly cleared his name. Since that's the case, I killed the traitors and helped the Emperor get rid of a disaster. How can you say that I'm guilty? Did you become the great general of the Black Crow Empire? Ling Xiao's words hit the heart, making Sikong Zun unable to retort. Although he was very angry, he had always been very restrained. Especially when he took action at the city gate, he didn't let the Northern Desert Army get involved, and when he came to the square, he didn't let the Northern Desert Army do anything either. His purpose in doing so was to not leave any evidence for others to use. This way, he would be able to use his glib tongue to make Sikong Zun speechless. Fine, even if you're right, how do you explain robbing the execution ground and killing Ji Zhongran, Wn Chofeng, and the many soldiers who supervised the execution? This is also a capital offense, don't you know? Sikong Zun asked again. Robbing the execution ground? Ling Xiao said indifferently, Ji Ning and the others are not only innocent, but also meritorious. They were framed by a traitor like you and set up a private execution ground. I only saved the divine Phoenix Empire's meritorious officials. Do you think I'm guilty for doing this? Traitor. Ling Xiao actually called Sikong Zun a traitor in front of so many people again, and Sikong Zun didn't have any words to refute. What, old dog Sikong, you're still not convinced? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Sikong Zun and questioned in front of everyone, you said I was a traitor, you said I was a sinner. Now I've explained it clearly. Then may I ask General Sikong, how do you explain the numerous crimes you have committed? I think both the Celestial Emperor and the people of the Imperial City want to know the truth. Ling Xiao, even if you have a glib tongue, I, Sikong Zun, am an upright man who is loyal to his country and has never committed any crimes. You accuse me of framing Ji Ning, but you have no evidence. You said that I sent people to kill you halfway, but you still have no evidence. You said that I abandoned the army and fled back to the Imperial City, but the truth is that you and the rebels in the northern desert city tried to kill me. I couldn't fight against so many rebels by myself, so I could only return to the Imperial City to ask for help. Sikong Zun believed that Tomohiko Kumar would not betray him, so even if Ling Xiao captured Tomohiko Kumar alive, it would be useless. That was why he dared to treat the lie as the truth. Haha, I knew that you, old dog Sikong, would not admit it. Ling Xiao sneered. But I have told you more than once that when I returned to the Imperial City, I dared to accuse you of being a rebel because I have evidence. Evidence? Show me what evidence you have. Don't always speak without thinking. I am the Imperial General, not someone you can slander. If you can't show me evidence today, then you will die. Sikong Zun really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death, but when he saw the Moon Lady standing beside Ling Xiao, he did not dare to move. You want evidence? That's easy. Ling Xiao sneered, then grabbed Tomohiko Kumar's head. What are you doing? Tomohiko Kumar is the only witness. Are you going to kill him? Sikong Zun roared. What? General Sikong wants him to speak. Ling Xiao asked. Only Tomohiko Kumar knows who colluded with the Black Crow Empire. Since the Emperor is present, then let Tomohiko Kumar speak. I am not afraid of a crooked shadow, Sikong Zun said with a smile. All right, in that case, ask away. Ling Xiao tapped Tomohiko Kumar's body, waking Tomohiko Kumar from his coma. Tomohiko Kumar, as the little Duke of the Black Crow Empire, have you ever colluded with Ji Ning to harm me? Sikong Zun asked loudly. His voice was very loud. Everyone in the square, and even the entire Imperial City, heard him clearly. Tomohiko Kumar gritted his teeth and said, that's right. We discussed with Ji Ning to kill Sikong Zun, then instigate an internal conflict between Northern Desert Pass and Northern Desert City, so that we can capture Northern Desert City in one fell swoop. It's a pity that Ji Ning is useless. He was actually injured by Sikong Zun's poisoned arrows. Then we encountered the Avildor Ling Xiao, who is proficient in the art of war, and defeated our army. I hate him to death. His words were really beautiful. Because he couldn't frame Ling Xiao, he might as well portray Ling Xiao as the hero of Divine Phoenix Empire, and then splash dirty water on Ji Ning. Anyway, wasn't this what Sikong Zun wanted? As long as Sikong Zun was satisfied, he might be able to escape. Although he suffered a big setback this time, he also learned a lot and understood a lot of things. As long as he could return to the Black Crow Empire, he believed that he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that, Ling Xiao? This is the witness you brought back. You should believe what he says, right? Let's not talk about other things. Ji Ning actually plotted against me, and instigated an internal conflict between the Expeditionary Army and the Northern Desert Army. This gave the Black Crow Empire an opportunity to take advantage of. He is a traitor. He deserves to be beheaded. You actually broke into the execution ground to save him. Although your contributions are not small, your contributions cannot make up for your crimes. Even if you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape punishment. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly. Your Majesty, you also saw that even Tomohiko Kumar wanted to protect Sikong-zun. Doesn't this prove that he is a traitor? You have already seen the real process through the blood mirror. The blood mirror is a divine artifact of the Scorpion Men tribe. It has two special effects. One is to track a person's soul. This is why Timur Mewtwo wanted to snatch it. The other is even more powerful. It can extract a person's true memories, so no matter how the person lies, it will still play out the real process. Fengming Wuliang's expression was very ugly. Before he came here, he had indeed seen Tomohiko Kumar's true memories. Feng Qingyang had brought them to the imperial palace for him to see. But now, Tomohiko Kumar had actually lied. While slandering Ji Ning, he had also whitewashed Sikong-zun. So wasn't the result obvious? Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry to deal with Sikong-zun. I hope that all the soldiers and civilians of the imperial city will know the truth. Only then will they understand who is the traitor and who is the hero. Ling Xiao smiled and said to the crowd, Vice Principal Feng, please play the memory extracted by the blood mirror towards the sky. The bigger the image, the better. Okay. Feng Qingyang pointed the blood mirror at the sky. A moment later, a blood-red cloud appeared in the sky. Chapter 1109. Above the blood-red clouds, a series of memories began to play. They were Tomohiko Kumar's memories. In Tomohiko Kumar's memories, everything was as Ling Xiao had said. That day, Sikong-zun had left the military camp and secretly met with Timur Mewtwo and Tomohiko Kumar to discuss how to deal with the northern desert city. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough to stun all the soldiers and civilians in the city. The great general that they had trusted had actually been secretly colluding with the people of the Black Crow Empire. These were Tomohiko Kumar's memories. They were more credible than Tomohiko Kumar's words. In the memories released by the blood mirror, there were not only scenes of Tomohiko Kumar colluding with Sikong-zun. There were also scenes of Ling Xiao turning the tide of the battle and slaughtering the Black Crow Empire's army. There were also scenes of Ling Xiao calmly dealing with the situation and scaring off Timur Mewtwo. These scenes made everyone in the imperial city feel their blood boil. They could not control their emotions. Admiration for Ling Xiao. Gratitude and trust for the Northern Desert Army. He felt ashamed and regretful towards Ji Ning. Hatred for Sikong-zun. All these emotions were intertwined together. It was as if a terrifying volcano was about to erupt in the imperial city. If the emperor could not handle today's matter properly, then the soldiers and civilians of the imperial city might really rebel. Ji Ning was loyal to the emperor and served his country. LV Chenglong and the others also fought bravely. Ling Xiao was the divine general of the divine Phoenix Empire who had descended from the heavens. This group of people was actually called rebels by Sikong-zun. They actually believed Sikong-zun's words and insulted and humiliated Ji Ning and the others. All the regret and shame turned into incomparable anger at this time. Colluding with the Black Crow Empire was a capital offense. He framed Zhongliang, tortured Ji Ning and the others until they were crippled, and even killed LV Chenglong. He even wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Even if that old dog Sikong-zun died 1,000 or 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be able to dispel the hatred in their hearts. Emperor, please uphold justice for us and severely punish the treacherous officials. Ling Xiao suddenly cupped his hands and said loudly to Fengming Wuliang, Emperor, please make the decision and punish the treacherous officials severely. Everyone in the Northern Desert Army shouted, Emperor, please make the decision and punish the treacherous officials severely. This time, almost all the soldiers and civilians in the imperial city roared. Even the Phoenix Academy, which used to be at odds with Qingshu College, stood on Ling Xiao's side. After all, the conflict between the two academies was a conflict between the people. However, Sikong-zun's actions were already betraying the country. How could they tolerate it? Sikong-zun was trembling all over. He didn't expect that the trap he had carefully set up would become the stage for Ling Xiao to turn the tables. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Ling Xiao personally. Then, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. Your Majesty, Your humble servant believes that you will enforce the law impartially. Ling Xiao kicked the ball to Fengming Wuliang. He wanted to see what kind of choice the emperor would make. Fengming Wuliang was very upset. But there was nothing he could do. To be honest, everything that Xikongzun did was secretly ordered by him, so he definitely couldn't kill Xikongzun. However, if he didn't handle today's matter well, once the people started to revolt, his position as emperor would be over. He didn't do all those things just to lose his throne. He wanted to be the emperor of the divine Phoenix Empire forever. He was upset with Xikongzun's uselessness, and at the same time, he was upset with Ling Xiao's cunning. Today's scene was completely created by Ling Xiao. It was as if he was being roasted on a fire. What could he do? Fengming Wuliang took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, don't worry. Xikongzun committed such a heinous crime. We won't forgive him no matter what. However, the country has its laws. What kind of punishment should be meted out to the law department? What do you think? Your Majesty, your humble servant has no problem with that. However, you can ask the people of the divine Phoenix Empire if they agree. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't give them a chance to try the case. He knew that Fengming Wuliang wanted to protect Xikongzun. Once he delayed, Xikongzun might take the opportunity to escape. Roar, kill Xikongzun! Kill Xikongzun! The thunderous roar shook the entire imperial city. Fengming Wuliang's expression became even more unsightly. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing on the side of the people of the divine Phoenix Empire. If he didn't agree to Ling Xiao's request, then he would really become the enemy of the tens of millions of people in the imperial city. Your Majesty, Xikongzun was originally the lightning demon king of the true devil empire. This person once infiltrated the sacred dynasty of the Sky Dragon continent and caused the sacred dynasty to be defeated by the true devil empire. Do you want the divine Phoenix Empire to follow the same path? Feng Yinshan finally spoke. This time, he aimed his spear directly at Xikongzun. This was the best opportunity to gain public support. As long as Feng Yinshan wasn't an idiot, he would do this. Moreover, he really wanted to get rid of Xikongzun. Not only was Xikongzun a traitor, but he was also Emperor Fengming Wuliang's subordinate. He must be killed. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, Crown Prince Yinshan. Hearing Feng Yinshan's words, countless soldiers and civilians shouted his name in support of him. At this time, Emperor Fengming Wuliang had nowhere to run. If he really wanted to incite a revolt, then Feng Yinshan might very well ascend to the throne with the support of these tens of millions of people. Xikongzun despaired. He was well aware that in this situation, even if Fengming Wuliang wanted to save his life, it was impossible. Ling Xiao was too cunning. Are you done with your nonsense? Just when Xikongzun had completely sunk into despair and was preparing to accept his miserable fate, the woman from the Righteous Alliance spoke. Everyone was stunned. However, Fengming Wuliang revealed a smile. This foolish and arrogant woman might be a very good turning point. He was well aware that Jiolin's wife was a disciple of the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Her status was revered and her strength was not ordinary. And in the eyes of the everlasting Joy Immortal Island, tens of millions of people were nothing. Thus, although this woman was foolish and arrogant, she was definitely the only existence that could reverse the situation today. Madame Jiao, do you have something to say? Fengming Wuliang deliberately asked out of curiosity. Of course I have something to say. Madame Jiao coldly said. I don't care which of you is a traitor or which of you is a hero. None of this has anything to do with me. I only care about the person who killed my husband and son today. That person must die. These words were domineering and callous. Her meaning was that no matter what her family did, whoever killed them would have to die, even if they were the hero of the country. In Madame Jiao's eyes, there was no country, no people, and no hero. She only cared about her own interests. Sometimes, shielding one's family was an advantage, but sometimes, it was purely pushing one's family into a pit of fire. If Jiao Yun didn't have such a mother, he probably wouldn't have been so arrogant, and he certainly wouldn't have died so early. Chapter 11:10. Xikongzun seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. He hurriedly got down on his knees and said to Madame Jiao, Madame Jiao, That Ling Xiao once humiliated young Master Jiao Yun in Ling Yu's courtyard. This person is extremely despicable. Because he envies young Master Jiao Yun's talent and status, he has been constantly trying to kill him. On that day in the northern desert, if not for this one's timely rescue, young Master Jiao Yun would have already been killed by this brat. I hope that your majesty will give me justice. So what if he's a rebel? So what if he's a spy? As long as Madame Jiao is protecting him, what can anyone do to him? Ling Xiao, oh, Ling Xiao, although you've worked so hard to create this situation today, the final victor can only be me. Be at ease. With me here, no one will be able to touch you today. For some reason, Madame Jiao really did want to protect Xikong Zun, and she had even said such words in front of tens of millions of soldiers and soldiers. Seeing Madame Jiao's arrogant and despotic appearance, Ling Xiao suddenly turned to the Emperor Fengming Wuliang, and said, Your Majesty, this woman has no regard for the law and treats heroes like dirt, yet she wants to protect a rebel. Could it be that the divine Phoenix Empire doesn't belong to your Majesty, but to this woman? Ling Xiao once more threw this difficult problem to the Emperor to deal with. Fengming Wuliang sighed and said, Ling Xiao, you don't know, but the highest authority in the divine Phoenix Empire is not we, but the Righteous Alliance. Madame Jiao is a member of the Righteous Alliance, so she naturally represents the will of the Righteous Alliance. Not even we can influence her. Is the Righteous Alliance not bound by the law? Ling Xiao asked. When a sovereign commits a crime, he is as guilty as a commoner, and the Righteous Alliance is naturally no exception. This was a rule that was established when the Righteous Alliance was first established, but, Fengming Wuliang helplessly sighed. This old scoundrel was extremely crafty. Although he wanted nothing more than for the Righteous Alliance to fall, he would never provoke it. With these words, he was clearly telling Ling Xiao and the tens of millions of soldiers that if they wanted to bring Xikong Zun to justice, they should not fight with him, but go to the Righteous Alliance. Of course, although he was smart to do this and stay out of the matter, his way of doing things made the hearts of countless soldiers and civilians turn cold. An emperor actually did not take the initiative to stand up for his country's heroes when they were being bullied and framed. What qualifications did he have to continue holding the position of emperor? Madame Jiao, although you are a member of the Righteous Alliance, you cannot disregard the law. Today, Xikong Zun must be killed, but Ling Xiao cannot die. The one who stood out to speak was Feng Yinshan. He was also a smart person, but he was even more daring. Perhaps he knew that it would be very difficult for him to compete with Phoenix Crychishan, who had outstanding military exploits, not to mention that Phoenix Crychishan had the support of the powerful Ice Phoenix clan. In addition, it was the Ice Phoenix clan that currently held power. If he wanted to defeat Phoenix Crychishan and Phoenix Cry Immeasurable, his only way was to find another path and win the support of the people. And this time was his chance. It was true that becoming an enemy of the Righteous Alliance was extremely dangerous and that he could be killed at any time, but after so many years, he had watched as the Righteous Alliance slowly deteriorated. Although the current Righteous Alliance was still not weak, it was far from its former self. If he really had to fight, he really did not need to fear the Righteous Alliance. This was a massive gamble. If he lost, he might die. At the very least, he would be stripped of his position as Crown Prince. If he won, not only would he have the absolute advantage in the election, he would also be able to win over many people. Those without courage would not dare to make such a gamble. But Feng Yinshan had no path of retreat. He had to do this, and he could only do this. Feng Yinshan, it seems to me that you don't want your position as Crown Prince anymore. Madame Jiao coldly said to Feng Yinshan. If I can uphold justice, root out traitors, and clear the name of a hero, what is there to cherish about the position of Crown Prince? Moreover, whether or not I am the Crown Prince is not up to you, Madame Jiao, to decide. You can only represent your Jiao clan. The Righteous Alliance is controlled by the three great clans. Feng Yinshan sharply countered. Ha, then let's wait and see. Madame Jiao disdainfully sneered, and then she turned to Phoenix Cry Immeasurable and said, I want to kill Ling Xiao and take away Xikong Zun. Do you have any objections? I don't think that's a good idea, Madame Jiao. You can take Xikong Zun away, but Ling Xiao is Divine Phoenix Empire's hero. He protected the borders. If we let you kill him just like that, what qualifications do we have to be the monarch? Phoenix Cry Immeasurable frowned. He had not expected that he would have to make a choice in the end. If I want to kill him, can you stop me? Madame Jiao ignored Phoenix Cry Immeasurable and turned to Ling Xiao. Brat, hand over your life. I will definitely place your head on the graves of my husband and son. After saying this, she actually began to attack. Roar. Suddenly, a roar shook the heavens. Countless soldiers had appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Feng Yinshan, Feng Qingyang, Feng Yangran, the Northern Desert Army, the Scorpion Men, and even the garrison of the imperial city. The dense crowd completely blocked Madame Jiao's path. She could not advance even half a step. Are you trying to rebel? Madame Jiao was so angry that her entire body trembled. Does the Righteous Alliance want to incur the wrath of the masses? Feng Yinshan coldly asked. At this moment, more and more people were hurrying over. They had come here with only one goal in mind, to protect the hero of this country, to protect the bottom line of this country. If a country could not even protect its own hero, who would be willing to shed their blood for this country? Damn it. Since you want to be buried with him, then I'll kill all of you. Madame Jiao was completely enraged. She was a disciple of the everlasting joy immortal island, a lofty existence. Yet these ants of the divine Phoenix Empire dared to openly challenge her. How could she tolerate this? Terrifying energy began to gather. Madame Jiao was about to go crazy. Although her cultivation was only at the Grotto Heaven realm, she did not believe that anyone would dare to stop her if she really attacked. Clap. Suddenly, a crisp slap to the face shocked everyone. This slap had come from Ji Ning. After such a long stalemate, Ji Ning's shackles had long ago been broken. You dare hit me? Madame Jiao was stunned. Madame Jiao, you seem to have forgotten that I, Ji Ning, am also a member of the Righteous Alliance, and an elder of the Righteous Alliance. Your husband and son committed heinous crimes, and not even death can wipe out their crimes. What are you trying to do today? Do you want the Righteous Alliance to become the public enemy? What is that old man doing? What is he doing as the Alliance Lord? Many people seem to have forgotten that Ji Ning was not only a Yin-Yang realm martial artist, but also an elder of the Righteous Alliance. But Ji Ning's slap and his words had suddenly made them all remember. Ha ha ha, elder, there's no need to be angry. This old man failed to discipline her properly. I will bring her back. An elderly voice came from the crowd. Chapter 11:11. As it turned out, the Righteous Alliance Lord had arrived long ago, but he had been hiding in the crowd. Naturally, he had his own reasons for allowing Madame Jiao to cause trouble. He was the head of the Jiao clan and the current Righteous Alliance Lord. He had to rely on the support of the Eternal Joy Immortal Island. He naturally wouldn't stop Madame Jiao from doing anything. Moreover, Jiao Lin and Jiao Yun were members of the Righteous Alliance and his family. Since they were killed by Ling Xiao, he naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed as well. But now, he had no choice but to appear. He understood Ji Ning's temper. If he angered Ji Ning, he would really dare to kill Madame Jiao. Smiling, he led Madame Jiao away. Along the way, Madame Jiao asked in grief and indignation, Alliance Lord, don't you want revenge? Revenge is necessary. That Ling Xiao will definitely die, but he can't be killed today. Madame Jiao shook her head. Why? Alliance Lord, you should be stronger than that Ji Ning, right? It's not because of Ji Ning. Then it's because of those tens of millions of ants. That's not it either. Then why? Madame Jiao didn't understand. Haven't you noticed? There's a woman standing next to Ling Xiao. That woman is the Moon Maiden of the Tianlong continent. She's probably not much weaker than this old man. If we fight, both sides will be heavily injured. In the end, that old fox Fengming Wuliang will be the one to benefit. Madame Jiao sneered. Don't worry. Ling Xiao must die. This old man can guarantee you. All right, I'll leave everything to the Alliance Lord. Madame Jiao sucked in a cold breath. If that Moon Maiden was really as powerful as Madame Jiao said, then she had just walked through the gates of hell. Madame Jiao left. Sikong Zun sank into despair once more. It seemed like he could only fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him today. Fengming Wuliang glanced at Sikong Zun and sighed helplessly. Then, he walked up to the high platform and said loudly, "My people, I'm heartbroken right now. Our good General Ji Ning was almost unjustly killed. LV Chenglong was killed by a traitor while protecting Ji Ning." Speaking up to here, he glanced at Ji Zhongran, who was already on the verge of death and whose flesh had almost been completely torn apart by him, and his heart actually felt a little apprehensive. The scorpion man's venom was too terrifying. Ji Zhongran being alive right now was worse than being dead. Everyone looked at him, wanting to hear what he had to say. "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I must apologize to General Ji Ning and the deceased General LV Chenglong. I was deceived by a scoundrel and made a wrong judgment. I am guilty." Speaking up to here, he actually burst into tears. That appearance was simply as if his father had died. Many soldiers and commoners were moved by him, crying and crying. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a bit of disgust. This Fengming Wuliang was probably the culprit behind Ji Ning's wrongful accusation. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. Without evidence, Ling Xiao couldn't touch him, because Ling Xiao didn't want to kill the wrong person. But Sikong Zun had to die today. No matter what decision Fengming Wuliang made in the end, he had already made up his mind. Great General has worked hard and performed a great service. Today, I would like to announce in public that Ji Ning has been conferred the title of Imperial Tutor, king equal to the prince. Last time, he had 100 hectares of fertile land, a house, gold, and spirit stones. From now on, he can enjoy life in the imperial city. Evil. This Fengming Wuliang was a clear promotion to Ji Ning. Although the title of Imperial Tutor and king equal to the prince sounded much more impressive than the great general. And in fact, his status was indeed high. But this was an empty position. Under normal circumstances, he didn't have the power to command the army. Ling Xiao inwardly sneered. So be it. Ji Ning was too loyal and righteous. With military power in his hands, he would become the target of others. Without military power, he would naturally be less of a threat to many people, and he wouldn't become a tiger in the way of others. Before Fengming Wuliang could finish speaking, LV Chenglong's loyalty and bravery were unparalleled. This time, his tragic death was truly unjust. He will be conferred the title of Count Zhongyi, and his descendants will inherit this title. For LV Chenglong, this conferment didn't have much meaning. After all, LV Chenglong was already dead. Moreover, he didn't marry or have children, let alone inherit the title. This person had truly dedicated his youth to this country, but his death was too unjust. Rumor had it that as long as one crossed the gate of heaven's chosen, one could obtain a godhood. This godhood could confer the title of god to anyone who died. Although this kind of godhood was generally relatively low and far less powerful than cultivating to become a god, it was still an opportunity. The gods of the mystic world were said to live in a place that mortals couldn't see. They controlled the natural changes of the mystic world as well as birth, old age, sickness, and death. But this was only a legend after all. It was said that there were only a few people who had obtained godhood in the past 100,000 years, and none of them could be confirmed. Because these people basically used the godhood for themselves after obtaining it and wouldn't give it to others. But even so, this was still an opportunity. In a situation where the dead couldn't be resurrected, Ling Xiao could only think of this method. I hope it's not a dream. General Ji Ning, do you think this is a good way to deal with it? After Fengming Wuliang announced his decision, he looked at Ji Ning and asked. The emperor's method of ascending and descending is really chilling. Could it be that I, Ji Ning, was willing to resign myself to death and follow Jiolin to the imperial city, and you still doubt me? Ji Ning didn't give Fengming Wuliang any face. He criticized Fengming Wuliang's imperial edict as worthless, letting everyone see the emperor's ruthlessness and shamelessness. Fengming Wuliang was both angry and regretful in his heart. He never thought that Ji Ning would be like this. According to Ji Ning's temper in the past, he shouldn't have done such a thing. He must have been influenced by Ling Xiao. However, Fengming Wuliang didn't know that people would always change. Ji Ning had suffered a great change. His best brother was killed in front of him, and he was so loyal to the emperor and his country, but he was going to be demoted and directly turned into a mere figurehead. He had long been bitterly disappointed. Since he was already bitterly disappointed, there was no need to give this emperor any more face. What should be said was what should be said. "General, I'm afraid you've misunderstood." "Alas, in that case, what do you want, General?" Fengming Wuliang suppressed his anger and asked. "It doesn't matter if I reward you or not. Ah Long doesn't need your reward. I just hope that the emperor can kill the traitor and give us justice." "That's enough," Ji Ning said faintly. He didn't want to continue serving this emperor. It was really boring. If it weren't for the hundreds of thousands of people in the northern desert who were willing to follow him, he even wanted to simply retire and cultivate his own martial arts. That way, he would live a more carefree life. But now, he couldn't resign. He wanted to be the general of the northern desert people, his own general. Chapter 11-12. Demand justice. Demand justice. Demand justice. The soldiers of the Northern Desert Army were also shouting loudly. They had seen their general being tortured like that. If they did not see their enemy die on the spot, they would not let this matter rest. Could it be that at this time, Your Majesty still wants to let Sikongzun go? Could it be that Your Majesty is afraid of the true demon's empire, so you don't dare to use torture on him? Ling Xiao coldly stared at Fengming Wuliang. Since the other party was so shameless, he would just use the last move. In the eyes of the Moon Maiden, this imperial city was not even worth mentioning. If it was destroyed, then so be it. But if he did that, it might cause many casualties, and many innocent people might die. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had been unable to make up his mind. If Fengming Wuliang was willing to execute Sikongzun, then everything would naturally be much simpler. Your Majesty, please execute Sikongzun, give the heroes justice. It was clear and bright, and the sound was like thunder. The massive cry for mercy once more resounded over the imperial city. Fengming Wuliang had originally thought that with the Jiao clan's interlude, many people would forget about this matter, but he was wrong. Who would forget something like this? Who would dare to forget? Forgetting meant that there might come a day when he himself would become a sacrifice. Fengming Wuliang suddenly rubbed his head and sighed. "Yinshan, we suddenly feel unwell. I will leave the rest of the matter to you. You must handle it well and not incite a revolt." Since he could not make a decision, Fengming Wuliang simply feigned illness and left, leaving this mess to Feng Yinshan. Of course, to a cowardly and hesitant person, this was a mess. But to Feng Yinshan, this was an excellent opportunity. By executing Sikongzun, he could firmly grasp the will of the people and have Ling Xiao owe him a favor. This would make it easier to use in the future. Of course, he was keenly aware that this was very dangerous. If things went wrong, he might even provoke the state teacher to deal with him. But in truth, he had no other choice. He had two competitors. The first was the current emperor. Sitting firmly on the throne made it very convenient for him to do anything, and he had an extremely good relationship with the immortal island of perpetual joy and the righteous alliance. The other was the crown prince, Fengming Chishan. This person had a great reputation in the army. Basically, other than the Northern Desert Army and the Imperial City Army, he had trusted aides in all the other armies. Moreover, those soldiers were also willing to listen to him. Because he was brave and good at fighting. Feng Yinshan was at an absolute disadvantage. Only by gambling could he obtain some capital. For example, as long as he killed Sikongzun, his reputation in the imperial court would definitely soar. The Northern Desert Army would be grateful to him, and the people of the imperial city would remember him. More importantly, Ling Xiao would miss him. In this way, he would have the capital to compete with the other two. Fengming Wuliang left and gave him full authority to handle this matter. He didn't want to offend Sikongzun and the imperial preceptor, and he didn't want to offend the true Devil Empire. As for him, he had to seize this opportunity. Everyone heard it just now. The emperor has given full authority to this king to handle today's matter. Now, this king announces that Ji Ning and the others will be restored to their positions, and Ji Ning will be conferred the title of king of the northern region. He will rule over the northern desert and build a giant shield for the divine Phoenix Empire in the northern region. The Black Crow Empire will have no chance to take advantage of this. Feng Yinshan's understanding of full authority naturally included rewards and punishments. If Feng Ming Wuliang didn't admit it, it would be useless. If he said it in front of so many people, unless Feng Ming Wuliang didn't want to be the emperor anymore, it wouldn't be a problem to reward him as long as it wasn't excessive. And Feng Yinshan had grasped the situation very well. Crown Prince Xie Yinshan. Ji Ning naturally knew that Feng Yinshan was helping him, so he also gave Feng Yinshan face. In addition, it has been confirmed that Ling Xiao has made outstanding achievements in the battle against the Black Crow Empire. Not only did he turn the situation around and resist the invasion of the army, he even killed Timur Mewtwo and captured Tomohiko Kumar alive. Such achievements are earth-shattering. This king has specially promoted him to the position of Northern Desert City's military governor to assist General Ji Ning. In addition, he will be conferred the title of Dragon King of the Heavens, and the east of the Eastern County will be his territory. The Eastern County was a small city close to the Eastern Sea. It was even smaller than the Northern Desert City, and much smaller, with a population of only a few tens of thousands. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that Feng Yinshan's words had a hidden meaning. What did he mean by east of the Eastern County? What was Dragon King of the Heavens? East of the Eastern County, wasn't it referring to the Heavenly Dragon continent? And wasn't Dragon King of the Heavens also referring to the Heavenly Dragon continent? In truth, Feng Yinshan was fulfilling his promise. By bestowing the Eastern County to Ling Xiao could begin his great undertaking of destroying the true Demon Empire. And on this point, the Divine Phoenix Empire would not stop them either. Although there was a verbal agreement, there were many cases of the true Demon Empire's soldiers pretending to be pirates and attacking the Divine Phoenix Empire's coastline. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised by this. One had to realize that the highest governing body in the Divine Phoenix Empire was the Righteous Alliance, and below that was the Imperial Household. Generally speaking, only members of the Imperial Household had the right to be conferred the title of king. And today, Ji Ning and Ling Xiao had both been conferred the title of king by Feng Yinshan. This had a very special meaning. Many kings with different surnames were just empty titles with no real meaning. But Ji Ning and Ling Xiao were different. Both of them were kings with different surnames who had their own territories. This was very special. To the east of the Eastern County was Ling Xiao's territory. In this area, Ling Xiao wielded absolute power over life and death. He could deal with anyone he wanted without even reporting to the imperial court. This was the privilege of a king. Feng Yinshan dared to do this because he was thinking about his own future. He knew that Ling Xiao was an ambitious man, but he also knew that Ling Xiao disdained the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thus, Ling Xiao did not directly compete with him. This was a man with true foresight. He was not like those short-sighted people who believed that Ling Xiao would steal their power and status. That was truly foolish to the extreme. It should be said that Feng Yinshan was expressing his goodwill to Ling Xiao. He couldn't even say that he was trying to win him over. With Feng Yinshan's insight, he could naturally see that Ling Xiao was no ordinary person. If he wanted to make such a person his subordinate, he would definitely suffer a loss. It was better to get along and become allies. Many thanks, Crown Prince Yinshan. Ling Xiao indifferently said. In truth, it didn't matter if Feng Yinshan conferred the title on him or not. After this incident, both Ji Ning and the Northern Desert Army were willing to listen to him. In reality, these people had already become his private soldiers. Feng Yinshan's actions were just adding fuel to the fire. Of course, he still appreciated Feng Yinshan's good intentions. If others respected him, he would naturally respect them tenfold. This was his personality. Moreover, he knew very well that he could do what he did today not because he was strong, but because he had the Moon Maiden by his side. This was not his ability. It was because of the Moon Maiden. He could not be too cocky. He was not strong enough. No matter how strong the people by his side were, they could not protect him in every way. Only when he was strong could he be truly strong. Only then could he truly control his own destiny. Chapter 11-13. The East Commandery was a good place to recuperate. There were many pirates running amok there. To others, it might be a dangerous place, but to him, it was the best place to train his troops. No need to thank me. You exchanged your merits for this. I didn't give it to you. Feng Yinshan's words were beautiful. In fact, everyone knew that if there was no one in the court, it would be useless even if one had great merits. Take Ji Ning for example. He had already made outstanding military achievements, but he was sent to a desolate place like the northern desert. This time, he had almost lost his life. After the reward, the next step was naturally the punishment. Feng Yinshan looked indifferently at Sikongzun and said, Sikongzun, do you know your crimes? This commander is magnanimous. What crimes have I committed? Sikongzun snorted coldly. The facts are all there, yet you still dare to be stubborn. Forget it, it seems that this prince doesn't need to ask any more questions. Men, tie up Sikongzun and execute him on the spot. Feng Yinshan hoped to cut the Gordian knot. No matter what method was used, as long as Sikongzun was killed, the entire world would be at peace. Let's see who dares to touch me. Sikongzun stood there, his entire body flickering with electricity. He looked like a god of thunder, and no one dared to approach him. This was strength. When you had absolute strength, even if you really did commit a crime, no one could execute you. Sikongzun had no intention of quibbling now. In fact, from the moment Feng Ming Wuliang left, he knew that there was no need for him to defend himself. Even if he did, it would be useless. He believed that Feng Ming Wuliang wouldn't just watch him die. Someone would come to save him. As long as there was someone who was as strong as him, he could escape. Even Ling Xiao's Moon Maiden wouldn't be able to stop him. Your Highness, may this humble subject personally kill Sikongzun? Ji Ning stepped forward. He wanted to avenge his good brother, LV Chenglong. He wanted to kill Sikongzun with his own hands. Besides, there weren't many people here who could kill Sikongzun. Other than a Moon Maiden, it was probably him. If he didn't make a move, who else would? Permission granted. Feng Yinshan said resolutely. Thank you. Ji Ning took a deep breath. Light rain began to fall from the sky, as if it was shedding tears for the dead LV Chenglong. Brother, big brother will avenge you. Ji Ning lunged at Sikongzun with his gun and began to fight without saying a word. The rain grew heavier, but no one in the square moved. They were all silently watching the battle. Ji Ning was originally slightly stronger than Sikongzun. But because of his injury, he was not as good as Sikongzun. In just a few short exchanges, he was already at a disadvantage. Even so, Ji Ning still refused to give up. Suddenly, the Tai Chi pupil appeared in Ling Xiao's left eye. His powerful soul power enveloped the entire platform. Ling Xiao blurted out a battle song: arrogance, proud laughter, 10,000 waves. Hot blood, heat, red sunlight. Courage like iron, bones like steel. Breadth of mind. Vision of 10,000 miles. Vow to strive for self-improvement. Be a man. Be a man. Be self-improvement every day. Hot blood. Heat surpasses red sunlight. Let the sea and sky gather energy for me. To create a new world. To fight for my ideals. Look at the blue waves, tall and strong. Look at the blue sky, vast and noble. Since I'm a man, I must strive for self-improvement. Walk with your chest puffed out. Let's be pillars. Be a man. Use my 100 points of heat. Shine with 1,000 points of light. Be a man. Hot blood and intestines. Heat surpasses red sunlight. In the battle song, Ji Ning's body glowed with red light, and his fighting spirit surged like a torrential river. He actually reversed the situation and took the initiative. Step by step, he forced Sikongzun to retreat. Ji Ning's eyes were filled with tears. The battle song began to resound throughout the imperial city. What's going on? Sikongzun couldn't understand where the sudden burst of power in Ji Ning's body came from. It was simply terrifying. It was as if it had suddenly erupted. He turned to look at Ling Xiao, only to find that the boy was still singing the battle song. Yes, it's him. Sikongzun's heart sank completely. Ling Xiao again. This Ling Xiao was obviously not as strong as him, but he was like a nightmare to him. He always appeared at the most critical moment and sabotaged his plans. If Ling Xiao hadn't come, he could have smoothly executed Ji Ning and the others and taken the initiative. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, the blood mirror wouldn't have appeared here, Tomohiko Kuma's memories wouldn't have been released, and he wouldn't have been in such a passive position. What made him even more unhappy was that not only had Ji Ning been reinstated, but he had also become the Northern Region King. Ling Xiao was only a 16-year-old boy, but he had also become the Dragon King of Heaven and obtained his own territory. And now, he was being suppressed by the injured Ji Ning. All of this actually originated from this 16-year-old boy. This guy was simply a monster that was more terrifying than a demon. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely not play any tricks. If he encountered Ling Xiao, he would kill him directly. Damn it! Sikong Zun was stabbed in the body by Ji Ning's spear. He was then sent flying and crashed heavily on the ground. His eyes were somewhat dazed at that moment. Ji Ning's attack was really not light. Sikong Zun was severely injured on the spot. But it wasn't enough. Sikong Zun wouldn't die just like that. Ji Ning raised his spear and attacked again. He knew that today was the best opportunity to kill Sikong Zun. If he missed today, he might not find such a good opportunity in the future. However, at this moment, a gust of wind came from the sky and blocked Ji Ning's path. Look over there. In the sky, 5 people came at once. These 5 people all had their faces covered. It was obvious that they didn't want to expose their identities. Those who could stop Ji Ning in one strike were at least at the Yin-Yang realm. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao had already seen the identities of the people who came. Who dares to rob the execution ground? The thing that Feng Yinshan was most worried about had happened. 5 experts had suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. Could it be that Sikong Zun really couldn't be killed? Feng Yinshan, do you want Sikong Zun to die, or do you want us to destroy the Imperial City? The person who spoke was the stranger. From his tone, he was definitely the kind of person who could do whatever he wanted. Destroy the Imperial City. Feng Yinshan was stunned. He could tell that the other party wasn't joking. These people actually wanted to destroy the Imperial City of the Divine Phoenix Empire for a Sikong Zun. Sikong Zun, this fellow's life was really good. He must die. Ji Ning wanted to avenge his brother, so he didn't care about the other party's threats. You're courting death. One of the masked men stopped Ji Ning. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was Phoenix Cry Dahai, the commander of the Mirror Bureau and the Emperor's most trusted person. It seemed that this imperial family was really complicated. General, you must kill Sikong Zun and avenge LV Chenglong. I will stop him. Feng Qingyang made a move. He stopped the masked Phoenix Cry Dahai. His strength was not weaker than Phoenix Cry Dahai's. Chapter 11:14. It seems that you really don't care if I destroy the Imperial City. The stranger's face was gloomy, and he began to gather power in his hands. If you want to destroy the Imperial City, you'll have to get through me first. The dean of Qingshu College, Feng Yinshan's master, had also appeared in the square. His strength was unfathomable, but he was also in the Yin-Yang realm. He should be weaker than the Moon Maiden, but he should be evenly matched with the stranger. I'll be your opponent. The masked master of state confronted the dean of Qingshu College. The masked Fengming Wanchong stopped Ji Ning. Sikong Zun took this opportunity to get up from the ground and was ready to escape. Xie Li, stop him. If necessary, kill him, Ling Xiao ordered. Today, he could not let Sikong Zun escape no matter what. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of soldiers would have died in vain. You're the new king of the Scorpion tribe, right? You'd better not get involved in this matter. The masked master of state appeared in front of Xie Li. He wanted to let Sikong Zun go. I'll help you kill Sikong Zun. The Moon Maiden suddenly said. No, Sikong Zun has been seriously injured by General Ji Ning. I'll take his life myself. Sister Moon Maiden, help me keep an eye on the guy in the sky. He's very dangerous. Don't let him destroy the Imperial City. I still have many friends here. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. Okay. The Moon Maiden sighed. She knew that Ling Xiao hated Xikong Zun to the core. Only by killing Xikong Zun with his own hands could he vent his hatred. Therefore, it was meaningless to stop Ling Xiao. It was better to let Ling Xiao kill Xikong Zun. Xikong Zun, you're the lightning devil. How dare you run away? If I don't kill you today, I, Ling Xiao, am not human. As the cold voice sounded, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced Xikong Zun's throat. Bastard, how dare you kill him? In the sky, the Master of State, the Yin-Yang Demon King of the True Demons Empire, suddenly roared. Yin-Yang Wheel, resurrect. The Yin-Yang Wheel was terrifying because it could bring a person back to life as long as he was still breathing. Ling Xiao's sword pierced Xikong Zun's throat. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would have already died. However, Electric Demon King Xikong Zun was not an ordinary person. He was still holding on to his last breath. He was saved by the Yin-Yang Wheel. Kill. Ling Xiao sneered as he waved the golden crow sword in his hand again. Xikong Zun, who had just revived, had his entire head chopped off. Bastard, I'll kill you. Although the 9 demon kings of the True Demons Empire were cruel to outsiders, they had a very good relationship with each other. Therefore, the Yin-Yang Demon King couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao cut Xikong Zun into pieces. If that happened, there would be no chance of him being resurrected. Although there were many rumors of martial arts that could allow one to be reborn from a drop of blood, they were all just rumors. None of them were true. Maybe there was a deviation in the martial arts, or maybe there was a problem with the inheritance. In short, it was possible to regenerate a severed limb, but it was impossible to regenerate from a drop of blood, unless there was a secret treasure. Ling Xiao once had such a martial art, but it was later proven that regenerating from a drop of blood was unrealistic. Unless there was a large number of secret treasures, one would still die. The Yin-Yang Demon King's Yin-Yang Wheel was the same. If he wanted to regenerate from a drop of blood, he could only regenerate a severed limb at most. Once he was dead, it was useless. Yin-Yang Demon King, your opponent is me. The Dean of Qingshu College blocked the Yin-Yang Demon King. His white beard danced in the wind, and the wind from his palm was swift and fierce. He completely blocked the Yin-Yang Demon King. Get out of my way. The Yin-Yang Demon King roared. He no longer hid his identity. His body became incomparably huge, like a huge skeleton. Boom. There was a loud bang between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Dean of Qingshu College wasn't someone to be trifled with. He took the blow head-on. Yin-Yang Demon King, don't you want to resurrect him? I can help you. Ling Xiao sneered. His Tai Chi eye turned. Holy King, the special ability of soul adjudication, Holy King. Not only did it give the battle song a special incentive effect, it also had the same effect as the Yin-Yang Wheel. At this moment, Ling Xiao was covered in white light. It was as if the Holy King had descended. White light shot out from his Tai Chi eye. The Xikong Zun came back to life. Although it was alive, the Xikong Zun had long lost the ability to resist. Ling Xiao slowly made a cut on its body. Didn't you want General Ji Ning to be dismembered? Today, I'll let you have a taste of that. Ling Xiao's face revealed a ferocious expression. Now, he was willing to turn into a malicious spirit and avenge the dead. He wasn't afraid of the Yin-Yang Demon King. With the Dean of Qingshu College's strength, he would have no problem blocking the Yin-Yang Demon King. He wanted to teach those who had betrayed him, Ji Ning, and the others a lesson. An unforgettable memory. He wanted the Yin-Yang Demon King to remember this pain forever and live in sorrow every day. This kind of sorrow couldn't be borne by Ji Ning and the Northern Desert Army alone. The Yin-Yang Demon King, the mastermind behind this, had to bear the consequences. Otherwise, there would be no justice in this world. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? When you caused the deaths of tens of millions of people in the sacred city, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, you were in control of everything. You thought that others were ants. Perhaps you thought that it was your masterpiece. You didn't feel any pain. You only felt endless pleasure. When you watched those tens of thousands of soldiers being killed, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, all you thought about was your own achievements and your perfect plan. You treated those people's lives as child's play. You didn't care at all. You didn't even bat an eyelid. When you tortured Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, and the others in prison, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, you only laughed crazily and proudly. When you heard their miserable cries, you were even very excited. Back then, when you wanted all the people in the city to execute Ji Ning and the others, did you ever think that one day, you would also be executed? At that time, all you thought about was using the most extreme methods to torture your enemies and make them die in incomparable pain. With every sentence Ling Xiao spoke, he cut off a piece of flesh from Xikong Zun's body. Or his ears. Or his nose. Or his eyes. Yes, he was cruel. But these were the methods that Xikong Zun used to deal with others. He was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Bastard. The Yin-Yang Demon King was so angry that his entire body trembled. Blood even seeped out of the corners of his mouth. It wasn't because he was beaten. He was so angry that he was like this. Ah, Ling Xiao, I'm going to bury you and everyone here with him. In his rage, the Yin-Yang Demon King actually took a hit from the dean of Qingshu College. Then, ignoring the pain, he pounced on Ling Xiao. Chapter 11:15. Yin-Yang Demon King, do you know the helplessness you feel when you watch your brother die? I'll show you now. Seeing the Yin-Yang Demon King pounce over, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The golden crow sword in his hand trembled, turning into several rays of sword light that sliced Xikong Zun into pieces. Ah Zun. The Yin-Yang Demon King's eyes were actually bleeding. Dark red blood flowed from his eyes. No one knew that he and Xikong Zun were actually blood-related brothers. Back then, the two of them had followed the true demon emperor into the mystic world and had grown up together. Their relationship was definitely not inferior to Ji Ning's and LV Chenglong's. But today, Ling Xiao had killed Xikong Zun in front of the Yin-Yang Demon King. He didn't even leave the corpse intact. The scattered pieces of the body floated in the air and actually burned, finally turning into ashes. No. The Yin-Yang Demon King knelt there, as if everything was meaningless. So what if the true demon empire rose? His brother was dead, killed by an insignificant person. He hated it. Are you in pain? Are you angry? That's right. Now you should understand the pain General Ji Ning felt when LV Chenglong was killed. Do you understand the pain we all felt? Ling Xiao had long since left the place where he killed Xikong Zun. His cold voice reverberated in the air. Ling Xiao, you evil creature. The Yin-Yang Demon King glared at Ling Xiao. You don't need to be so loud. I know you want to cut me into pieces and kill me in the cruelest way in the world. Because I understand this kind of hatred too well. Back in Northern Desert City, when I saw so many people killed by Xikong Zun, I felt the same way now. Ling Xiao looked at the Yin-Yang Demon King calmly and said, also, when I was in the Holy City, I looked at the scorched earth of the Holy City, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and looked at the babies you killed when they were still in their swaddling clothes. More than once, I wanted to tear you to pieces. Today, I killed Xikong Zun, and in the next moment, it'll be you. You won't have that chance. I want you to die now. I want all of you to die. The Yin-Yang Demon King had completely lost his mind. There was a limit to a person's tolerance. The moment he saw his own brother being torn into pieces, he had already broken through his tolerance limit. He lost all reason. With hatred and anger, he rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, the Moon Maiden made a move. The Yin-Yang Demon King's strength was impressive, but he was still slightly inferior to the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden coldly swung her palm, sending the furious Yin-Yang Demon King flying. We've lost. Xikong Zun is already dead. This battle is meaningless. Let's retreat. The Yin-Yang Demon King's king was Sun, then the demon great the ocean's Feng's emperor Cry Si Feng S Yang's Cryas, the mysterious person who wanted to destroy the imperial city side. He retracted his energy and said, let's go, Yin-Yang Demon King. We've already missed our last chance. He shook his head and glanced at the Moon Maiden. Perhaps the Moon Maiden had something to do with the Moon Maiden. Despicable. Ling Xiao, just you wait. I won't let you off. I definitely won't. The yin-yang demon king roared and soared into the sky. If he stayed here alone, he might even lose his life in the end. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. This dazzling new star was rapidly rising. Everyone felt fear and respect. Before this, everyone knew that he came from the Heavenly Dragon Continent. He was the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen one. But not many people took him seriously. But now, everyone knew he was extremely intelligent. At the critical moment, he turned the situation around and destroyed 2 million soldiers of the Black Crow Empire. He chased the enemy for thousands of miles and captured the Black Crow Empire's little duke, Tomohiko Kumar. He killed the Black Crow Empire's Grand Preceptor, Timur Mewtwo. He led his troops to eliminate Jiolin, Jiuyun, and the Phoenix Cry army. He broke into the Imperial City and saved the Empire's meritorious officials. He was conferred the title of King and Minister. He ruled the East County and became a duke. He personally tore the Lightning Demon King, Sikong Zun, into pieces in front of the Yin-Yang Demon King. His fame was intertwined with blood, slaughter, cruelty, loyalty, and many other emotions. It formed an unimaginable legend. From today onwards, if there was anyone in the Divine Phoenix Empire who did not know of Ling Xiao's fame, then he must be an ignorant person. Crown Prince Yinshan, can you allow me to send the great general off? It was definitely not a good idea for the Northern Desert Army to stay in the Imperial City for a long time, so they had to leave. Of course. Feng Yinshan nodded. Ling Xiao's performance, as he expected, became more and more exciting and unstoppable. If this person did not die, then in the future, he would definitely become an unparalleled giant in the true sense. The Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen son was definitely not an empty title. It meant that the sacred dynasty had chosen him. It meant that the human king had chosen him. If he was an incompetent person, then it would be impossible. A path was opened, leading directly to the Imperial City's gate. Ling Xiao and Ji Ning rode side by side on demon wolves and left the Imperial City. At this time, Ji Ning's legs had already recovered. For experts of this realm, physical disabilities were not much of a problem. As long as their internal energy recovered, they could be healed. Ling Xiao, I have an idea. Ji Ning suddenly said. Great General, please speak. Ling Xiao nodded. The Northern Desert City has been destroyed, and I have no interest in helping an unrighteous emperor guard the northern region. Take these people under me with you to the East County and create a world that belongs to you. Ji Ning said with emotion, I only hope that you can let the hundreds of thousands of people join the East County and live there. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain has just appointed you as the king of the northern region. Will there be any problems if you leave your post without permission? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The emperor can't wait for me to leave. You won't object to me going to the East County to be your butler, right? Ji Ning suddenly laughed. Just as Ji Ning said, in fact, after this matter, although Ji Ning still had the title of King of the Northern Region, the defense of the Northern Region had been taken over by the Crown Prince of the Ice Phoenix clan, Fengming Chishan. He was also a fierce general on the battlefield, and he was very powerful. He had countless elite soldiers guarding the Northern Region. He was much stronger than trash like Jiolin. After careful consideration, Ling Xiao finally agreed to Ji Ning's request. Because he might not stay in the East County for a long time. If Ji Ning was there, he would definitely be a very good helper. Ha ha ha, in that case, I'll send someone to send my resignation letter now. From now on, I'll be working under you. Ji Ning looked at Sikong Zun's tragic death and felt a little better. After all, he had avenged his good brother, LV Chenglong. With the help of the great general, the East County will definitely develop quickly. Xie Li, you should also go to the East County and settle down your scorpion men there. In my city, racial discrimination is not allowed. No matter if you are a scorpion man or a human, you must be treated equally. Ling Xiao had a great ambition, which was to recreate the sacred dynasty under the rule of the human king. At that time, the sacred dynasty would be the real sacred dynasty. All races would be harmonious and there would be no distinction between each other. It would not be like the current situation where they schemed against each other and despised each other. I understand. Xie Li was the new Scorpion King. Of course, she also hoped that the Scorpion men could have a stable place to live. The East County was undoubtedly such a place. Chapter 11:16. Fiery Phoenix Tribe's Crown Prince Palace. Today, the solemn hall was filled with warmth and friendliness. The three of them sat in the hall and chatted happily. One of them had a phoenix embroidered on his robe and looked noble. Only the descendants of the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family were qualified to wear this robe. He was naturally the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Sitting on his left was an old man with a white beard. He had a sage-like demeanor and was the dean of Qingshu College, Ju Yun. The one on his right was wearing a green robe. He was young, but his aura was not inferior to the other two. It was as if he had a domineering aura that controlled heaven and earth. No one dared to underestimate him. Of course, he was Ling Xiao. Before Ji Ning and the others went to the East County, they had to go to the northern desert to meet up with the soldiers and civilians in the desert. Only then could they go to the East County. For the safety of these people, Ling Xiao sent Xie Li as well. With 2 yin-yang realm experts escorting them, it was unlikely that anything major would happen. After he returned to the city, he received an invitation from the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. He naturally had a good impression of Feng Yinshan, so he had to give him face. The Northern Region King gave up Northern Desert City and wanted to go to the East County with you. I shouldn't have stopped him, but this way, Phoenix Cry Chishan can smoothly enter the Northern Desert. There's almost no place in the Divine Phoenix Empire that he can't reach. Feng Yinshan was actually a little dissatisfied with Ji Ning's actions, but he couldn't scold him, so he could only vaguely express his worries. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the crown prince won't get a delicious cake, but a hot potato." "Why?" Feng Yinshan asked. "Your Highness, don't forget that Northern Desert City is facing the powerful Black Crow Empire. Now that I've killed Timur Mewtwo and captured Tomohiko Kumar, the Black Crow Empire won't sit idly by. Once they attack, Northern Desert City will bear the brunt. General Ji Ning's troops won't be able to stop them. Let the Crown Prince deal with this matter," Ling Xiao explained. Even though that's the case, Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but ever since Feng Ming led his troops in Chishan, he has never lost a battle. He is even more legendary than Ji Ning. If he can block the army of the Black Crow Empire, he will obtain even greater prestige and public opinion. Feng Yinshan was still a little worried. Ling Xiao said, "Then let me help your Highness obtain an even greater merit." "A greater contribution?" Feng Yinshan was somewhat confused. "For example, destroying the true Devil Empire," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "The East County is harassed by the true Demon Empire's pirates all year round. We have a reason to send troops. Working with the Northern Han Army, it is not impossible to wipe out the true Demon Empire in one fell swoop. Don't forget that Sikong Zun is dead. The true Demon Empire only has one Yin-Yang Demon King, a Yin-Yang realm expert." "That's right. This time, let's see who has contributed more." Feng Yinshan's eyes lit up. "Then this little king will have to trouble you. What's the point of begging? Isn't this the plan we came up with before? Besides, in order to protect the safety of the East County, I have to do this." There were some things that Ling Xiao would naturally not say, such as his plan to rebuild the sacred dynasty. "Then when are you going to the East County? If you need anything, just tell me. This little king will think of a way for you," Feng Yinshan said. "Of course it's weapons and armor, as well as medicinal herbs and provisions. With these, I have a way. As for the time, after Great General Ji Ning arrives in the East County, we can start. As for the specific time, I will inform your Highness when the time comes." Ling Xiao was not worried about the source of soldiers at all. One had to know that there were many people who escaped from the Heavenly Dragon continent to become pirates or were sold as slaves by the true Devil Empire. These were the sources of soldiers. Good. There should still be plenty of time, so there's no hurry. We must confirm that we have enough confidence before launching an attack. Otherwise, if we lose, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Feng Yinshan nodded. "Of course. Before launching the general attack, I plan to return to the Heavenly Dragon continent. The True Devil Empire is going to hold a heroes' assembly for the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. I have to go and smash this place. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Hehe, the True Devil Empire is really unlucky to have met you. Feng Yinshan could not help but smile bitterly. Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I came back in a hurry this time, and there are still many things that I haven't dealt with yet. Since they had finished talking about business, Ling Xiao knew that Zhu Yun and Feng Yinshan had other things to discuss, so he found an excuse to leave. No problem. If you have anything to do, hurry up and do it. If you have any difficulties, feel free to ask. Thank you. Feng Yinshan and Zhu Yun personally sent Ling Xiao out of the palace. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Feng Yinshan's gentle gaze became sharp. Master, what do you think? Of course, Zhu Yun knew what Feng Yinshan was asking. He stroked his white beard and said, "This Ling Xiao is very ambitious. In the future, he will most likely become a formidable opponent for your Highness. But right now, he is a very good partner, and what he said just now is indeed very beneficial to your Highness." I feel the same way. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, Ling Xiao relied on his extraordinary wisdom and courage to reverse the situation and destroy the 1.2 million troops of the Black Crow Empire. He also killed Timur Mewtwo and Feng Zhon, and captured Tomohiko Kumar alive. Just this point alone is enough to surprise this king. What surprised this king the most was that he even killed Sikong Zun in the end. This can be considered as solving this king's urgent problem, but it also made this king even more shocked. I'm afraid that even the small Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent won't be able to stop this child. There is no conflict of interest between him and me. Has your Highness never thought of unifying the profound world? Zhu Yun asked with a smile. I really haven't. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, this king knows his own limits. Of the 13 continents in the profound world, our Divine Phoenix continent is the second weakest. With this bit of ability, wanting to unify the profound world is tantamount to a fool's dream. In fact, as long as we can surpass the 5 immortal islands and control the Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents, it will be enough. Your ambition is actually not small. Zhu Yun said with a smile. However, Ling Xiao's ambition is probably much greater than mine. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, this matter, let's take it one step at a time. He is now my right-hand man and must not be offended. If we are not careful, we may become enemies. Master, you have seen this person's way of doing things. He will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If anyone provokes him, he will definitely not swallow his anger. Although this king is not afraid of him now, once I provoke this person, it will not be good. Furthermore, in the competition for the position of emperor, this king is already at a disadvantage. It's good that your Highness understands this point. Although Ling Xiao appears to be very cold at times, he is actually very simple. Whoever is good to him, he will be good to them. Whoever schemes against him, he will definitely return the favor tenfold, no, 100-fold. Zhu Yun was very gratified. Chapter 11:17. Let's not talk about him. I asked Master to come today to discuss the prospects of the election. Feng Yinshan brought the topic to the key issue. The current situation is that your Highness's reputation is like the sun in the sky. Relying on this matter, you have made a good move, but this is far from enough. Zhu Yun shook his head and said, you should know that the army the Righteous Alliance controls can forcefully change the candidate for the emperor. Are you talking about that mysterious Lingyu army? That's right. Back then, Ji Fuling and Yu Shenyu created the Lingyu army to quell the war in the Divine Phoenix continent. At that time, the Lingyu army was extremely powerful. As long as they appeared, they were practically unstoppable. Zhu Yun nodded and said, later on, when the two of them left, the Lingyu army was handed over to the Righteous Alliance and was renamed the Divine Guards of Justice. As for the name, it is a bit tacky, but its purpose is even clearer. It is an army that exists to protect justice. There is a saying among the people that the Divine Guards of Justice rule the world. Many people do not know that this is not a general term, but simply refers to the Divine Guards of Justice. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, The reason why the Righteous Alliance's authority in the Divine Phoenix Empire is higher than the imperial power is because of the existence of the Divine Guards of Justice. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao took care of some personal matters and seized the time to consolidate his cultivation. It took him 3 days to stabilize his cultivation at the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer. He packed up a little and set off for the East County. This time, he only brought the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, Haim Myung-K, and the people from the Dark Thorn. The others, such as Lan Yu-er and Dai Yuling, remained in the college to cultivate. The gap between them and Ling Xiao was getting bigger and bigger. They would not be able to help for the time being, so it was better to stay in the college to cultivate and absorb the gains from the battlefield. The time for this trip to the East County was not set. Of course, he would definitely return, but it was hard to say when. After all, Ling Xiao planned to wreak havoc in the eastern region of the world. At this time, Ling Xiao's deeds had already been spread to the East County by the wandering warriors. Everyone knew that their new city Lord Tianlong King was a young hero. The 2 battle songs he composed had already been widely circulated. His deeds on the battlefield and in the imperial city were also sung by storytellers and martial artists everywhere. The legendary story of Ling Xiao could be heard in the taverns, tea houses, and even on the streets. He was an enigmatic figure. Some people were looking forward to it. Naturally, there were also people who were disgusted. Although the East County did not have a large population, because it was adjacent to the sea, pirates were rampant. Therefore, the people here were basically all warriors. However, their cultivation levels varied. Outside the East County city, there was a large river that led to the sea. A piece of land was naturally formed. This piece of land was called Turtle Island by the warriors of the East County. Turtle Island was not large, but what was interesting was that it was shaped like an enormous sea turtle. Most importantly, cultivating on Turtle Island was 4 to 5 times better than other places. Because of this, this place had almost become a place that martial artists would fight for. However, not everyone was qualified to go to such a good place. It was in the hands of the East County Marquis. This East County Marquis was not the master of the East County. He had only inherited his father's title. However, because of his large family and business, and because he was a relative of the imperial family, no one dared to not give him face in this land. The highest official in the East County was the governor. However, the successive governors either died for no reason or became the East County Marquis men. This made the East County Marquis power in the East County like the sun in the sky. He was almost a local tyrant. There were even rumors that the East County Marquis had said, "Eating, drinking, and playing in the East County, I won't do it even if you give me an imperial official." What was an imperial official? It was an official in the imperial city. This was better than the local officials, but he would not do it. He was not stupid. In the East County, he was the emperor. In the imperial city, someone like him was nothing. At this moment, at the entrance of Turtle Island, many warriors were waiting to go through the procedures to enter the island. If you wanted to enter Turtle Island, you either had the special waste token given by the East County Marquis or you had to pay a sufficient price. It could be spirit stones. It could be magic treasures. It could also be beauties or martial arts manuals. In short, whether something was valuable or not was not up to you, but the East County Marquis. Lin Qian, a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent. She was relatively lucky. She was not captured and became a slave. Instead, she stayed in the East County and became one of the many wandering warriors in the East County. What was a wandering warrior? It was those warriors who did not belong to a sect. Their martial arts were bought with money. Some of their cultivation experience was also spent to consult others or figure it out themselves. This kind of warrior had no ties and was relatively free. However, they lacked resources and did not have a sect to support them. It was actually very awkward. Lin Qian had just turned 16 this year, and her cultivation had already reached the one-line heaven realm. Not to mention wandering warriors, even among the martial artists of a sect, she was considered a genius. It was a pity that her cultivation had encountered a shackle. She had not felt any signs of a breakthrough for a long time, so she wanted to enter Turtle Island to try her luck. Today, she had finally gathered the spirit stones needed to enter Turtle Island, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was only the amount needed to enter. After that, she would need to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. She calculated that she should be able to cultivate for about 10 days. This was what she earned by risking her life to kill pirates. It was not easy to come by. Human. Have you been cooped up in your home all this time? Lin Qian was stopped by the guards at the checkpoint. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, that's for our divine Phoenix Empire's practitioners. As for you humans, you have to pay at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones to enter. You are robbing in broad daylight. Lin Qian was a little angry. So what if we are robbing in broad daylight? A mere human wants to enter Turtle Island to cultivate. Do you really think you are something? The guard glanced at Lin Qian, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, "However, you look good. Our East County Marquis likes beautiful women the most. If you are willing, you can try your luck. If you serve the East County Marquis well, it will naturally not be a problem to enter Turtle Island." That's right. You are so beautiful. Isn't it a pity if you don't use your beauty? A female warrior next to her said with a smile, "You little vixens, don't you like to seduce the East County Marquis?" There was a hint of jealousy in the female warrior's voice. It was probably because she was old and weak. She was already in her 40s, so the East County Marquis would not take a fancy to her. Lin Qian's expression was a little ugly, and said, "You are really going too far. Just wait, City Lord Ling Xiao will soon arrive at the East County. At that time, not only you, but the East County Marquis will also be finished." Chapter 11:18. When City Lord Ling Xiao comes, he will definitely not let you guys mess around like this. While speaking, Lin Qian's eyes became dazzling, and a domineering figure appeared in her mind. Her mood was actually much better. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Little girl, did you take a fancy to that young hero? But I heard that although this person is really powerful, being able to repel more than 1,000,000 troops of the Black Crow Empire at such a young age, he is very cruel and ruthless. However, this person is extremely cruel and cold. If he comes, he might not even be as good as the East County Marquis. Stop dreaming. It can't be. I've heard many people say that Ling Xiao is the Dragon King of the Heavens, and he's a human. He even saved many people who were enslaved in the Imperial City. He must be a good person, and a strong one at that." Lin Qian shook her head. Even though she had never seen Ling Xiao before, for a human to be able to be conferred the title of King and Minister of Divine Phoenix Empire, and to not forget about those of his kind who had fallen on hard times, just these 2 points alone were enough to make him an idol in her heart. She didn't like the young hero who she had only seen a few portraits of. To be more precise, it should be admiration, and yearning. Only when such a person came to the East County could he change the current chaotic situation of the East County and let all the suffering humans regain their freedom. Ha ha ha. The guard suddenly laughed disdainfully and said, "Idiot. Idiot. So what if Ling Xiao is the Dragon King of the Heavens? Didn't the governor of the East County come in the past? There was a very tough guy, but the next day, he was found to have fallen into the river to feed the fish. I have also heard of that Ling Xiao. At such a young age, his cultivation has reached the early stage of the 6 arts, but compared to our East County Marquis, he is far inferior. Our East County Marquis has the cultivation of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Besides, our East County Marquis is a real relative of the royal family. If it wasn't for the Dark Phoenix clan's patriarch making a mistake, our East County Marquis wouldn't have been sent to this broken place. He might even have become the crown prince. And even if the Dark Phoenix clan was deprived of the opportunity to run for emperor, they were still the royal family. He was just a small prince with a different surname, so what? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I say, little girl, if you can be the woman of the East Commandery Marquis, even if you are just a plaything in bed, you will have a chance to enter Turtle Island. You will also have endless cultivation resources in the future." Lin Qian's brow creased as she said, "I want to go to Turtle Island, but I definitely won't do that kind of thing." "If you like it, you can go. Nonsense. If I were a woman, I would definitely be the first to throw myself into the arms of the East County Marquis. How could a little girl like you have a chance? The guard flew into a rage out of shame. What are you talking about? You can't be so rude to a beauty. You have to know how to cherish her. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a smile that was not a smile sounded. A youth flew down from Turtle Island. This person was about 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in colorful clothes and had a big red flower on his head. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a prodigal son. Young Duke. The guard hurriedly turned around and cupped his hands. Pa. The young Marquis gave the guard a slap and said, "How many times have I told you that you should treat beautiful women like beautiful porcelain? You should treat them gently. How can you be so rude?" This young duke was the only son of the East County Marquis, Ming Liu. Ever since the Dark Phoenix clan committed a crime, many people had changed their surnames. Some had the surname Ming, some had the surname Huang, and some had other surnames. The East County Marquis family had changed their surname to Ming. This was the most popular surname in the Dark Phoenix clan. Ming Liu was the absolute favorite son of the East County Marquis. Although this kid was a playboy and lazy, because he grew up soaking in various medicinal herbs, his cultivation was not weak. At the age of 24, he was at the early stage of the 8 Desolate Heaven realm. Although he was not as good as many geniuses, it was not bad. After all, many cultivators might not be able to break through to the transcendent realm in their lifetime, let alone the celestial realm. After slapping his subordinate, Ming Liu looked at Lin Qian and said with a smile, "Beauty, my subordinate doesn't know how to speak, but he is right about one thing. Ling Xiao is nothing. At most, he is a pawn of others. He really thinks he is something. How can such a lowly human be compared to my father? He can't even be compared to this young master. Otherwise, Beauty, if you submit to this young master today, I guarantee that you can cultivate on Turtle Island for free in the future." Ming Liu's eyes were full of greed and lust at this time. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all, let alone Li Qingnian. The reason why he said this was just his usual attitude. He liked to pretend. He would only use force when he couldn't. Lin Qian looked at Ming Liu and felt a little nauseous. A feeling of disgust kept surging from her heart. The son of the East County Marquis, Ming Liu. The dignified young duke. Although he did not lose to others in terms of martial arts or literary talent. However, his character was a complete mess. Some noble young masters had to pretend to be a gentleman on the surface, but they were thieves and prostitutes inside. But this young master Ming Liu did not do that at all. His father was the king here. Other than his father, he was the most powerful here. Ming Liu had known that Ling Xiao was coming because someone in the imperial city had already informed the East Commandery Marquis of this matter. Naturally, he also knew. The person who sent the letter warned them not to fight head-on with Ling Xiao because this young man was not easy to deal with. He also reminded them several times to keep a low profile and give face to the new city lord. But the East Commandery Marquis and his son, who were used to being local tyrants, not only did they not care about these warnings and reminders, they took it as a kind of insult. What a joke. The East Commandery was not big, but it was their home. What did a lowly human brat want to do? How could they not teach him a lesson? When he heard Lin Qian mention Ling Xiao and praise Ling Xiao, he was already angry, but this guy wanted to use his power and influence to make Lin Qian change her words. "I'm sorry, young duke. I'll go back and gather more spirit stones." Lin Qian did not want to provoke this young duke, Ming Liu. She knew that she could not afford to offend him, so she chose to retreat. "You can leave, but you have to answer a question first," Ming Liu said with a smile. Although he was smiling, there was a knife hidden in his smile. It seemed that as long as Lin Qian's answer did not satisfy him, he would destroy this woman in front of him. "Please speak, young duke." Lin Qian nodded. "Tell me in front of so many people. Is I better, or is that lowly human Ling Xiao better?" Ming Liu asked. This was a question, but everyone knew that this young duke had already predetermined the answer. Of course, Lin Qian also knew. But she really could not go against her conscience and tell a lie that even she felt disgusted when she heard it. Chapter 11:19. Reporting to the young Marquis, Ling Xiao was conferred the title of Heavenly Dragon King by the Imperial Court. His rank is higher than that of the East County Marquis, and he is only 16 years old. Lin Qian did not say it explicitly, but her words had already expressed her attitude. Slap. A loud slap sounded at the entrance of Turtle Island, attracting the attention of many people. However, after seeing Ming Liu, these people lowered their heads. They hated themselves for not having the ability to interfere in such an unfair matter. They hated themselves for not being willing to see a good girl being bullied by this bastard, but they did not dare to interfere. *TCH, don't you want face? It's your fortune that our young Marquis likes you. Do you really think that you are in high demand? The one who hit her was not Ming Liu, but the guard. The guard was slapped by Ming Liu and felt uncomfortable, but he did not dare to vent his anger on Ming Liu. At this moment, he found a vent, and it was Lin Qian. Of course, he dared to hit Lin Qian because he knew that Lin Qian's answer had angered Ming Liu. As a dog, he naturally had to act on behalf of his master. Lin Qian covered her face and looked coldly at the guard. In terms of strength, she was stronger than the guard. The reason why the guard dared to hit her was naturally because he was relying on the power of the East County Marquis. What's that look in your eyes? You still dare to glare at me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Your idol, Ling Xiao, definitely won't even dare to fart. The guard pointed at Lin Qian and scolded, you still dare to compare such a lowly commoner with our young Marquis. I think you are really tired of living. Ming Liu stood there proudly and smiled. It felt good to have a lackey to help him vent his anger. It also saved him from wasting his energy. Did you hear that? Even my subordinate knows that Ling Xiao is just a lowly commoner. What bullshit king with a different surname? It's just a word from our imperial family. If you say he is, then he is. If you say he isn't, then he really isn't even a fart. Ming Liu said with a smile. He was like a winner flaunting his might. Not far from the entrance, there were 3 people. Ling Xiao, Moon Lady, and Cold Plum. They had just arrived at the East County. After reading the information of the East County, Ling Xiao knew that Turtle Island was a place that had to be fought for. When he came to the East Commandery, he had to control Turtle Island, even if he had to offend the East Commandery Marquis. The East County originally belonged to the Imperial Court and the East County official. It was occupied by the East County Marquis and became a place for private wealth and cultivation. He just wanted it back. Haim Myung-K led the Dark Assassins into the city to investigate the situation. He and Moon Maiden Cold Plum came to Turtle Island to observe. If he wanted to take back Turtle Island, he needed an entry point. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived. Master, that is the only son of the East County Marquis, Ming Liu. This kind of thing is only a small matter. What this guy is really bold is that he actually colluded with the pirates of the True Demon Empire and kept harming the people along the coast. Cold Plum pointed at Ming Liu and said, when I came to the Divine Phoenix continent, I stayed here for a period of time, so I am very clear about this matter. When the pirates rob the people, the East County Marquis will not send troops or delay sending troops. When the pirates rob the things, they will share the spoils with the pirates. It is extremely dirty. Ling Xiao looked at Ming Liu and then at the girl. Although they were just strangers, he was now the Dragon King of the East County, the lord of a city. Lin Qian was also considered his citizen. He would not be happy that his citizens were bullied by bullies. Moreover, Ming Liu kept calling him a lowly citizen. He did not put him, the lord of the city, in his eyes at all. If he did not teach him a lesson, how could he convince the people in the future? Young master, there's no need to be polite with this kind of bitch. I'll immediately get someone to tie her up and send her to your residence. After playing with her, you can reward me and let me enjoy her. The guard chuckled. Ha 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 ha, you are still smart. In the East County, people who refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit should end up like this. Alright, tie this bitch up and send her to this young master's room. When this young master has played enough, I will definitely let you have a taste. At this time, Ming Liu no longer pretended. Instead, he revealed his ugliest side and planned to force himself on her. In his opinion, it was this woman's fortune that he thought highly of her. He did not expect that not only did this woman not give him face, she actually said that he was not as good as that lowly citizen Ling Xiao. Since that was the case, this woman could forget about cultivating on Turtle Island for the rest of her life. When he was tired of playing with her, he would send her to the brothel. Let's see if she still dared to act so shamelessly. Shameless. Lin Qian was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Although she had heard that the East County Marquis and his son were not good people, because she had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, she did not know the extent of their shamelessness. At this moment, when she heard Ming Liu's words, she really wanted to kill this guy regardless of the consequences. Shameless? Haha, this young master will show you how shameless I am today. What a joke. No matter who it is in the East County, this young master can play with anyone he wants. You actually dare to refuse? You really have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Ming revealed a shameless evil smile. What are you waiting for? Do it. Let this human woman enjoy herself. The guard also had an evil smile on his face. He called a few people and pounced on Lin Qian. Even if I die today, I won't fulfill your wish. City Lord Ling Xiao will definitely avenge me. Lin Qian drew her sword and fought. This girl was indeed quite powerful. With just one sword strike, she actually managed to stab a guard until he was severely injured. After all, her cultivation was not low. Those guards were only transcendent realm cultivators. How could they be her opponent? Young Marquis, why don't I do it for you? I only ask that after this matter is done, young Marquis can give me a few days to cultivate on Turtle Island. The middle-aged woman who had been standing next to her spoke again. She was a heaven realm cultivator with 2 forms heaven cultivation. She was stronger than Lin Qian. You? Of course, that's not a problem. As long as you can capture her alive, not only will this young master give you 3 days to cultivate, I can also introduce you to my father. My father really likes women like you who are middle-aged but are still charming. If you serve him well, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Ming Liu glanced at the middle-aged woman and smiled. Thank you, young Marquis, for your help. The middle-aged woman obviously regarded this as a benefit. Unlike Lin Qian's strong resistance, she was more than happy to do so. Lin Qian, listen to my advice. Apologize to the young Marquis and serve him well. He is a magnanimous person. Maybe he will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. What is Ling Xiao? To put it bluntly, he is just a lowly commoner. Why can't you understand? The middle-aged woman turned her head and looked at Lin Qian. She said with a smile. It was as if she was going to hit the jackpot today. I would rather die. Lin Qian shook her head. Everyone had their own ambitions. She would never do such a dirty thing. Chapter 11:20. You have backbone, but there is no need to keep talking about death. Today, with me here, I want to see who can kill you. A dignified voice sounded from the crowd and then a figure slowly walked to Lin Qian's side. The youth was full of heroic spirit but also had steadiness and maturity. He also had an unfathomable presence that caused people to not dare to underestimate him. The middle-aged woman looked at the youth and did not recognize that this was Ling Xiao. The person in the portrait was too different from the real person. Little child, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you meddle in other people's business here, you will lose your life. The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Even though Ling Xiao's presence was not bad, he was just a youth that looked to be 16 or 17 years old. She naturally would not be afraid. Meddle in other people's business? Today, I will definitely meddle in other people's business. You're already so old, aren't you despicable? Just to go to Turtle Island to cultivate, you don't care about your own family's children and husband and want to throw yourself into the arms of that East Commandery Marquis. You say you are cheap. It's one thing to make your husband wear a green hat, but you also want a good girl to be humiliated by that little Marquis. You aren't just cheap to the bone, you are also bad to the bone. It would be more suitable for you to be a brothel procuress. Ling Xiao's words were not pleasant to hear. When speaking to this kind of woman, was there any need for pleasantries? The middle-aged woman's expression was dark and uncertain. Looking at Ling Xiao, she did not know how to deal with him. A young person that dared to speak to her like this, he definitely had a background. Lin Qian looked at the tall figure beside her and her heart was filled with warmth and a sense of security. She did not know who this person was. But in this vast divine phoenix continent, it was really too rare to encounter a man that dared to stand up for her. In her mind, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly overlapped with this tall figure. Was it really him? Lin Qian's face was slightly red and she couldn't help but feel excited. She had not misjudged him. The Ling Xiao that she worshipped, the young hero that she worshipped, would never watch someone like her being bullied. For a moment, Ling Xiao, who was originally full of heroic spirit, became even more handsome in her heart. Brat, where did this rat crawl out from? Why don't you open your eyes and see who this young master is? Is this something you can meddle in? Hurry up and scram, otherwise, this young master will kill you too. Ming Liu didn't recognize Ling Xiao either. However, even if he did recognize him, he would probably have the same attitude. Towards Ling Xiao, he really did not care about him and was not faking it. After all, he had never seen any of the heroic deeds that Ling Xiao had mentioned. They were all hearsay. How much real information could a storyteller have in his mouth? Why would he care? Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear Ming Liu's words. He still stared at the middle-aged woman and said indifferently, "Scram, I don't want to see you again. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. After this time, don't blame me for being impolite." Although he was displeased and disgusted by this kind of trash, it wasn't to the point where he had to kill her. This middle-aged woman was a typical villain. In order to achieve her goal, she could do anything and sacrifice everyone else. Moreover, Lin Qian was just a stranger. You're not allowed to leave. If you dare to leave, this young master will kill you. An angry voice rang out. Brat, this young master is talking to you, and you dare to ignore me? I think you're really tired of living. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Especially for someone like Ming Liu. In the past, when he was in the East County, no one dared to not respond to his words. Even a chaste woman like Lin Qian had to respond. As for whether or not she would agree to some rude requests, that was another matter. However, this brat in front of him was not even willing to respond to his words. What did he take him for? Did he take him for air? Young master, it's too easy to kill this brat. Doesn't the brothel have prostitution services recently? I think this brat is quite good-looking. Why don't we sell him there and exchange him for some spiritual stones to spend? The one who spoke was the guard who had insulted Lin Qian many times before. This guy really played the role of a dog who relied on its master's power to the extreme. However, this time, he had really hit the nail on the head. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but Cold Plum couldn't bear it any longer. In Cold Plum's eyes, there was no good or evil. There was only Ling Xiao. Those who dared to insult Ling Xiao had to die. Especially when it was an insult of this level. Cold Plum made a move. With a light flick of her finger, a plum blossom flew through the air and instantly pierced through the guard's head. Ah! The guard's corpse flew out, scaring many people nearby into screaming. Warriors were braver than ordinary people, but in the face of such an expert who killed without leaving a trace, they were still afraid. Bastard, who dares to kill my people? Ming Liu's voice was filled with anger and some fear. Commander Zhong, hurry up and come over. This young master is being bullied. The Commander Zhong he spoke of was a 10 Directions Heaven Realm warrior. He was much stronger than this foppish young master. When Commander Zhong led more than 100 guards over and protected him, his proud and complacent expression blossomed once again. I killed him. Ling Xiao said faintly. He wants to sell me to a brothel as a prostitute. Then I can only let him go to hell to be a little ghost. Who are you? Do you know who this young master is? How dare you kill this young master's subordinate in front of everyone? Ming Liu asked coldly. Young master, he definitely doesn't know you. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would be scared out of his wits. How would he dare to offend you like this? Commander Zhong said with a smile. Haha, that's right, that's right. In the East County, Who doesn't know who this young master is? Not polite to this young master. Even the officials from the imperial city don't dare to neglect this young master. Ming Liu enjoyed this flattery very much. His bootlicking skills are not bad. Your level of narcissism is not bad. Ling Xiao sighed and said, even if I didn't know who you were before, they kept calling you young Marquis. As long as I'm not deaf, I naturally know your identity. The only son of the East County Marquis, young Marquis Ming Liu. The most shameless and despicable person in the entire East County. Maybe not. Your father, the East County Marquis, might be even more shameless and despicable than you. You. How dare you slander this young master and my father? Who gave you such courage? Ming Liu was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his 7 orifices. In his entire life, he had never seen such a reckless person before. He almost gritted his teeth and threatened, seeing that you're a stranger, I'll give you a way out. In front of everyone here, kneel down and lick my shoes clean. Naturally, he would not give Ling Xiao a way out. However, if he let Ling Xiao die directly, it would be too easy for Ling Xiao. Therefore, he wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao before making a move. Chapter 11:21. Boy, did you hear what our young Marquis said? Hurry up and do as he says. Commander Zhong suddenly burst out with a fierce murderous aura and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The people around could not help but shiver. Whether it was the middle-aged woman or Lin Qian, their faces were a little pale. Ming Liu smiled. He smiled very proudly. He believed in Commander Zhong's strength. Commander Zhong was an expert second only to his father, the East Marquis. To deal with this boy in front of him, he only needed to release his murderous aura to make this boy kneel and beg for mercy. However, his smile soon came to an abrupt end. Because in the face of Commander Zhong's terrifying murderous aura, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he showed a mocking smile. It was as if he was mocking an ant for stretching out his leg in front of an elephant. You want me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean? The mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face became more and more exaggerated. He had met many arrogant people in front of him, but this was the first time he had met someone who made such a strange request. Do you know my name? Do you know what I do? How dare you release your murderous aura in front of a prince? Your Commander Zhong is really courting death. Prince. Ming Liu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he understood something and exclaimed, Are you that Dragon King Ling Xiao? You've finally guessed it. You're smart. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. If you're Ling Xiao, that's even better. Commander Zhong, someone is behaving atrociously in our territory. What do you think we should do? After knowing Ling Xiao's identity, Ming Liu was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed an even more ferocious expression. He was worried that Ling Xiao was a member of a big pirate nearby, so he did not dare to attack directly. After all, the reason why his family could become the overlord of the East County was because of these pirates. Without these pirates, they would lose a lot of grey income. Now that he could confirm Ling Xiao's identity, what was he afraid of? Understood, young Marquis. Commander Zhong stood in front of Ming Liu and released an even stronger murderous aura. The murderous aura had faintly condensed into a long saber. To be able to reach this level, that was truly considered relatively strong. Worthy of being a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation. You dare to make a move against a grand prince with just this bit of strength. You're not afraid of death, but this killing intent is simply too disgraceful. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tie up your family's young Marquis. As expected of a young hero. It's rumored that he's extremely arrogant and overbearing, capable and decisive when doing things. He's never been sloppy. He actually dared to kidnap the young Marquis. Awesome. I'm just afraid that when a tiger leaves the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. Don't forget that there was a governor who was very unyielding when he came here in the past. However, after seeing how powerful Commander Zhong is, he obediently bowed his head. Ling Xiao is definitely different. I heard that he even dared to kill someone from the royal family. The martial artists of the East County were discussing animatedly. They really did not expect that the new city lord would do such a thing as soon as he arrived in the East County. Was he trying to show off his power to the East County Marquis? How dare you? How could Commander Zhong listen to Ling Xiao's words? Seeing that his murderous aura could not deter Ling Xiao at all, he simply made a move. A short saber appeared in his hand, and his body suddenly moved forward. The saber flashed and slashed toward Ling Xiao's head. This person was indeed bold. He actually dared to kill the city lord of the East County sent by the imperial court, who was conferred the title of Prince Qianlong. It seemed that the East County Marquis family was really the local tyrant in the East County. They were used to being arrogant. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Attempting to murder a prince of the imperial court is a capital offense. As his laughter fell, the sword in his hand had already pierced through Commander Zhong's body. At that moment, Fang Hua was too fast. It was too shocking. Ming Liu and Commander Zhong did not see clearly how Ling Xiao attacked. There was no sword in his hand a moment ago, but in the next moment, Commander Zhong was stabbed. How fast was that? After killing Commander Zhong, Ling Xiao did not even blink. He casually threw the corpse away and then looked at Ming Liu. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted, piercing through the sky and piercing through Ming Liu's courage. Everyone shuddered in fear. Ming Liu directly knelt on the ground. It was not that he wanted to kneel, but that terrifying killing intent forced him to kneel. He wanted to stand up, but his legs were weak and he could not move at all. What terrifying strength! Is this really the 16-year-old Ling Xiao? It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. If Ling Xiao didn't have such strength, how could he capture Tomohiko Kumar alive? How could he kill Timur Mewtwo? He's too strong. This aura is probably stronger than the East County Marquis. In the crowd, everyone's hearts started to beat faster. Impossible. Aren't you at the early stage of the Six Arts Heaven? How can you be so strong? Ming Liu knelt on the ground and shouted in fear. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Ming Liu. He was really slow, even slower than an ordinary person's walk. However, with every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on Ming Liu's heart. Ming Liu was so scared that his face turned pale. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Xiao squatted on the ground and gently patted Ming Liu's face 3 times. He said with a smile, "How can a young marquis kneel on the ground? Weren't you very impressive and arrogant just now? Didn't you want me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean? Why are you kneeling down to me now? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation." Ming Liu, who was at the 8 Desolate Heaven realm, did not even have the chance to make a move in front of Ling Xiao. He was so scared by his aura that his legs went soft and he could not move. This was such a shameful thing. When the middle-aged woman saw this situation, she hurriedly sneaked into the crowd and tried to escape. However, she was stopped by the indignant crowd. It was understandable that the crowd did not dare to stand up just now. After all, if they stood up, they would only die and would not be able to save Lin Qian. Now that they had Ling Xiao's support, they naturally did not have to be afraid of the East County Marquis, let alone the young Marquis. Lin Qian was already dazzled by him. He was such a powerful and mighty man. He was such an infatuating man. He was such a man who was not afraid of power and dared to do anything. Why didn't she meet him earlier? City Lord, you have to uphold justice for us. The East County Marquis and his son have done all kinds of evil in the East County for many years. They have killed several governors in the past, and those who didn't die have become their lackeys. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, punish the East County Marquis and his son severely. Shut up. Ling Xiao said coldly, since you know that the East County Marquis and his son have done all kinds of evil, but no one dares to stand up and resist, you deserve what you have encountered. I will definitely deal with the East County Marquis and his son, but not for you, but for those who dare to resist. He said these words to pave the way for the future. Whoever wanted to live in the East County had to bear the responsibility of guarding the land and protecting their home. Otherwise, they would have to get lost.